all night long, which he was.
Yeah.
JT Ginn is his name.
Yeah.
And he had 10 strikeouts and a no-hitter through 8 innings, was at 100 pitches. They sent him back out there, and then he gives up the hit to Frazier. They kept him in there, and he gives in the two-run homer to Neto.
Jeez.
So anyway, I mean, we shouldn't be focusing on that because there's so much
probably
else
the lowest one
going on. But it was just to give you an indication of how incredible that Monday night was. That was I don't remember a better night of viewing for sports than what we had last night. It was incredible.
When you talk about the multitude of things going on, the one thing that I can think of, there sometimes are some national championships on Mondays. So, like, whether it's college football or college basketball, sometimes they play them on Mondays.
Okay, and maybe a national championship game trumps all, but in terms of just the variety.
Exactly.
And everything was, like, happening at once, and I'm trying to keep up with all of it, and all of it was it wasn't just a chore.
Yeah.
It was like, I want to watch every second of all of these events, and I don't have enough televisions to do it.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's my ADD or my producer background, but I like
Gen Z.
Gen Z. There you go, right there. We just consume things in 10 seconds on TikTok.
I mean, what is TikTok? I'm going to be that guy.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to be the other guy.
We're flipping the script here.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
You're going to be that guy. I'm going to be this guy.
But I don't know if it's that, but I actually like the challenge of trying to, figure out, okay, so this is it crunch time in this game? I need to switch over here. We got Mariners obviously kind of on my computer the whole time, and that's the sound that's on. And then of course I have my post game show, so I have to be like pretty locked in on that. But then on the
I didn't turn it off the Mariners.
No,
that's a must. That's gospel.
Absolutely. Yeah. That is basically a religion at this point. But then like going between Game 7 of the NHL to Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA, and then to like just checking in on the no hitter. Like I watched the last inning of that. That's all I did. But
it timed out that the Dodgers game was 9th inning, right as the NBA game got over.
Right.
And then they were trying, because they were committed to it. Then they were trying to like get through it so they could get to the no hitter before it got broken up. So they went to the split screen, and I think it was Abby Labar came on just at the tail end to say, okay, like Miller gets the last out. We're going to get you to the, and as she's saying it, Frazier breaks up the no hitter. So that's how tight it was. So you did get to see it on the transition if you're watching MLB Network. But, it was that kind of night.
Yeah, and it's weird because I think, of all the storylines, so to speak, I think the hockey kind of gets flown under the radar, but that series was awesome. The Buffalo-Montreal series, two teams that really haven't been in that conversation of a long time of having a chance to win a Stanley Cup. There was fights galore. It was a physical series, like really high end, and like it's so fun to watch. And Buffalo at home has a chance that had the longest
tortured fan base.
A tortured fan base. They had the longest drought of any American sports team, and they end up.
Buffalo can't have nice things.
No, they can't.
It's just been decided by the sports gods.
They end up dropping.
I don't care how good your quarterback is. You're not getting to the Super Bowl ever again. It feels like that with Buffalo because they have a really good team.
And you live in Buffalo.
And you live in Buffalo. On top of it all, I mean, how far can good wings take you in life? I mean, come on now. Let's be honest about it. But you had to watch the hockey because, look, I got invited last night to a trampoline party thrown by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
Excuse me?
Yes, it was catered by barbecue company.
Okay.
And there was an open bar, and apparently the attire was lingerie only.
Okay.
And I didn't
invite us.
And I was the only male invited.
Oh, okay. Did you wear your lingerie?
No, I didn't go because there's nothing like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs,
it's
I
true.
hear. So I had to stay home and watch it.
It's true.
I mean, I know that kind of invitation doesn't come your way a lot, but I've heard there's nothing like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So
did it live up?
Obviously, there are going to be other opportunities to do something like that with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders where when am I going to have another chance to watch a Game 7?
They never say there's nothing like lingerie parties.
Never. No, there's no
with
bumper
Dallas
sticker
Cowboys.
like that. Ian Furness never mentions that.
I know.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I think you made the right choice.
yeah, I had to make that choice. What other choice did I have?
That was a Dumb and Dumber moment right there.
Yeah, exactly.
What's Dumb and Dumber?
The party.
Good job. Good
The
job, Anders.
party is that way.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So, and then let's talk about the NBA game
Yeah.
because I don't know. I hear this a lot from people. I just can't watch the NBA. Well, then you are very stubborn because it really, when it's done right, it is spectacular. And so not only was it done right last night, I mean, these are the two best teams in the NBA. This is the two-time reigning MVP going against a guy that is better than him.
Yeah.
Who put on a show of all shows last night in Victor Wembanyama. 41 points, 24 rebounds, 3 block shots, and he played almost the entire game at 7'5", running up and down the court with all of these thoroughbreds on the court last night, and it was incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one of the best basketball games you're ever going to watch, and Mike Tirico was fantastic last night.
Always good.
In describing it, and he said at one point, the broadcasters always throw out there when you watch a game like this that you hope that this is, this is the game 1 of 7 of these or something of that nature. And he was like, well, I'm going to say it. Yeah, because it was what a tone setter for the entire series. I don't know if you get more interesting than that game last night.
I had a realization last night, and this may be a little quick to the punch, but Wembanyama, by the time his career is over, might be known as the greatest of all time. And like I said, it's a little too early for that, but that's not even
too early.
That's not even my realization. My realization is that I'm getting Shohei Ohtani vibes from him. In terms of, like, he is something that we have never seen before.
Yeah.
And he can literally dominate on both ends at a level that we've never seen before. Mm-hmm. So
I'll give you the second one.
Yeah.
The first one, I mean, so much has to go into that conversation.
No, I think that's a possibility. That's all I'm saying, is that he could by the end of his career.
Well, he's got the talent. I mean, he certainly is the top prospect to come out since LeBron.
Yeah.
And LeBron was considered the top prospect of all time. And I'm not sure there's much difference in their credentials heading into their professional career. So he's in the conversation for, he is certainly something we've never seen before.
Yeah.
And you can be that talent-wise, but when you're 7'5" and you weigh 88 pounds, there's certainly this element of, can he even make it through a quarter in the NBA, much less 15 seasons in the NBA? And yet he showed you last night how physical he plays, how in the mix he is. He attacks the rim.
Yeah.
He won't let anybody attack his rim. It's incredible to watch. We have never seen anything like it before.
He had that 3 he knocked down at the end of regulation
Then
from
there's
the logo.
Mm-hmm.
Just this slender man dropping threes from, way downtown. I can't remember ever seeing anything like this. It's pretty
pull up on
incredible.
The break. After dominating the paint on both ends, as Anders pointed out, and then all of a sudden, I have this in my game as well.
Yeah.
We're down 3. I'm going to pull up from the logo and hit a 3-point. And that in itself, that is generational. That is Gen Z stuff. When I grew up, if you were a big man, you weren't allowed to even go outside of the paint, for goodness sake. And then I think it was Bill Laimbeer who we have to give credit for being the first guy. He's a white guy who used to play for the Pistons.
Oh, okay. Got it. Sounds good.
He used to beat everybody up and everyone hated him.
Wow.
But
wait, you could actually beat people up in basketball?
Yeah.
And they didn't call a foul.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez, okay.
Yeah. Another reasons why Jordan's the best. But Laimbeer, I think, was the first one that put his toes on the 3-point line, and now they all do it. They all do it, and it's incredible to watch. But here's Wembanyama with that capability as well. So, we're watching something we've never seen before. We're watching the first of what might be a decade of matchups in the Western Conference Finals. And I know in Seattle, we kind of want to avert our eyes to what's happening with the Thunder. But they're fantastic, and they're not going away anytime soon. And the only thing that's going to keep them from possibly winning 5-6 championships is San Antonio.
Right.
Because now all of a sudden they're just as well built, and they might have a better player than what OKC does.
Yeah,
crazy.
I think, and there's some like regionality. Is that a word? Regionality to it, like too, like
kind of like Wessonality.
Yeah,
Another reference we don't get.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Appreciate it.
Was that Huey Lewis?
No, it was Florence Henderson from the Brady Bunch.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, got it.
She did a Wesson Oil ad when I was a kid, and it was if you used Wesson Oil, you had Wessonality.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's beyond even me, you know.
Is it kind of what the new kids say? You got Riz, you know?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's exactly like that, except 50 years ago.
Got it. All right. Perfect. I've made my comparison. We can cross our generations here.
Anyway, regionality.
Yeah. So that's a big part of, I think, this big, I don't want to say rivalry, because I don't even think they're technically in the same division, right? Because OKC is part of the I don't know.
I don't know.
That's why
it's actually a good question. I think they are. That doesn't sound right.
Did they switch? Because when the Sonics were because they were in, I don't even know the names of the division. Northwest Division, I think it's called. I don't know if they switched out of that or whatever, but either way, they're regional rivals as well, and
they're not in the same division.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's weird thinking that way. The team from Oklahoma City and a team from Texas, or Oklahoma and a team from Texas, right next to each other, both in the Southwest. I mean, obviously the obvious rival to San Antonio would be Dallas, but Dallas isn't good right now. So having another team in that region that's really, really good, and obviously, like most people, like you said, Chuck, this is the matchup that they've been waiting to have in the playoffs for the entire season.
And 2 years from now, they'll have such fatigue from Thunder because they're from Thunder Spurs, and yet we've got 10 years of this. We have 10 years of this.
Yeah.
I mean, Sonics are going to come back, and we're going to enter the NBA, and we're going to spend 10 years watching these two teams meet up in the finals, wondering when it's going to be our turn. It's just going to happen. Yeah. And then we really haven't spent any time on baseball, even though we're going to spend a lot of time on it during the course of the show today. But that was the most fun I have had watching the Mariners play baseball this year, and not because they won 6-1 and Andres Munoz kind of got a feet on the desk ninth inning last night. There was enough doubt throughout the course of the game. There was enough good baseball by the Mariners played last night. Colt Emerson then took over at the end with a bullet 3-run homer for his first hit of his major league career. And, man, when you start writing things like that in your first chapter in Major League Baseball, man, you couldn't help but wonder as he's coming off the field last night, like, uh-oh, this kind of feels like we're on the verge of something special. I know that's getting ahead of it, but you can't help but think that when a guy's like, I've hit the ball hard almost every time up, I can't get a hit. When am I going to get my first hit? Whack. I'm going to hit a line drive over the right field wall that didn't get like 20 feet off the ground, and yet went over the fence for my first home run in front of his family. It was great to see. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
All right, Bills is your keyword. Enter it at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. Quickly through the headlines, we've already covered most of them. Spurs 122-115 overtime winners over OKC last night. Tonight, the Eastern Conference Finals get underway. Cleveland at New York. Spencer Hawes, in case you missed it, going to preview that series for us later on in the show. Stanley Cup playoffs. Montreal does advance, knocking the Buffalo Sabres out of the playoffs 3-2, the final score in overtime. The Western Conference Finals will start Wednesday, Las Vegas, Colorado. Thursday is when Montreal will play again against Carolina in the Eastern Conference Finals. NFL, in the last 48 hours, Minneapolis has been awarded a draft, and Nashville has been awarded a Super Bowl. Those are firsts for both of those cities in the National Football League. College football, Brendan Sorsby, we've got this thing going on in college football right now because they're getting paid so much money. They're fighting to stay in college. It's crazy. But Brendan Sorsby is fighting to stay in college. He's filed an injunction. We're actually going to talk about that in our brand new segment, OPQ, later on in the show. And as I mentioned, Mariners 6, White Sox 1 last night, snaps a 3-game losing streak. Colt Emerson, a 3-run homer. Tonight, I should say, it will be the piggyback matchup of Miller and Castillo versus Anthony Kay. Meanwhile, the Padres won over the Dodgers last night, 1-0, and the Angels won over the A's last night, 2-1. A no-hitter broken up in the ninth. We haven't spent a lot of time on Mariners because we have Mariners Morning After coming your way next. Plus, Ryan Healy's going to join us today at 9 o'clock to talk some M's baseball as well. It's Chuck, it's Anders, and it's Travis. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. seriously so jealous that you guys get to dance. I mean, get this. Here I was on a Monday in this great mood coming in to start the week, and she plays some depressing song just because we lost, and it goes with the segment. Where does she get off? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, Travis fills in one time, and he plays this uplifting number here that matches a Mariners win.
It's a head bopper.
Yeah, how about that? I don't know. Think about it, Ashley. Maybe you should will the Mariners to more victories.
Seriously.
So we could have more fun.
Maybe
Seriously.
I should be running the board more often.
Yeah, exactly. Think about that while you're preparing for your show at 10 o'clock today.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Yeah, she'd be like, you can have it. I don't want to deal with that jackass. One more second.
One more
day of my
time.
life. Yeah. Good morning. It is Chuck. It's Anders, and it is Travis. Ashley will be hosting today at 10 o'clock, filling in for Greg Bell. And so we have Mariners morning after to deliver, and a fun game last night. Mariners get the win over the Chicago White Sox, and so here we go with our post-game show, a highlight, a soundbite, a preview of what's going on tonight, which is rather fascinating. It was a fun game last night. I mean, it wasn't like a blowout. There were certainly some things to criticize, but maybe the most complete Mariner win of the entire year. Brian Wu got into a little bit of trouble early with traffic, but kept finding his way out. Then he got into a groove and ends up going 6 shutout innings for the team. Meanwhile, the Mariners get a home run to center from Julio Rodriguez to take the lead, and they would never squander that lead. Randy Arozarena had a couple of big hits in this game, and the next thing you know, it's 3-0. Now, the White Sox did score a run in the 7th as soon as we took Wu out with 2 outs. Of all people, that bunting freak job, Christian Peters somehow hit a home run 366 feet to make it 3-1. And so we had to get a little nervous there for a little bit. The next 2 guys got on, but then Jose Ferrer gets the team out of the 7th inning, gets through the 8th inning as well. It's 3-1, and it set up the theater for the 9th inning, where the Mariners put 2 men on for 20-year-old Colt Emerson, making his second start of his big league career. And he'd hit some balls hard, but he hadn't collected his first hit of his professional major league career anyway, until this.
Again, the 2-2. Down the right field line, into the corner, and this is gone! Colt Emerson, you're not in your backyard anymore. Your first big league home run, your first major league hit.
Aaron Goldsmith on the call, and yes, I got a few tweets last night. Pure burgundy from Aaron on his 2 home run calls last night.
Yeah. That was
Colt Emerson and Veronica Corningstone.
I love your Aaron Goldsmith impression. It's so good. One of my favorite parts of the morning.
3-run homer for Colt Emerson to make it 6-1, and Munoz was already warmed up and loose. I like that Dan threw him last night.
Yes.
It should not cost him from pitching tonight. I don't think you could go another game without him pitching and then worry about him, you know, perhaps getting a little rusty as we saw earlier in the year. So I'm glad that he went ahead and rode that horse through the 9th, and he got a 1-2-3 inning for a 6-1 win. But let's, before we hear from Dan, talk about Colt Emerson first, because, man, the first impression has been a great one. I know it took him, 7 at bats to get his first hit, but he'd hit some balls hard. I loved the line drive the other way.
Yep.
He doesn't seem to be intimidated even at the major league level when he's behind an account, which a lot of major leaguers do wilt in 0-2 situations. And that was just a seed. For his first home run, that was just a seed.
Yeah, and he's had a couple walks too. He like you said, he just doesn't look overmatched up there. If you were a random baseball fan tuning into the game and didn't know the situation that Colt Emerson hadn't gotten a hit yet or had just been called up or anything, you would have just said business as usual. That's a guy that's in their lineup every day. So, and how about that home run? It was like probably a couple inches below the zone as well. So and he puts
Change up, keeps the hands back.
puts a good swing on it. It doesn't look like he's trying to hit the home run. He's trying to put the ball in play and just makes good contact, and it goes over the right field wall. So that's just I can't wait for more of that.
It was poetic. It was pretty poetic that, we were waiting on it and the family's there and they missed the first game. And then, and then in the second game, I mean, they're on pins and needles watching him play. And then he picks that moment to not just hit a home run, but a very impressive home run.
Yeah.
I have a fun fact for you guys.
Okay.
Colt was the 11th Mariner to have his first hit be a home run.
Okay.
Yes.
And the last Mariner to do that was Jared Kelenic.
Oh God.
Oh, geez.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
He hit the ball right over his head.
Oh,
He
that's
was
true.
in right field.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You've saved it.
Yeah. Don't.
second
No,
there.
I'm not saying.
for
I'm
se-
not making a comparison
Right.
in any way.
There's
Because,
a
by
lot
the
of
way, there are some
similarities.
similarities between those two guys. They kind of look alike.
Yeah.
The only thing that's not similar is everything between their ears.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're kind of physical matches. And lefties and height, certainly height.
Oh yeah.
And so a 3-run homer for Emerson made it 6-1. So Mariners do get the win last night. They are 3 games under 500. They're 1 game out of first place. They could be in first place by the end of the night tonight.
And still be under 500.
Because the A's have lost 3 straight games as the current placeholder, and that's all they are.
Thank you, Zach Neto.
Is a placeholder. Here's Dan Wilson after the game.
Excellent ball game tonight. Kind of up and down. A lot of areas that you look at. I thought the guys played really, extremely well. I think Julio's at bat there in the first inning kind of set the tone. Just a great at bat. Taking some really close pitches there, getting a 3-2, and then just driving the ball, right center there. Just thought it was a great at bat. Kind of set the stage for us, got us out ahead. Brian Wu. You got, I think, 25 pitches there in the first inning, but able to settle in after that and really kind of go from there. Obviously, Colt, what a great story. Glad that his parents were here to see that. What a great, what a thrill to have that first hit be, a home run here. And not only that, but in a kind of a key situation there late in the game, give us a little more lift. And what a great moment for he and his family. And, again, just a good ball game all around.
Dan Wilson last night after the 6-1 win. I agree, Dan. Good ball game all around. And we will talk Colt Emerson, how these pieces are going to fit the day that Brendan Donovan returns. We'll do that at 8 o'clock today. We still have ABCs of the M's, which we're going to have to discuss. The Johnny Pareda fielder interference play last night.
That was fun.
That was fun, all right. Not for the White Sox.
No, it was not.
Because that was a terrible call. But we'll take it. I can't even imagine Mariners Twitter if that would have happened to us in a game. That was one of the worst calls I've ever seen. I don't mind Will Venable losing his mind on that one, but we'll take it. We haven't gotten a lot of breaks so far this year, so we'll take that break and run with it. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. Also, another huge topic today, and we'll do this at 7:05, but I'll mention it to close out Mariners Morning After. The piggyback game is on tonight. We will be piggybacking tonight in this game against the White Sox. It will be Bryce Miller, as announced by Dan yesterday, that will get the start, and then Luis Castillo will pitch in relief. And this is the solution they've come up with for having 6 starting pitchers for a 5-man rotation. And the idea being, the theory behind it is that maybe you buy yourself an entire bullpen-free night. That if Miller goes 5 and Castillo goes 4, or Miller goes 4 and Castillo can go 5, that you might not have to use a single bullpen piece throughout the course of a game. One time through the rotation, every time through the rotation. So it's a fascinating idea. We're going to discuss it at 7:05, but the experiment begins tonight. It will be a 6:40 first pitch from Bryce Miller, and the White Sox will go with Anthony Kay, who is left-handed. And that's really all you really need to know about
Diced us up last time, too.
So we'll talk a lot of Mariners baseball today, but coming up next, we'll preview tonight's Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, good morning. Headlines coming up at 7 o'clock. Also, we'll talk about the piggyback experiment the Mariners are going to conduct starting tonight at 7:05. When I say we, I mean Anders Hurst, Travis Moger, and myself. Welcome. Ashley will be co-hosting today, or hosting the Greg Bell Show today at 10 o'clock. And so we got a little bit of moving around of pieces here this morning on the Chuck and Buck radio program. But it's great to have Timo and Ando here on the radio show here today. There's kind of a rule in entertainment, like there's a reason Chris Rock goes last on the night. There's a reason why the Beatles don't play until the other bands have already played that day.
Right.
So for the Cavaliers and the Knicks on ESPN tonight, good luck. Because the Spurs and the Thunder kind of dropped the mic last night on NBC. Nevertheless, it is a pretty fascinating series. And yesterday, Spencer Hawes joined us to preview both the Western Conference Finals and the Eastern Conference Finals. And since the Eastern Conference Finals have yet to begin, in case you missed it, thought you might want to get Spencer's 2 cents before we have opening tip tonight at 5 o'clock. I asked Spencer about the matchup.
I actually like this matchup a lot more, I think, than maybe the narrative or the discourse is giving it credit for. And I think everything's relative. The one in the West is on paper right now going to be one of the better playoff series in a while. But I've been waiting for this Cleveland team to put it together since well before the James Harden acquisition. Once they got Donovan there, it's like, all right, what on paper you're looking at it like, what are they missing? What do they need? And it appears at this point like they needed a 7-round conference semifinal series to kind of get everything clicking. But you said it, the Knicks have been a juggernaut. They've figured out, I think, unlock Karl Anthony Towns and using him as a point center, and that's opened up offense for everybody else. They haven't had OG. He hasn't been healthy. Now he's got some time to rest coming back for the conference finals. And then Jalen Brunson's looking like a new age Allen Iverson with an efficient 3-point shot. He's the head of the snake. He does it all. And he's making things really easy for the rest of the guys on that roster.
All right. So what's it going to come down to? What's the matchup that each team has to expose in order to win?
I think it comes down to home court advantage, which is why I am going to pick the Knicks. But Cleveland is a team that's built on shot making, built on 3-point shooting. And a game like last night, you get Merrill coming off the bench who hits 5 of them, and things look really easy for him. And then you see him at other times when they're not going in, and it looks like it's difficult basketball to watch. So I think they got a size advantage, and I'd like to see them kind of try and recreate the game plan last night of really getting Mobley involved early and taking advantage of him and opening things up for the 3-point shooters rather than just coming out and hucking them from the get-go. And then New York, I think they just got to stay consistent. I mean, they got their pecking order established. They got all their guys rolling. They will figure out a way to reintegrate OG back in the lineup, who's hopefully healthy, and put that behind him. I think it comes down to the home court and the advantage that New York's going to have at the Garden.
Former NBA big man Spencer Hawes, Seattle legend, joining us every week to talk about the NBA playoffs. I think it really is a good matchup and the Knicks are playing championship caliber basketball, which I'm not sure the Cavaliers are. But can the Knicks sustain that? I mean, they've got to win 8 more games, and I think maybe they just played the best basketball of their lives in the previous series. So to me, this is a really good fight. It's I know how I started the segment, but I went to both Tyson Holyfield fights, and they didn't fight it first and then let all the other fights take place afterwards. They kind of saved it for last.
Yeah.
So to me, this is sort of the undercard. I don't think the Cavaliers or Knicks have a shot against the Spurs Thunder winner. And yet it should be a really good fight for, I would assume, 6-7 games.
Yeah, sometimes it really boils down to, and I think the one kind of equalizer here in this series, I do believe the Knicks are the better team, but I think the best player on the court every single game is going to be Donovan Mitchell.
Brunson's pretty damn good.
Brunson's really, really good. But I still we saw what Donovan Mitchell when he finally does something in the postseason. And Christopher Kidd and I talked about this yesterday, where he feels like he's been expected to take that next step for so long now, especially in the playoffs. And once he does that, it's a different animal with what he can do in his career. So
I think they are, both of them, what they are. I don't think there's a next step that Mitchell and Brunson can take.
Okay.
I think that they've proven, I'm going to score 28 points, probably not play very good defense. No. And if the guys around me play better, we got a shot.
Yeah.
That's, I think, where both the Cavaliers and Knicks are. All right, headlines next, cash contest word next, and we'll talk about the piggyback experiment of Seattle. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Oh, good morning. It is 7 o'clock. It's Chuck Powell, Anders Hurst, and Travis Moger with you here this morning. Ashley will be doing the 10 o'clock show today. Big host chair for Ashley today at 10 o'clock. Bucky's still out for a little while longer, and so we will have more information on that, I do believe, later on this week with some sort of plan going forward that we can tell you about. But we've got Travis, we got Anders. My name is Chuck Powell. Welcome to our 7 o'clock hour here on this Tuesday. So many great, juicy topics to discuss, most of them Mariner related. But what a night in the sports world, which we will recap with headlines here in a moment. Let me start the hour by telling you that deposit is your keyword. Enter that at 93.3KJR.com for $1,000 in Grand Slam cash deposit. DEPOSIT for your shot, a chance at $1,000. Pretty slim one. I'm going to be honest with you. Not a great chance of winning that.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to say that.
Yeah,
Chuck.
I know, but I like being honest with my audience.
Fair enough.
Peel back the curtain kind of host. Yeah. So, but nonetheless, it's a better chance than you would have added $1,000 without playing.
Fair enough.
That's also
This is true.
just
so
as
you're
true.
saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a better chance that you can win the Grand Slam cash than Lloyd Christmas had of hooking up with Lauren Holly.
Exactly.
Okay?
All right.
Okay? Samsonite. All right.
What does that mean?
I was way
Don't
off.
worry about it. Don't worry. I was way off. Let's get to your headlines. They're brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. We will start with the NBA. One of the greatest games that you'll ever see on a basketball floor was played last night between the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder. And considering how much hype there was going into this game, like 9 months worth of hype going into this game, it certainly lived up to the billing. The Spurs win by 7. Victor Wembanyama, 41 points, 24 rebounds, and 3 block shots in the contest. Plus, he hit the big clutch shots for them as well down the stretch. He outshined the MVP last night without question, because not only was he phenomenal, SGA was not very good at all by his own admittance. And that's probably not actually a great sign for San Antonio, that the Thunder at home went to overtime and almost beat the Spurs last night, even though the Thunder looked very rusty last night and SGA played bad last night. And yet it still took an overtime session for the Spurs to win game number 1, but you'd rather win it than lose it. We'll talk more about Wemby coming up later on this show. Eastern Conference Finals start tonight. Cleveland at New York. Stanley Cup playoffs, that was exciting too. 3-2 overtime win in a Game 7 for the Montreal Canadiens over the Buffalo Sabres, those poor Sabres. 3-2 the final score in overtime. Last night I was invited to a You Can Have $1 billion party.
Oh.
Yeah, like everybody that showed up, that got an invite, special invite. You just reached under your chair like you were at an Oprah convention.
Yeah.
And then there was $1 billion under the chair.
Jeez.
Wow.
And I'm like, I can't go. I got to stay home and watch the Stanley Cup playoffs because I've heard there's nothing like a Game 7.
Yeah.
So,
I guess then, again, I'm going to go back. You made the right decision.
yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I guess there are some perks to being a billionaire, but
Sure.
it was a Game 7 in
Yeah.
the Stanley Cup playoffs. I wasn't going to leave the couch. Mariners won 6-1 over the White Sox last night. Maybe the most complete game they've played this season. Got a great starting pitching performance from Brian Wu. Bullpen, with the exception of Bizzardo having a little wonky time in the 7th, did its job. Colt Emerson hit a 3-run homer. Josh Naylor and Randy Arozarena are locked in at this point in the season, and they roll to a 6-1 win over the White Sox to snap a 3-game losing streak, and with a win tonight can be in first place. That's right. You heard me right. That could happen.
Every AOS team is under 500 right now.
It's going to be Anthony Kay pitching for the White Sox. We make him look like Special K. Everybody else makes him look like Mary Kay. And yet that's our doing right there. So we'll face the left-hander Anthony Kay tonight at 6:40. And the Mariners are going to go with the great piggyback experiment of 2026 tonight. So We're going to discuss it right now here on the program because this is a fascinating little twist to the season. I've never heard anyone do this. What's kind of crazy about this is I brought this up last year with Emerson Hancock, and I think it might have even been a Reckless at Breakfast.
Yeah.
Now, that segment, Reckless at Breakfast, if you haven't figured it out, is supposed to be outlandish.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be Bucky and Ashley telling me how crazy I am.
Yeah.
Not necessarily telling me I'm right or wrong, but how crazy the thought is.
When's the last thing something that was brought up at Reckless at Breakfast happened?
Happens all the time.
Really?
Happens all college football playoff.
Oh, okay.
The NFL going broader with the European thing.
Okay.
So, there's been a lot of things.
We need to rename
Lottery's
the segment.
rigged.
We need to rename the segment then. It's not reckless anymore if all these things happen. It's like
Yeah, well, maybe
predicting
we
the
will.
future, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll think about that.
Chuck's crystal ball.
No, I mean, look, this is not about getting credit. This is more of like establishing that I have entertained this idea for the Mariners in the past. And so I'm not going to come on here today and say that it's stupid what they're going to try to pull off today, because my thought was, if you could do an Emerson Hancock, like you start one guy for 5 and he goes 4, is there a possibility here that you could give your bullpen a night off one time through the rotation? In theory.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not always going to work out. One of them might get shelled. That's a possibility. Both of them might get shelled.
Yeah.
You never know. But what they're doing tonight, if you still don't understand the plan, I think most of you do, is they've got 6 starting pitchers and they've got 5 rotation spots. And even though they went to a 6-man rotation for a week, that was because they had an extra game. They didn't have a day off last week. So they decided, well, we don't have to make the decision right now. Let's just put Bryce Miller in that 6th slot. And then next week, we'll figure out how we want to do this going forward. They could have very easily kept with that 6-man rotation, but they have decided, and a lot of baseball people feel this way, why would you do that to the pitchers like Brian Wu and Emerson Hancock and George Kirby, who have actually been good?
Yeah.
Most starts this year. You're just spreading out the time between their starts, and a lot of baseball people believe that's not the way you should go about it. Even though the Dodgers right now have an active 6-man rotation going on, and they're doing just fine. Of course, they have a payroll of $1 jillion. So the Mariners have decided we're going to give this a shot. This great piggyback experiment of 2026, where Bryce Miller's the one that's actually going to get the start tonight, and Luis Castillo's going to pitch out of the bullpen. But the idea is Bryce Miller starts for 5 or 6 innings, and Luis Castillo goes for 3 to 5 innings on the backside, and maybe you can get through a night without having to touch your bullpen, which I find, Anders, to be a very interesting theory. Now you have to execute it, and that remains to be seen. But in terms of experimenting with an idea that's outside the box, I got to go with, I'm interested to see how it plays out. I don't think this is a bad idea. I don't even think it's a cop-out. I think this could actually be a solution to this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how much confidence you have in the Mariners to, like you said, execute this, because there is some subjectivity to, when to take the guy out, when to let him in. And, okay, if Luis Castillo comes in and starts to struggle in the first couple innings, like, are you going to give him a quick yank, or are you going to give him kind of as many pitches as you can, depending on the game situation? There's a lot of touch and go with this kind of stuff. And
a lot of variables.
Yeah, and as someone who doesn't have a ton of confidence in the in-game management of the current Mariners
This makes it easier then. I have one decision to make.
Okay.
When to take Miller out.
Okay.
That's the only decision.
But then
Theoretically.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But then there becomes more, like I said, if Luis Castillo comes in and struggles,
yeah, sure.
then where do you go with there? The other thing is, it depends on how you view Luis Castillo. Is he technically another starter? Is he a bullpen arm? Whatever. But you're operating with one less traditional bullpen arm right now, because you have 6-ish starters on the roster right now. And you're going to have to kind of, as you said, let them go. And last night, I know we're talking about Luis Castillo and Bryce Miller here, but last night, Brian Wu was just dealing. 90 pitches through 6 innings. I would have liked to see him go out for that extra 7th inning. And why that relates to this is because when you have 6 starters in your rotation, technically right now, you're going to have to squeeze every single out that you possibly can out of those guys because you have one less bullpen arm to go to now. So you can't just give them a quick hook as much as
But this
possible.
would solve that.
Is Luis
In
Castillo
theory.
is Luis Castillo a traditional bullpen arm where you can bring him in at any time? Doesn't have to be the piggyback.
No, not at this point. No.
Okay.
No, but if you are getting one time through a rotation where you don't have to use your bullpen, that solves the issue of not having enough arms in your bullpen.
Yeah.
Because now you don't even have to use them once every 5 days. And it is in theory.
Yeah.
It is in theory. But, I mean, I don't. The fear that I have is that Castillo's just not used to that role.
Right.
And if you're going to take a guy who's been nothing but a starting pitcher, and now you're telling him, and you're pulling the rug out from him a little bit. The pride got hurt a little bit that he was tabbed as you're the 6th guy.
Yeah.
But you're kind of the 5.5 guy.
Yeah.
And so he's going to have to deal with that a little bit.
Yeah.
Then he's got to get used to getting warmed up in the middle of the game. And he also doesn't know when that will be. Because what I don't think you can do is say, you're going 5, you're going 4.
No matter what.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that. I think you have to. I mean, there might be a bridge guy in between. Like if Miller gets in trouble in the middle of an inning, I don't think they'll go to Castillo in the middle of an inning.
Right.
So there might be a bridge guy in between. But in theory, if Luis Castillo is right, which we're not sure if he's right now, that if you went 5 1/3 with Miller, 2/3 with Ferrer, and then 3 innings with Luis Castillo, that saves your bullpen for a night. And it does that every 5 nights. And that more than compensates for you having one less arm in the bullpen.
Yeah, and I actually think he might, like mentally, I don't know about, his actual pitching ability will play up in the bullpen. But mentally, I think he'll be open to the idea. We talked about this a couple times on our Stove podcast, but if you remember a couple years ago when they took away his rights as the opening day starter, kind of, you talk about the hierarchy. Opening day starter means you're kind of the top guy. You're still in the rotation. Then obviously, then the guys that aren't in the rotation. He was like very open to it and wanted to be the one to tell Logan Gilbert that he was now the opening day starter. So if he has that same mentality with this situation, he just wants to do what's best for his team to win. And I have faith that he will figure out a way to still be effective for the Mariners in whatever role that he ends up playing.
3 things. Number 1, and this is without dispute, he is a great teammate. They love him. They love him.
Yeah.
Like all of those pitchers, that is big brother on the team. They all adore Luis Castillo. And number 2, I think he's earned that, so I think that he'll be okay with it. Pete Woodworth is number 2. Pete Woodworth told us on our airwaves when we discussed this a week and a half ago, this very topic, his response was, our guys will pitch when we ask them to pitch. There's not going to be an issue, whether it's a 6-man rotation or a piggyback situation or if one's asked to go to the bullpen.
Right.
He believes so much in the personalities of his 6 guys that he has in this rotation that he doesn't think it's going to be an issue at all. He is unwavering about that. And so so those are 2 elements right now that kind of shoot down whether or not Luis Castillo could end up having a problem with this. I think that he's had it explained to him, and he probably did put his arms around it. Now, can he function that way?
Yes, that's the question.
See, I think Bryce Miller, even though I think Bryce is the better pitcher, I think actually Castillo starts and then Miller. If you have committed to this and now all of a sudden Castillo doesn't have it,
yes,
now you're blowing up the bullpen all over.
You're kind of screwed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But if you start the game and Castillo gets into any trouble at all,
Miller,
and you have more faith in Miller, then you have Ferrer or whoever gets you through that transition inning, and then Miller could theoretically pitch for the next 7 innings.
Right.
So you could still pull off the same thing. I think I would put the guy, number 1, who I have the most faith in to be better.
Yes.
Second, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think Bryce Miller is not so steeped as a starting pitcher in his routine. Bryce Miller is one of those guys like, I don't care. Give me the ball.
I'm just going to throw a fastball.
I'm going to throw fastball. I'm going to get up there fast. I think Bryce Miller could give two craps.
Yeah.
He just like, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Where Castillo might take it a little personally. And Castillo might be a little too set in his ways.
Yeah.
And Castillo might not know how to get ready in the middle of a game.
Sure.
Where I think Bryce might have an easier time doing that. So, I mean, I get it. And this is the experimentation, right? We got Bunsen burners out, Jerry and Justin, and they've got their safety goggles on.
God.
You know, and they're putting an eye of newt in this little boiling pot, and then this Bunsen burner's got some sort of blue liquid in it, and they're just like adding different elements to it to try to figure out what works. But their theory is, I'm guessing, Bryce right now is the one we have more faith in.
Right.
And if Bryce is letting it rip, we might be able to just ride him in 6-7 shutout innings right out of the chute. And, hey, if we don't use Castillo that night, or if we just use him for 2 innings, then so be it.
Yeah.
I think if Castillo really did embrace it, he could still have a great career as a reliever like John Smoltz had at the end of his career. But that's hard to do in the middle of a year with, pride on the line, emotions on the line, and also your routine is being disrupted. And today's athletes, more so than at any time in the history of sports, are slaves to their routine.
Yeah, and I think if you're kind of debating which one and which role is better, I agree with you that Bryce Miller's stuff plays up more later in the game. Theoretically, if you're have a decent start from Castillo, you can get through once, maybe twice through the order, whether that's 4 innings, whatever, however many times that takes. And then Bryce Miller comes in and just absolutely shoves and gives him a whole nother look. That I think is the highest ceiling of this plan, so to speak. But you also kind of put in the possibility, if you believe that Bryce Miller is the better pitcher, which I agree with you that as well, then Luis Castillo could blow up and it's 5-0. Within the first couple innings.
That's what I'm saying.
And the
Maybe
game's
they're
kind
right.
of, yeah.
Maybe they're right. Maybe you do have to go with the better one and then just ride him. And if he gives you 7 shutout innings, he gives you 7 shutout innings. And then maybe you don't piggyback.
Yeah.
I think even if this does end up blowing up in their faces, I think it's worth a shot to see if it actually does work, because the other options are worse, in my opinion. Just sending Castillo to the bullpen altogether.
Yeah.
I think that will be would not work out really.
That's a huge transition.
This
for
could
him.
be the transition for that, though.
I agree.
Right.
I mean, we have him for one more year.
Yeah.
And Kate Anderson's coming too, by the way.
Sure.
And so I think Luis Castillo, he's not going to be tradable in the offseason.
No.
And so the idea of transitioning him right now into next year being, I think he could be a nasty back end of the bullpen guy.
I think so too.
He got back to, he was throwing 97 in his last outing.
Yeah.
Before that, it was 92 to 94 when he was pitching in the cold.
Yeah.
And where was it? Minneapolis? It was 92 to 94. That's Casey Legumina.
Yeah.
That's not Luis Castillo. But if he's letting it rip and he knows I only got 2-3 innings to work here, and I can throw 98, 99 because I can just let it all hang out, because I don't have to pace myself, and he can get his movement back, I think he could be really dangerous in that role. But it is hard to just do that overnight.
Totally.
Hey, you're a starting pitcher your entire career. Now you're a reliever.
And I like the John Smoltz reference because I actually get that one, first of all. But also, that is a good example of how this works. He became an elite reliever at the later point of his career. But how many instances are there of that where they try and put starters into relievers? How much does it actually turn out to be a success?
Well, not many people do it. It's happened. Dennis Eckersley became a Hall of Famer.
There's another one. Yep.
There have been some examples, and it all comes down to, first, you still have to have the talent to pull it off. But also part of it is you have to be in an organization that has too many starting pitchers, and that just doesn't happen anywhere.
Yeah.
That's why this is such a strange situation. We've talked about it ad nauseum, and yet the conversation does not get less interesting, at least from my perspective. No. It doesn't get less interesting. And now we're trying something that has never been attempted before.
Right.
We've never had slotted it out where you are going to pitch this many innings and then you're going to pitch the rest of the game. I mean, in theory, that's how it's supposed to work out. Bryce goes 5, Castillo goes 4, everybody else in the bullpen rests. We keep them lengthened in case they have to go back to being starting pitchers at some point. We don't have to introduce them to a completely new role, but one of the two is going to have to figure out how to be a starting pitcher in the middle of a game. That's what's going to have to happen, and they've chosen Castillo to fill that role. And I get why they're doing it.
Yep.
Just to your point, Bryce is the better pitcher.
Yeah.
Why not start the game with zeros?
Yes.
And then figure out everything on the back end. And if Castillo struggles, I got to believe Munoz, Ferrer, and Bizzardo are all ready. As a matter of fact, Matt Brash should be ready. Matt Brash should get activated.
Another
today.
starter to reliever, by the way.
Yeah. Well, early in his career.
Yeah, very early.
Yeah.
So a little bit different, but yeah.
Color me fascinated.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how this is going to play out here tonight. But the great piggyback experiment of 2026 first test is going to take place tonight against the Chicago White Sox.
They might be as tall as Randy Johnson now if they piggyback.
That's true. That's true.
That was a dad joke.
Yeah.
There.
Well, if they piggyback,
I know.
If they piggyback and Randy Johnson jumps on top of their piggyback,
yeah, here we go, baby.
they'll be as tall as our next topic. Wimby. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
everythingtoulateup.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Dial up the heat, it says. Swing into the action. It reads. Bet on baseball all season long at the Tulalip Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook. One of the largest sports books in the state. Such a great place to watch games. Now I'm going to riff. I don't need to read anything anymore. Great sports book. Head on out there. You got NBA playoffs going on right now. You got Stanley Cup playoffs right now. All sorts of things. You got Major League Baseball every single night. I mean, it's just great to go watch a game, for goodness sake. And then if you want to have a little action on the side, great. If you want to play a little table games, great. If you want to go to the bathroom, they have bathrooms for free. You want to see a show? Want to eat at a restaurant? Want to eat at 10 restaurants? It's all there at your fingertips. Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Details online at everythingtulalip.com. Chuck Powell with you here this morning. We got a different crew surrounding me. Ashley's going to be actually hosting the midday show for Greg Bell, who's on vacation. So she comes your way today at 10 o'clock. Bucky's still out. And so I got Anders Hurst sitting in Bucky's chair. I got Travis Moger sitting in Ashley's chair. And we've had all sorts of fun. We've just been having a ball.
Yeah, we have.
Grand old time.
Yeah. I can't believe you guys brought drugs and alcohol.
Was I allowed to? Dang it. Forgot I'm not on the board today. I should have spiked my coffee or
I
something.
can't believe Travis brought homemade fajitas. I mean, it has just been
Clutch.
a party.
So clutch. Yeah.
Indeed. Oh,
Pretty
man.
smoky in here, though.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, one of the more... This was a big mistake in my life, is the time I got fajitas to go and tried to eat them on my dashboard. Yeah, that was a mistake. Looking back on it, kind of steamed up the windows and slid off at a couple stoplights. Yeah, it was, don't try that.
The worst part of that is you not wearing pants and then it falling straight on.
Oh, yeah, I know. But I was really excited about having fajitas. What else? What other choice did I have? Nothing like pepper singes.
That sizzling sound.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Right on your bare skin. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do it.
Oh,
it is dangerous.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
All right, let's talk about the biggest attraction right now, seemingly, in the sports world. Victor Wembanyama, who put on a show last night in the Western Conference Finals. The Spurs won over the Thunder in overtime, and Wemby had 41 points, 24 rebounds, and 3 block shots.
My God.
And it wasn't just like some stat piling night. I mean, he, down the stretch, made almost every big shot for the Spurs, including, as Travis pointed out earlier, the pull-up three-pointer when they're down 3 to tie the game up. At one point at the logo, for goodness sake, at 7'5".
God.
He's just remarkable. And I mean, I think he might be the featured attraction in sports today at this stage. But you know, there's a long way to go for him to enter the greatness conversation.
Sure.
I would just say this. This is the only thing that I take away from Wemby. This is it. Because I love him. When I watch Jordan dominate and when I watch LeBron dominate, my only thought ever was I thought they were like invincible.
Yeah.
Like LeBron could like fall down a flight of stairs and he would get up and be like, he'd limp and then he'd shoot free throws and then he'd sprint back the other way.
Cramp.
Every time Wemby gets in traffic or gets in trouble, I'm sure he's not going to get up. Do you guys have that same experience?
Like he's going to snap in half or something?
Yes. Like he's just too lean. And look, we had Kevin Durant at 7 foot tall, and a lot of people worried about that when he came into the league. He's just too skinny, and he's not going to be durable enough, and look at the career that he has put together. Well, Wemby's 5 inches taller and a little... I don't think he's thinner than when Durant came out of college, but as thin, and the limbs are longer, and it's like like a giraffe falling down the stairs. Like every time he goes into the lane and he gets bumped, and he's on the ground a lot.
He is.
And that's the only thing. Like, will he be Jordan? Will he be LeBron? I'm not sure because he's getting up now.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure after 5 more years of that if he's going to get up every time. I don't know.
Yeah, and the one kind of I'll play devil's advocate here because
Sure.
I generally agree with you because it's just the thicker guys tend to last a little bit longer, right? But it also means less weight on his knees, so like the impact of everything, just by jumping up and down. We all saw what happened to Derrick Rose's career because you know, how much explosiveness he played with.
But he was a shorter 6'4", compact, strong-looking guy.
Exactly.
And he had all sorts of injuries.
Exactly. That's my point. So someone who maybe is built a little leaner in terms of the high impact and everything that everyone worries about with basketball is knees more than anything else because you're jumping so much and you're kind of have these weird landing spots. I could see a couple times where, you know, if he gets landed on by someone bigger than him or thicker than him, I guess I should say, that you could make the argument that there are some worries there. But I also think a lot of this stuff is with your mentality. And I saw a killer instinct last night from Wemby that I hadn't watched a ton of NBA in the playoffs or much either, but something that he showed me last night is he's a killer. He's out to get you.
And it does work for him now.
Yes.
It is an element that I didn't know he had in him. He has that eye of the tiger.
Yes, he does.
7 foot 5 inch skinny Frenchman. Like I'm sitting there thinking like, I'm not sure you're going to have the eye of the tiger. And that's unfair on my part to think that way. But, I think you're probably miming in the park on Saturdays. That's what, and instead, this guy's he goes after it. He's a menace on the floor. You're absolutely right, and I love that about him. But I do wonder, Travis, if it does work to his detriment eventually. I mean, there's a reason why we worry about this stuff. Because Bill Walton broke down at 7'1", and Ralph Sampson broke down at 7'4", and Sean Bradley broke down at 7'6", and Yao Ming broke down at 7'6". I mean, and he's skinnier than all of them.
Yeah.
And so I do worry about it. Every time I see him go down, it's like a transformer down an escalator. And I'm like, is he going to get up from this time? And he does now. But I wonder if that's going to sustain itself.
I think that's a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hopefully, modern sports medicine is the best it's ever been.
Sure.
Obviously. And
do you mean by that, you mean load management?
Well, yes.
There's that too.
That's
bench him in the
What did he play?
regular
65
season.
games? Did he get the number exactly?
I don't know.
think
I don't know exactly, but
that's definitely another part of that. Yeah, for sure. But you hope they can keep him healthy, and he's definitely the future of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to do everything they can
for sure
to keep him healthy.
Which is why they should probably not be pushing load management so much right now, or fighting against load management.
Yes,
right now, because I think he would benefit from a 65-game schedule at his size and making sure that he's healthy and ready to go for the playoffs. But no, there is a dogged mentality about him. He doesn't back down from anything. Right. And I think maybe the best thing going on in sports right now, Anders, is when he is at the top of the key and you think, like, all right, what play are they going to run off of him? And instead he takes, like, a dribble and dunks it.
One step.
Yeah, like one step. And he takes off and you're like, oh, what's he going to do? Oh, he's going to be able to get his fingers to the rim
from the free throw line.
From the free throw line. Giannis was one thing. I always thought I was watching a pterodactyl play when I was watching Giannis. And then this guy's longer than Giannis. Yeah. Longer than Durant. And I think fiercer than both of them.
Yeah, I think, especially when you look at how much he opens the playbook, so to speak. You don't even have to run plays for him. Just give him space. You know what I mean? But I actually think his supporting cast gets really underrated because it's a perfect blend
a good group
of guys for him. And you got some defensive masters. You got some guys that can hit some shots when they're open. And
NBA didn't rig those lotteries at all.
Not one bit at all, Chuck Powell. I don't know what you're talking about, all right? I don't want to get into a 20-minute conversation regarding that, but no. Victor Wembanyama, man, I'm excited to watch him play. I will accept any greatness of anyone who can beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, so I'm on board.
Well, I mean, honestly, and I've talked about this a couple of times, I know that there are a lot of people listening right now, like, I don't even watch the NBA, period, because of the Thunder.
Yeah. Watch it now.
Certainly to watch the Thunder play and to be as good as they are, maybe you do avert your eyes.
It's tough.
And if you do, you do. I will just say the basketball that we watched last night and the basketball that we might be able to watch for the next 7 games is going to be some of the best that we've ever seen. This is just incredible theater featuring star performers and one freak that we've never seen before.
Never.
In Wembanyama, and I mean, I don't know if we can get enough of him. So I hope he doesn't have a short career. I hope he can stay healthy because of how well the Thunder are built for all of you Sonics fans out there. If not for Victor Wembanyama, the Thunder might win like 8 of the next 10 championships. Victor Wembanyama might cut that down to like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Over the course of the next decade. And so we need to keep him healthy just for your sanity.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Wemby, let's go.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next on the radio program, these two have never experienced OPQ. So we're going to do it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Man, brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
OPQ? Yeah, I know you. You're down with OPQ? Yeah, I know you. We all are down with OPQ. We're always talking, Anders, about other people's quarterbacks.
I was wondering what it translated to. I know.
See, what's beautiful about this is that Anders, again, doesn't know anything that happened before he was born, so he doesn't even know what this song is.
I know this song.
You know this song?
I'm a big 90s hip-hop fan, so that's like the only
Do you know what the song's about? Okay, see? Point proven. Anyway,
like
we're
the
getting a little naughty by nature
that's
here.
Enough of that.
Exactly. We won't explain it to anybody. But we're talking about OPQ, which is completely above board. Yeah. So other people's quarterbacks. I actually heard a pretty interesting conversation on the drive-in this morning, which doesn't happen a lot.
Right.
I'll be honest with you. 3 shows to choose from. Rarely are they interesting.
You're telling me the shows that are on at 3 a.m.
Well, apparently they're a big deal to some people. But they did ask the question with Wemby, like, who has been the football equivalent of Victor Wembanyama over the years? Now, the name that was given, and I thought it was really good, especially just like spur of the moment, Randy Moss, that Adam Schefter responded with, I think it's Randy Moss, just long and gangly and yet perfectly, all the limbs are in sync and he was dominant from day number 1 and all of that sort of thing. But I think, and it fits OPQ, I think that when you're talking about the best player arguably in the world, you kind of have to go quarterback, don't you?
Yeah.
Kind of have to find a quarterback. So who is the Wemby equivalent in NFL history at quarterback?
Michael Vick.
That's we did not share this. That's exactly who I thought.
Yeah, just athletically something that we hadn't seen at that position before. He unlocks aspects of the game that you didn't think existed, right? Before that.
Yeah.
And just incredibly fun to watch. Super, like, I don't know. That's just the first name that came to my mind.
That is exactly because I knew Mahomes was going to get brought up because that seems to be the go-to right now. You just think of, because, you know, people kind of played it off like we've never seen anybody throw off platform like this before. And he kind of looks like he's sandlotting it out there, freelancing it, even though he isn't, which is one of the excellent parts about Patrick Mahomes that people don't bring up enough. But I thought of Michael Vick too. I was trying to think, I mean, I guess you could go the tall route and try to come up with, you know, Josh Allen or somebody like
Maybe
that.
Lamar Jackson.
That's the first name that came to my mind. I was like, wait a second. Who was Lamar Jackson before Lamar Jackson?
But Michael Vick was arguably the fastest player in the league playing quarterback.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Lamar Jackson had all sorts of questions about his arm strength and his passing abilities, which he's disproven. But Michael Vick was thought of as the quickest release. Like, he had the quarterback skills and the running abilities of a running back. Like, I kind of think it was Michael Vick.
Yeah, yeah. And, like, he was so fun to watch.
That's good. That's a good pull.
There we go.
Andrew.
Let's go. I swear to God, we did not discuss this whatsoever. I didn't even know what OPQ stood for, to be like.
Other people's quarterbacks. We're talking about other people's quarterbacks.
We're talking about OPQ.
Because we do like to gossip.
It's true.
We do like to get in other people's business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you thought Lamar Jackson, though, Travis?
I mean, that was what came to mind.
Okay.
Maybe like Cam Newton.
That's a good one.
Cam Newton.
That's a good one.
But
Jalen Hurts, too, maybe.
And Cam Newton was hyped up.
Yeah,
like,
and it's got to be just pure hype. I mean, Michael Vick never lived. I mean, I think he was MVP consideration for a little while, but it looks like Wembanyama's on a far better trajectory. Sure. But in terms of just when we first started to get to know the player, like, it had to be somebody with freakish abilities. So a quarterback who might have been the fastest player in the NFL and also could throw the football.
Right.
I mean, that's who I went to as well this morning. Another thing, just one other quick thing, and this could be very interesting. I mean, I asked Rick Neuheisel last week, like, why did Trinidad Chambliss, why is he so desperate to stay in college when it was a down year in the NFL draft? And yet he's gone to court for a year and a half trying to stay at college. And Rick Neuheisel's like, you idiot, 7 million reasons for that. Oh, yeah, he's being paid a lot of money. Well, Brendan Sorsby's about ready to possibly lose his Texas Tech millions. And he is the quarterback. He transferred from Cincinnati to Texas Tech. And yet he might be in the conversation for number 1 pick overall in the upcoming draft. And yet he has a gambling allegation against him. And so he's been kicked out of college football. So he has now petitioned to get back into the college game when he could go to the supplemental draft. Now, they don't conduct the supplemental draft every offseason in the NFL because there's usually not a player that has the circumstances that lends itself to being supplementally drafted.
Right.
But he would qualify under this. And that will be a very interesting story. Schefter went as far, just heard him this morning saying this could be the most interesting story for the next 6 weeks.
Right.
That if Sorsby is denied by college football, would he enter himself into the supplemental draft? And then how would teams go about this? Because you do have the gambling allegation.
It's not minor.
Next year's supposed to be like a draft filled with quarterback prospects. So if you're at the top of the draft list, you're not going to you're going to wait the year to see. You're not going to take Sorsby. So he could be taken by a playoff team with a veteran quarterback. They're like, I don't know if we're going to have another shot at somebody potentially this good.
Steelers.
Maybe, but now they've got 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's true. Do they really have one? When you have 5 quarterbacks, Chuck, you don't have one. That's just what I was told.
See the Cleveland Browns. I was thinking Tampa Bay, maybe.
Yeah.
That Baker Mayfield, I don't know if they're 1,000% convinced that maybe he would go there, but it could make for a very interesting story. I mean, I guess even the Seahawks would have to consider it. If you're planning on winning a Super Bowl or coming close to winning a Super Bowl, you're planning on having a late first-round pick this year, when would you have a shot at a potential number 1 overall pick? Yeah. When is that going to happen? Would you, just in case things don't work out, Sam Darnold contractually a year and a half from now? I don't know. But anyway, it will make for a very interesting story if the college football world denies him re-entry. And we'll see. But we could have an interesting supplemental draft here in the next few weeks. All right, coming up next, we've got your cash contest word plus. Colt Emerson, what's his future? When Donovan is healthy, how do all the pieces fit? We'll discuss it on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. o'clock hour here on this Tuesday morning. Great to have you with us. And when I say us, Anders Hurst is here. So is Travis Moger. My name is Chuck Powell. Ashley will be filling in today at 10 o'clock for Greg Bell. She actually sent me a text, and I forgot to read it.
I think it was regarding information about our interview with Ryan Healy a little bit later.
You're right. Ryan Healy, she sent the Zoom link for 9 o'clock. He'll join us at 9 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on a lot of Mariner baseball topics, and we got some juicy ones. We've already talked about last night's 6-1 win over the Chicago White Sox. We've already discussed the piggyback experiment that will start today. They'll conduct their first experiment for tonight's game against the Chicago White Sox. If you're not familiar with that, with 6 starting pitchers and only 5 spots in the rotation, the Mariners have decided to take Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo and combine them, two-headed monster, if you will, for tonight's pitching matchup. Now, they can't take the mound at the exact same time. So I don't know if that's where your brain went.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Bryce Miller is going to start.
Who would be the bottom half? Who would be the top half?
I think they just stand on on the opposite side of the pitching.
Okay.
rubber.
Like an extra large
And then
jersey.
both wind up at the same time, and then you don't know which one has
side
the
it's
ball.
coming from. Ooh, okay, that is a good way to do it.
That is a great way to do it, and I don't think they're creative enough over there at Seattle for the Mariners to come up with that.
Yeah, they can't just do something that's never been done before. They have to take it to the next level.
That's right. So it'll be Bryce Miller starting, and then Luis Castillo will come in reserve in that situation. So a lot of Mariner topics to discuss. Certainly we'll get Ryan's opinion on that coming up. But right now, Colt Emerson seems to be the number one topic with the Mariners. It's the biggest name in the word cloud for the Mariners right now, and we certainly want to get into how this thing's going to work going forward. Let me start, though, the hour by telling you that grand is our keyword. Enter that at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. That's grand, GRAND. Colt Emerson got his first hit last night as a big leaguer. If you turned off the television because you thought 3-1, the Mariners never blow a 3-1 lead.
Never. What are you talking about?
Then you didn't get to see Colt Emerson get his first hit, which was a laser beam home run over the right field wall on a pitch that was below the strike zone. Just a good looking stroke. And man, he'd hit some balls hard and hadn't any luck through his first 2 games, but to square up a ball like that, for that to be your first hit as a big leaguer, that was special last night.
And you mentioned it earlier too. I think he purposely waited for his parents to get in the house because they weren't there on Sunday. So good to have him there last night. And can you imagine what that feeling like? I mean, as a new parent, I can't even imagine. But being to watch your kid be in the major leagues, first of all, is awesome. And then seeing his first hit, oh my God, that'd be even better. Having his first hit be a home run. And I mentioned this last night in my postgame show. That's not a low leverage situation. 3-1 versus 6-1 is a big difference, especially like what you were talking about with blowing leads and stuff. That was a kind of a big moment in the game. They had squandered a couple opportunities to get, some insurance runs. And having that little exhale going into the 9th inning, having a nice, like you said, kick your feet up inning from Andres Munoz, I think did a lot of good. Good for you, Colt Emerson.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to see. I like the number 4.
I do
like
too.
the kid.
Love
I've gotten
it.
to know him just in the last couple of spring trainings, and Angie was right last night when she was talking about it's just the kind of kid that you want to be around. That you hope you raised a kid that good. That's kind of the way that he comes across. He's very talented. I think right now he's a better defensive shortstop than J.P. Crawford, and he's already not even playing his primary position, made a couple of nice plays over there defensively at third base as well. He almost got caught off guard by that reckless Antonacci fella.
Yeah,
just a troublemaker.
Just trying
to
take advantage of a guy in his second career MLB game.
Yeah,
is really what was going on there.
He's one of those where like the old parents on the couple, like that Antonacci boy is in trouble again. I'm telling you, keep him away from our grandbabies. Always getting into trouble. Always shooting off bottle rockets. Always drinking too much and leaving his beer cans outside of the stoop. I don't trust that Antonacci kid as far as I could throw him. And that's the kind of player you got in Antonacci.
Okay, great.
And he almost caught our golden boy, Colt Emerson, off guard, and yet...
Nope.
Got to get up pretty early in the morning, Antonacci, to fool old Colt Emerson.
Old.
So,
Yeah, very old.
yeah. So, anyway, great night for him. He's made a great first impression.
I got one quick stat that I think is pretty cool. At 20 years and 302 days, Colt Emerson is the youngest Mariners player to homer since Jose Lopez on September 13th, 2004. Jose Lopez, of course, also wore number 4. And the best part about this stat, that was before Colt Emerson was born.
Oh, okay.
He was born in 2005, if that makes you feel any younger.
Colt Emerson's such a complete person, though, Anders. He knows about all old shows and movies.
Here we go.
And history.
My God.
Yeah, he really takes
The thing is,
seriously.
old for him means anything before 2010. So you let's pump the brakes on,
He's heard of Naughty by Nature. He knows what OPP is about.
Okay. Fair enough, Colt.
He's seen Dumb and Dumber.
I'm playing into the joke here, all right?
All right, so let's talk about him. So now that we've kind of described it, and
Yeah.
he's been such a big topic on this show and many others here so far this season. Right now, he is playing third base because Brendan Donovan is hurt. I'm convinced, and I don't say this in a cruel way, I'm just being direct about it. I am convinced the Mariners, even though Colt Emerson did not light it up in Tacoma, they were almost ready to name him an everyday starter back in spring training. They gave him the opportunity to show him.
Right.
They weren't ruling it out. So they believed he's pretty close for a long time. They stated it pretty boldly before the season even began. And he wasn't lighting it up. I went and watched him play Friday night, and I did not drive home thinking Colt Emerson's got to be called up.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. I was surprised on Sunday when we got the news. Then again, I didn't know Brendan Donovan was going on the injury list. And so Donovan goes on the IL, and here's the cruel part, but I'm just being direct. I think the organization was right there with you two and I. I'm assuming you're with me on this. They could not stand Leo Rivas playing one more day at third base.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
You're probably right.
As a starting third baseman, they just I can't even bear it. And so Rivas got sent down to the IL. Patrick Wisdom takes his spot now on the roster, and Colt Emerson is the starting third baseman until further notice. But we all hope, because we all like what we've seen out of Brendan Donovan, and I don't think he's injury prone. I think he hit the bag really hard and awkwardly about 3 weeks into the season. And it jarred some stuff loose. You jarred some stuff loose there, Tiger. And I just don't think he's been healthy since that time. So now that you've activated Colt Emerson and you don't want to play this game of yo-yoing him back and forth to the minors, you know he's going to play third base for a while. That's for sure.
Yes.
Until Donovan is completely healthy. But Brendan Donovan's going to be back at some point this season, we're assuming. And they've already gone as far, Anders, as saying, at least it sounds like it, this is Adam Jude reporting, that Donovan's not going to come back to a starting third base job. That it's Colt Emerson's job. JP will stay shortstop, and Donovan will take some sort of super utility role like he filled with the St. Louis Cardinals, however that might look. So I already see the grimace on your face. Yeah. How do you see, if you don't agree with that, how do you see the pieces working?
If I were the manager or general manager, whoever makes these decisions of the Seattle Mariners, once Brendan...
Sure this one's a Jerry.
Yeah, thanks. He's listening right now.
Yeah.
Once Brendan Donovan is healthy enough to be an everyday player, and I'm okay with the situation right now because this is kind of what you're forced into, right? Colt Emerson playing third, JP playing short, and then Brendan Donovan's on the injured list. Once he's back, I like what I saw from Donovan at third base. Definitely grew into that role a little bit. I like Brendan Donovan at third. I like Colt Emerson at short, and I like JP Crawford DHing. And he would be my everyday DH at this point.
Why not DH Brendan Donovan so that he doesn't get hurt again? Because he seems to be pretty injury prone.
But part of what gives him value, Brendan Donovan, is his defense. And JP Crawford, I believe, would literally give you more value by not playing defense. Because he gives you negative value playing defense at this point.
I don't know how much value Donovan gives you playing. He was getting better at third.
Right.
He was a disaster in the first month.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but he was getting better. Seemed to be ironing things out.
Yep.
I think Colt Emerson's an upgrade over either one of them defensively.
I agree.
Yeah.
At third base or shortstop. I do think Donovan's best role probably is as a Ben Zobrist super utility type.
Okay.
That you could play him at third. You could play him at second. If you played him at third, Emerson could play at shortstop and give JP a day off. Donovan could DH. Donovan can play corner outfield. Donovan could probably play left field better than Randy or Rosarina can play left field.
Yep.
And then you could have Randy DH a few more times. Of course, we don't want to upset Randy's offensive game right now, and sometimes that's a strange transition for players. They don't exactly embrace going to the DH. They don't feel involved in the game, and Randy tends to not be focused sometimes. So I don't know if we want to do that to him.
Sure.
Donovan could probably also play right field as well. Point is that it feels like that's what they're choosing to do right now.
Yeah.
That it's Emerson at third for the long term. Crawford, the shortstop. They seem determined to keep him at shortstop. And then Donovan returns as a utility player, super utility player type. And that leaves a Rosarina as your prime left fielder, of course. Your right field situation is Rayleigh, Canzone, Robles, Refsnyder.
Yeah.
And maybe Brennan Davis long term. I mean, obviously not all five of those guys are going to fit. You're probably going to have to boil it down to two of them.
Right.
And then your DH situation obviously is going to rotate around all of those names that we just mentioned. And this goes without even, we're talking long term, right? A trading deadline where I think the impetus behind the trading deadline this year, as long as we're in it, and remember, we can be a first place team at the end of the night. As long as we're in it and we're adding, we talked about this on Stove.
Yeah.
What are you going to add? You are going to add a right-handed thumper because you just don't have anyone right now that scares managers away from throwing left-handers at you constantly.
Yeah.
Emerson's another left-hander. Donovan comes back's another left-hander. J.P. Crawford's another left.
Luke Rayleigh, Tom Canzone.
Right. I mean, Cole Young. I mean, we're just we're having a left-hander sale right here in Seattle. So I think if you're going to add something at the trading deadline, it's got to be some sort of right-handed thumper, and then based on what we just broke down criteria-wise, it's got to be either a right fielder that just clears up all of that mess out there, or a DH. There's really no other place for him unless you're not sold on J.P. Crawford being the shortstop long term, which for a lot of us feels like the right move.
I just feel like, and you talked about where you can upgrade this team. I feel like the easiest aspect of the team to upgrade is defense. That and hitting versus left-handed pitching. Those are the two things that I think you could say are the biggest needs for this team. And you don't even have to add externally to upgrade the defense. Once Brendan Donovan is healthy, once again, you upgrade your shortstop immensely by playing Colt Emerson there. We're talking defensively. I realize JP with the bat, give and take, but he more often than not he gives you a decent at bat and gets on base, all that stuff. And then you have Brendan Donovan, who, like you said, has been getting a lot better at third base. I think of all the positions that you mentioned in Randy and left, whoever plays right, those are kind of all the rotating spots based off of how you want to do this. The thing that's most important to fix defensively is shortstop. And you can do that without even making an addition at the trade deadline at this point.
I don't think J.P. Crawford, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing.
Oh, I know.
I don't think J.P. Crawford can justifiably be the DH on a team. He walks. I mean, that's what he gets on base.
Yeah.
Okay. He's also slow. He doesn't steal bases. He doesn't hit doubles. It's either a home run or a single. And he's not going to hit a lot of home runs.
Not very many.
And when he's trying to hit home runs, that's what makes him worse.
It's true.
And that's what actually weakens him as an offensive player. We had a lot of conversation about six-man rotation, did we not?
Yes, we did.
And it felt to me that when push came to shove and they actually had to make the decision, even though they put a bunch of support behind Luis Castillo, What was the decision that they made?
Putting him in the bullpen.
Put him into the bullpen.
So make the same one here.
Right. You've got 5 starting rotation spots. Talked about this last week. It's on a promo, I think.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Throw your best 5 guys. We're not playing patty cake this year. This is about winning a World Series. Okay? And so if you've got a decision to make, always fall back on the decision. Who are our best 5 guys? That's your starting rotation. And when push came to shove, and I know they're piggybacking, and we've already discussed this, and I think it's a very fascinating, interesting idea, and I think it could work, and it could pay dividends. But the truth of the matter is the decision that they made was, we're going with our 5 best starters in the starting rotation. So they did the right thing. I think when push comes to shove, they're going to do the right thing with JP as well. And I realize what everybody's saying. I realize what Ryan Healy's going to tell us at 9 o'clock. I mean, he's told me off the air. He goes, they're not moving JP Crawford off of shortstop. They think he's too valuable to the locker room. That's sort of the general thought.
Yes.
Well, maybe that is what they do. It's not what I would do. There is probably going to come a time this season in which you're going to have, again, we got too many, especially if you add something at the trading deadline. We got too many good hitters, and we only have 9 spots to fill. Colt Emerson to short, Brendan Donovan to third, Byron Buxton to right field.
Oh,
Hey.
like that.
And then your DH is a combination of Rayleigh.
Canzone.
Well,
Maybe you might trade him.
Canzone's in the trade
Yeah.
for Buxton.
Yeah.
Rayleigh and Ref Snyder
No.
or Robles or Brendan Davis. One of the 3 by the end of the season. That's, to me, there will come a time where they're not going to be able to deny it. What makes us a better team right now? Colt Emerson right now is a better defensive shortstop than J.P. Crawford. If he can show he can hit, then he's a better player than J.P. Crawford.
Yes.
And so I think that's going to be a difficult decision down the line, but I think that it will be the decision that they're going to have to make, because this is not about J.P. Crawford's feelings. This is not about, we got to win a World Series, but only if J.P.'s playing shortstop. This is going to be about, we got to win a World Series no matter what it takes. And what it might take is that J.P., unfortunately, is not one of the 9 best players in this organization. And I think that there are other leaders on this team that if he's a great leader, he'll understand that.
Yeah.
Just like
Castillo.
Luis Castillo is going to have to understand that he's not one of the best 5 starting pitchers right now. And I expect him to still be a leader on this team. I think Cal Raleigh is the captain of this team, and I think Josh Naylor plays a really significant role as a leader on this team. How many leaders do we need? How valuable could his individual leadership be that we're going to go with a subpar shortstop when it matters most this year?
And if you're a true leader, like you said, you do what's best for the team. And it's not about tenure at this point. It's not about who's been here the longest or who deserves it because I was here through the entire rebuild, or it's my contract year. You owe it to me to play me through the rest of the year.
Right.
No, you want to win a World Series.
Win a World Series. Put the best 9 out on the field.
Yes.
And right now, JP's one of the 9.
Yes.
Okay. And so for right now, he's got this runway. He's got all the support publicly, and it sounds like he believes he's got the support of everybody behind him in the front office and on the coaching staff.
Yep.
So go out and prove it. Make it impossible to be taken off of shortstop. Start putting the ball in play a little bit more. You know, make one play to your right or left. You know, and so he's got every opportunity with Brendan Donovan on the IL to say, no one's taking my job. Do it. I want nothing. I would love for JP to be the shortstop of the 2026 world champion Seattle Mariners. But I am a lot bigger fan of the Seattle Mariners being a world champion without J.P. Crawford than us not winning a championship.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
And everybody should be on that same page.
Absolutely.
Every listener, every fan, every analyst, every coach, every executive out there. I hope JP seizes this and that he and Colt Emerson make beautiful music together on the left side of the infield. And Brendan Donovan has no choice but to be a super utility player when he comes back from the injury list.
Yes.
But if it comes down to it, we are not going to protect people's feelings to this season. It is about winning a championship, and I think there is an excellent chance that when Donovan's healthy, that our best scenario is Donovan at third and Emerson at short.
Yeah. I think that's the way to go forward, right? And you upgrade your defense. Depending on what you do at the trade deadline, your offense gets a little bit better as well.
Yeah.
But that's the way that it needs to play out. And I'm not, like you said, that's not the way it is right now. J.P. Crawford deserves to be playing right now. But
yes,
if it gets to a point where you need to play Colt Emerson every day, Brendan Donovan's back and hitting, playing good defense, and J.P. Crawford hasn't taken that step up to be the guy where it's like, hey, I need to prove that you need to play me every single day, then you need to make a hard decision.
Yeah. And I will say this too. You've built your stuff around pitching, right?
Run prevention.
Do you know how you make pitchers better?
Better defense.
Better defense.
Better shortstop. Specifically, it's the most important thing for a lot of these pitchers.
Better defense. You want to get pitchers through the 6th and the 7th inning? Don't give them extra outs to work with.
Yeah.
Because that's extra pitches. So we do have to shore up the defense.
100%.
Yeah. And I'm saying this as I have expectations the Mariners are going to win the American League West and make the playoffs. By playoffs, we can't have this bad of a defense.
Nope.
All right. Coming up next, more Mariners, ABCs of the M. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. morning to you all out there. It is Chuck, Anders, and Travis today. Ashley will be hosting the Greg Bell Show today at 10 o'clock. Look at her.
Yeah, big timing us.
Yeah, big timing.
What's going on?
Yeah, what's the deal with that?
She left us with this guy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Get it together, Travis. Be more like Ashley now.
I'll try. Big shoes to fill.
What does that
Big
entail?
shoes.
What does that entail?
What does that entail? Why aren't you drinking wine? She does that during every show.
I didn't know that was an option.
Yeah, you should be doing more of that. Why aren't you talking about your husband 5-iron? I missed those stories.
Sorry to disappoint.
I wish I had a husband named 5-iron.
Yeah, I am. And you've caught way too many of my movie references. It's really unsettling.
I know. I wasn't supposed to do that. I'm sorry.
All right. It's time for the ABCs of the M's here, where we allow the alphabet to be a guide through a daily Mariners segment. Mariners win 6-1 last night, but I don't know. Maybe some things will come up about the game last night. Maybe they won't. It's entirely up to the magical alphabet. We left off with the letter E, and of course, the alphabet has no choice here. Emerson's. E is for Emerson's. And since we just finished talking about Colt the player and the situations all surrounding Colt, I think the alphabet wants us to talk about the family Emersons. Because you brought it up. I thought that was a great part. I always love seeing that. Actually, in a way, it kind of makes me a little bit sad because, I thought I had possibly a major league future at one point as a kid. And I certainly was already envisioning the day that I was going to be able to call my parents and tell my dad. And I, obviously way ahead because I didn't come anywhere close.
Right.
But I certainly in my head was like looking forward to man, could I possibly have that day and get the call up and go. My friend, Jason Isringhausen, who I played high school baseball with, he did get to experience that. I was living out in Vegas at the time, but he, growing up in St. Louis, his opener when he got called up with the Cardinals it was with the Mets when he went to, it was with the Mets. He got called up with the Mets, and it was at Wrigley Field where he made his debut. So 5-hour drive for all of his friends and family members up to Wrigley Field and got to see him there. So I didn't get to do that, and on one hand, it's a little sad, but on the other hand, it just fills me up. I loved seeing the whole family there, how proud they were, Dad and Mom. I love that they got to celebrate a home run last night. I love that they were given good merchandise. They picked some real plums from the merchandise store last night. Love the white jacket, Mrs. Emerson.
Yeah, really fitting in there with the elites of the Seattle sports world. Huh?
Yeah, but I loved it.
Yeah, I like living vicariously through those moments. You know what I mean? Because baseball's different than almost any other sport when it comes to that kind of thing. It's very ceremonial is the word I would look for, because there are those stepping stones. There is the grind in the minor leagues, and then when you can finally get it to the major leagues, it's a little bit different for someone like Colt Emerson, who's still 20, and he's always been hyped as one of the guys, and he's already been given his contract, so it's a little bit different for him. But I also had dreams of becoming a professional soccer player, and then by the time I had to quit when I was in college, it was okay, it's that dream is over now. And now seeing someone else see the joy in that is pretty dang cool. And like I said, as a new parent, it warms me up. Yeah. And I
touches you in a different way.
It does. And the mom crying after the home run, the dad's just complete surprise, what just happened. Yeah. So fun to watch, and his whole family being there, and I'm sure they supported his career day in and day out, and it's good. It's good to see them feel that joy.
Yeah,
my son plays baseball, and he does kid pitch now, which is
oh boy,
big step.
It can be a little. The games can drag sometimes. They're still they're 8 years. They're 8 years old. It's a lot of balls outside the zone, I'll say. But when he pitches and gets a strikeout, it's just that feeling is so cool and so it's so amazing. I can't even imagine what it's like to have that at the major league level. Right. When my 8-year-old strikes out another 8-year-old, it's a big deal.
It is.
Let alone for the Mariners happening.
Yeah, I still think that my dad looks at me and why did you deprive me of that?
He blames you.
I think he holds it against me. And I'm not even really, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but
Yeah.
I think there's something to it.
Yeah.
Like our relationship was not the same after my baseball
You
career
took
ended.
me watching baseball away from me.
You had what it took.
I mean, to be fair,
Threw it away.
It's a lot of work for the parents to,
Yes.
to go through that for years and years
yeah.
and years and take you
All
to
the batting
games,
practice
all
that he
the-
threw
yeah.
me. I mean, he was my
Yeah.
coach, and all the times he sat on a bucket and I pitched to him, all of that stuff. And he's like, I've got bucket sores on my ass because of you for no reason.
But I do it all over again.
All right, I'm only going to be able to get one more in. F is for farce. We got to talk about this because this was one of the worst calls, and I don't know why
man.
Angie and Aaron were defending this. I mean, I get you're the hometown broadcast team, but come on.
Yeah.
That was a terrible interference call last night. If that would have happened to a Mariner, if JP was standing with his back
Yeah.
to a base runner and the base runner intentionally ran into him, because that's what Pareda did.
Yeah.
Okay, I called a couple Pareda games in Tacoma. That guy's one of the slowest human beings that has ever lived. And yet he was trucking around second,
Yep.
and he really wanted to score, and he knew his only chance was the shortstop was close enough. There was a ton of space for him to run by. He didn't even have to change his gait.
No.
Antonacci got his back
He
to
wasn't
him.
even looking.
Wasn't even looking, and he runs right into the back of him. He had no chance of scoring on that play.
Yeah.
And I get why Will Venable, I would have definitely been tossed from that game if I was the White Sox manager. That was a horrendous call. And if it would have been the other way around, I would be losing my mind this morning rather than laughing about it out loud.
Yeah, I'll take it. You know what? It was
Oh,
a
we
bad.
needed a break.
We did.
Yeah.
It was a bad call. I also it's kind of a heads up play on Paredes' part. Yeah, maybe a little dumb if you don't get that call, but might as well give it a shot, and then just keeps running around third base, even though he had zero shot to beat out the throw. He knew that there was a likelihood or a possibility, at least, of that getting called. And maybe the umpire, while he was rounding third base, said something like, interference. So that's why he kept going.
Well, that's why the Cordova sent him.
Right.
Because he saw the collision and he's like, I'm going to take advantage of this because there was no way you would send him.
Right.
I mean, they know how slow he is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he pulls a piano. I mean, he is slow. He's like my Aunt Shirley slow.
JP Crawford, Pareda, or Josh Naylor. Who's the slowest?
JP Crawford would lap Pareda in a race around the base paths.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Pareda is that slow. He had no chance of scoring on that. Cordova knew it. Pareda knew it. And unfortunately for us, we caught a break. And look, been a lot of breaks we haven't caught this year.
It's true.
So we'll take it.
Yeah.
Not going to apologize for it.
My favorite
that was
part,
a terrible call.
My favorite part though was Antonacci when right after he kind of ran into him, quote unquote, he kind of looks behind his shoulders like,
what happened?
What's this guy doing? Like, just kind of like he's waiting for the cutoff. He's like, what is this guy doing? And then all of a sudden he finds out that he interference and he's the reason Mariners scored a run. It's like, what? How did that happen?
And then they show it in slow motion. And you know what it reminded me of is like a scene from Jackass where a guy's like running through a crowd and intentionally hitting other people to get their reaction. And they're like slow motion looking around like, why am I being hit right now? And for what reason? I mean, that was a farce. That was a terrible call. But we'll take it.
We'll take it.
Eat it, White Sox.
All day, every day.
All right, coming up next, G. I did have a G, but G today is going to have to be for gone fishing because that's what's next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Well, this will get you going.
Let it play out.
As far as fishing songs go, this one.
Lazy yellow moon coming up tonight, shining through the trees. Crickets are singing and lightning bugs are floating on the breeze. Baby, get ready. Across the field where the
We gotta take it all the way.
All the way.
Of course. Can't cut it off.
I'm gonna take you to a special
Everybody's gotta hear the
place
chorus.
that nobody knows.
Oh, Andrew's got some
Baby, get
pipes.
ready.
Here we go.
Ooh, you and me go fishing in the dark, lying on our backs and counting the stars where the cool grass grows.
All right, it is time to go fishing here on Chuck and Buck in the morning.
In the dark?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit in the dark.
Okay.
Turn off the lights. It'll put you in the mood for a little gone fishing here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings. We got Travis. We got Anders. My name is Chuck Powell. Ashley's going to be hosting today at 10 o'clock. So that's coming your way in a little over an hour from now. Just one team sent fishing last night. I mean, our NBA conference finals are just getting started, but from the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Buffalo Sabres have been eliminated by the Montreal Canadiens in thrilling fashion. Game 7, and Buffalo is shown the door. You know, they say there's nothing like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man, I got to think of something that's like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
I got invited by 12 angels. They were going to spoon feed me Jell-O last night. And
Jell-O?
Yeah, really good Jell-O. And they were going to give me back rubs with their, heavenly fingertips.
Okay.
And I'm like, you know what, angels? I appreciate the offer, and it's nice to know that God really does exist.
Okay.
But I can't make it to your little massage session because there's nothing like a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. I
Nothing
gotta
like
stay
it.
home and watch it.
Absolutely nothing like it.
And it was good.
It was a good game. Yeah. Overtime?
Yes.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
So pretty cool to see that happen.
That's the thing, though, is like you never like baseball. Yes, a home run can do it, but usually there's a buildup. Like there's a couple guys on base,
Yeah.
and then there's one out, and then
This is the big, thick part of the order. You know what I mean?
right?
Yeah.
But hockey, it can just be over like that.
Instantly.
And that's what happened last night. It wasn't even that great of a scoring opportunity, but credit to the Canadian, the Hab. I'm not sure which one it was, but he slashes right in front.
Yeah.
And then the defender, of course, had to follow him. And then that little screen provided just the fraction of time that the goalie could not see the shot being lined up. And he scores to win it. And that's 2 Game 7s that Newhook has scored the game winner on.
Yeah.
That's probably never happened.
Yeah, and he's like a role player, like kind of a third line guy, right? We talked about Buffalo's.
I thought that was a brewery in Seattle. Newhook.
Newhook.
Yeah. Sounds like one.
It probably is, to be honest. There's a lot of breweries in Seattle.
Got a Newhook IPA this last night.
We talked about Buffalo's drought with the playoffs, but another huge drought in hockey is the non-Canadian team winning the Stanley Cup playoffs, and Montreal is the last Canadian team left.
And yet we don't want to see them, do we? I mean, this is going to be Carolina, Colorado, is it not?
I hate Carolina. I really do.
All right, so you want Montreal.
I want Montreal.
You just
to win
hate
this.
Canada, too.
I do. I hate Canada, but I hate Tom Dundon more. He's the owner of the Blazers, who also owns the Carolina Hurricanes.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
I don't want him to have any sort of success. And honestly, he runs. And Ian's mentioned this a couple times on his show. He runs the Hurricanes a lot like he runs the Blazers as well. Just super cheap. There's a reason why the Kraken have probably the best local play-by-play announcer on TV in the entire league, and John Forsland is because he was in Carolina and they didn't want to pay him. And so right before the Kraken became in existence, and we'll take that loss, obviously, but like, hey, like it's just one of those things where it's like, I'd rather the Canadians win. But you're probably right. It probably is going to be Carolina versus Colorado.
Kind of seems like a foregone conclusion, but
Yeah.
Stanley Cup, I mean, Montreal wasn't supposed to win the first round.
They were never
And here
supposed to win.
They are
Yep.
2 rounds into it and still going. And so, yeah, we'll see. I'm happy with that. A little Canadian versus American, however it falls. But I would think for the NHL's sake, for ratings' sake, probably better if they have a really believable Stanley Cup final like Carolina versus Colorado.
Well, if you're looking at market size, Montreal's a much bigger hockey market than Carolina is.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about like nationally.
Sure.
Pulling in a rating.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But Buffalo's gone fishing. The Sabres have been sent home. Buffalo just doesn't get nice things.
Nope.
Sorry, Buffalo. You seem like a nice people. You're practically Canada.
Sure is cold enough.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Is that where East Coast people think Seattle is? Where it's just like Canada South?
I don't know.
Probably.
Sure.
Probably a comp there.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, they're practically Canadian. They're right there on the border.
Yeah.
But the Sabres go home, and for our Green Jacket draft, that means Ashley's lost to Tage Thompson. But she's got such a big lead, she's going to win easily. So no big deal there.
right.
All right, coming up next, Ryan Healy's going to join us for our typical Tuesday segment with the former Mariner. We got a lot to discuss with Healy. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
mention.
How
I'm still trying to
rude.
remember his name. I'm going to Google it real quick. I'll look it up.
Yeah. We'll see if we can come up with that for you. Good morning to you. 9 o'clock hour. We got Travis Moger filling in for Ashley today. We got Anders Hurst filling in for Bucky today. And Ryan Healy joins us. That's the only constant in my life right now. Tuesdays at 9 o'clock. I have Ryan Healy joining me to talk some Mariners baseball. That was a nice win last night. Coming off that crappy weekend. Baseball's just so weird. And then you put together like just this pretty little great starting pitching performance. Bullpen got the job done. 6 runs on the board. Some extra base hits sprinkled in throughout the course of the night. That was about the most complete game I think we've seen them play this year, don't you think?
I would say it's in that category for sure. And you're right. Baseball is weird. I would call it more cruel than weird, though, with just the way that it throws you through these roller coaster of emotions on a day-to-day basis. Coming off of the Astros series, it took 3 out of 4. And then all of a sudden you come home and the Padres just... they did what they did. And I'm gonna preface this with you, Chuck. I was at Disneyland on Friday for my daughter's 4th birthday. I had a wedding for an old high school college buddy on Saturday. And Sunday I was spending some quality time with my family, hanging out in the pool, really like guarding the steps with my 2 young toddlers. So I was locked in. I didn't watch the Padres series super closely, and I think it was for the best. So I'm really excited to talk about last night's game in particular.
Well, I'll share this with you. I wish I would have been with you for all those 3 events.
Yeah. A lot of Mariners fans.
You didn't get the invite?
Yeah, I would have loved to be counting Mickeys with your children in Disney. I would have loved to have had a $32 churro you bought me at Disney.
It was only $6.50. It was a bargain.
Well, let's talk about last night's game. And you've already brought up the name that Colt Emerson is the big name in the word cloud right now for the Seattle Mariners. So what's your first impression of our 20-year-old hotshot prospect?
Very consistent with what he showed in spring training, that he looks comfortable. The footwork that he has around third base as well, a position he hasn't played a ton, looked really good. He had a hard high chopper to his backhand side last night where he was able to pivot his foot, plant and throw a one hopper to the second baseman, a tremendous just ball knowledge play to kind of just use the ground to get that ball to second base and get the lead runner. The footwork on different plays. There was even a play on Sunday where the runner was safe, but it was a slow roller where he was charging hard into the mound or towards home plate. The catch release was so quick, and that was a play that we've seen Donovan struggle with actually quite a bit this season. So to see Emerson be able to handle that and look really comfortable over there, I think it's going to give the Mariners a nice boost.
What about offensively to get your first hit that way? I mean, that was just a seed that he hit over the right field wall, and that was not a strike that he hit either. I think that was out of the zone low.
No, he got back-to-back changeups to start that last at bat off, and I was falling asleep. I drove back to Arizona early yesterday, had to go work for a little bit, and I was like, I got to watch this last at bat of Colt Emerson. He's put together some really professional ABs Sunday and Monday. He hit the blistering line drive into the shifted third baseman who's playing directly where the shortstop should be. I thought the shift was gone, but apparently for Colt Emerson, the rookie, they'll still shift him. But put together some really quality bats. I felt like he was 0-2 almost every single AB because he's aggressive early in counts. But what really stood out to me was the poise and the calm that he showed to be able to spit on some tough pitches, spoil some fastballs that were in on his hands, and earn the right to get that mistake. And quite frankly, that changeup that he got last night wasn't necessarily a mistake, but he still was able to punish it.
Ryan Healy joining us. Good to finally talk to you, my man. I've heard you so many times on these airwaves in the morning show, so I'm excited to have this conversation. But what are some reasonable expectations just overall for however long Colt Emerson is in the major leagues for? We expect it to be relatively long-term with Donovan on the IL, and hopefully he's, playing well enough to stay here. But what should we expect him to do? Is he going to be a bottom-of-the-lineup guy where you just kind of anything you get out of him is a positive, or should we start to kind of get a little excited about where he's at? I know he's just 2 games in, though.
We got to stay present as fans that are watching this and knowing that he's going to be here for so long and be the face of this franchise for a lot of years to come. There has to be a sense of patience around like the excitement, the initial excitement right now. History tells me that young rookies, when they come into the major leagues, they're going to have a jolt of excitement. They're going to get a lot of fastballs because pitchers don't really know what the repertoire is yet to beat them. Once the opposing staff start to figure out how to beat Colt, then he's going to have to make an adjustment back. So that cycle will happen. But the interesting piece, though, is the at-bats that I saw, a lot of at-bats in spring training, he was able to compete. And it's a completely different animal in spring training than regular season. A lot more information, a lot more scouting reports and adjustments made. But he was able to handle the strike zone. And similar to Cole Young, I feel like they're not just free swingers. They are young men that put together professional bats. They have upside with the power, but it may not flash right away, even though we saw Cole hit a homer last night. But the way that Cole Young has developed and what he went through last year, we're going to see glimpses of that in Colt this year, no doubt. But how Cole has been able to bounce back and adjust, now we're seeing some normal ebbs and flows for Cole Young. And I think we'll see similar ones for Colt Emerson. So what I hope as a fan is that the runway is long enough for Cole to go through some of those cycles this year, because it's going to serve not just Colt Emerson, but also this Mariners team for the years to come.
Former Mariner Ryan Healy with us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning, Tuesdays, 9 o'clock. His segment brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. And we're breaking down all the big topics. And there are a lot of big topics with these Mariners today alongside Anders Hurst, who, by the way, I do believe named their son, wasn't it Ryan Healy Hurst?
Yes, that is exactly his full name.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Your poor wife. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
All right. So when the pieces get back together, I mean, what's your theory? Donovan is healthy, gets activated off the IL, and yet we're hearing JP's going to be the shortstop no matter what. And we're hearing Colt Emerson, no, we're not just calling him up here for a cup of coffee. It looks like he's going to stick. So how does that all work in Ryan Healy's head puzzle here?
I'm assuming you guys have listened to the interviews and read some of the quotes that have been transcribed throughout some of those. There is nothing that is black and white so far, right? Mm-hmm. And it's been that way with the potential 6-man rotation with Bryce Miller coming back, the piggyback that apparently is going to be demonstrated this week, the adjustments in the bullpen that is mostly Tacoma Rainiers at this point. It's going to be a day-by-day battle, guys. Like, we can sit here and project all we want, but this is really see what the game is showing you. How is the health of this roster demonstrating? And then how does the front office make adjustments and transitions from there? I do believe, though, the one thing that is for certain is that Colt will be in the lineup a large percentage of the time, not just because of the contract, but because of the quality of bats that he does put up. That is a attribution to this lineup. And yes, he will be in the bottom of the lineup. We've seen Cole Young now climb up to the 7th spot, and Colt's going to take over that 9th spot. I like that. I think that gives him some breathing room. And also the top of the lineup has been tremendous all of a sudden. The 2-3-4 last night had 6 hits and 3 RBIs and a bunch of stolen bases. And there's been some adjustments there. You're going to see constant adjustments. And what I hope is that when the time is right, meaning August, September, October, you will see 100% of this roster that is healthy, ready to contribute when it matters most. But I don't feel like we've seen that click on all cylinders yet for the Mariners this season.
Yeah, Randy Rosarina and Josh Naylor are both playing some really good baseball right now. Like right now.
Certified good players.
Yeah, just really good baseball right now out of both of them. And we need it with Cal being on the injury list and still trying to find himself even when he's healthy. Ryan Healy is with us. All right, you mentioned piggyback. That's another big word in the word cloud here this morning. That's actually going to be conducted tonight, that experiment. Number one, Bryce Miller's going to get the start. Luis Castillo's going to pitch in relief. How that looks, we're going to find out together this evening. What do you rate it in terms of a clever solution for having 6 starting pitchers for 5 spots?
I think it's the next right choice. Why does it make sense to punish the rest of the starting rotation? And we went through multiple scenarios, even on this show together. Why does it make sense to punish the other starters that have been tremendous this year? Brian Wu looks like he is an ace right now. Yes, Kirby and yes, Gilbert had a rough start over the weekend, but they're human. That's going to happen. Sorry. We know what Emerson Hancock has been. Why does it make sense to have more time in between their starts when they're actually helping the Mariners win ball games? So if this is the next right decision, then let's see how it works out. Bryce Miller looked tremendous. Velocity was up in all of his rehab assignments. Velocity was up in his first start in Houston. There was a moment, and I don't know if either of you felt like this, watching that Houston game when there was that delay and the umpire came out of the game after taking the foul ball. I thought that there was a moment where they might just leave Bryce in the dugout. Even though it was in the middle of the at-bat, it was a 2-strike count. I thought there was a moment where they might leave him in the dugout and say, hey, this just makes the most sense for where you're at. Getting you up and down an extra time when you're already in the 6th inning. Let's just call it a win right now. You've had a great day. Let's go tap into the bullpen. I thought that was going to happen. Things unfolded a little bit after that, so it's easy for me to say that now. But I did have that gut reaction during that break of like, hey, maybe they should leave Bryce in the dugout and just let him sit on a quality start. But I'm excited to see him get back out there tonight and then see what type of energy we see from Castillo going to come out of the bullpen and try and finish the game for the squad. Yeah, so regarding that piggyback situation, how would you go about it? Because Chuck and I talked about this a little bit earlier in the show. Obviously, I think most people can agree that right now Bryce Miller is probably the better pitcher, but I think his stuff probably plays up better in the bullpen, quote unquote, than Luis Castillo's does. Do you see any sort of, would you do it differently? Would you maybe start Castillo out of the gates and then have Bryce Miller come out? Or do you like kind of the way they're doing this with Bryce Miller out of the gates and then Castillo coming out of the bullpen for the first time in his career? The Mariners have so much information. That was interesting. I was reading that this morning about how Castillo's only come out of the bullpen one time, and that was during the marathon game the Mariners played the DS last season to finish that game. So that was interesting. What I'm most curious to see is there an uptick in stuff for Castillo when he comes out of the bullpen? Meaning, does he feel more comfortable emptying the tank right away with not just the fastball, but will he be forced to find the slider changeup sooner? He's looked like a little bit of a different pitcher recently. If you guys have been watching closely, I'm seeing a lot more two-seamers from him, and I'm seeing him establish a changeup, even against right-handed pitchers, which allows the slider that's been hanging in the middle of counts that's been getting punished. Because he'll throw a quality slider 0-0 or 1-0, but there seems to be one in the middle part of the at-bats where he just leaves one up. And if you hang a slider to these big league hitters, they're going to punish you. So I hope that him coming out of the bullpen, knowing that at most he's going to have 4 innings to throw, right? Because hopefully Bryce can go 5, maybe even 6 based off what we saw in Houston. And then you're giving Castillo 3, maybe 4 innings. Does that allow him to empty the tank sooner because he's only going to see the lineup max twice? And if things go sideways, you tap in the bullpen anyways.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this unfold. I was actually theorizing about this possibility last year when Emerson Hancock, there wasn't room for him. Could he be something? Because it could potentially, Ryan, be even a bullpen solution. I mean, theoretically, you can save an entire day of your bullpen one time through the rotation every single time. If it works out perfectly, like Miller goes 5, Castillo goes 4, or Miller goes 4, Castillo goes 5. Even if it's Miller goes 5 1/3, and Ferrer's got to come up and clean up the 6th, then Castillo can finish the game. But we've never seen this before. We've seen openers where the manager was like, "You're going to pitch the first 2 innings, and then I've got my long relievers going to pitch 5." After that, we've seen that, but I don't know if we've ever seen a strategy like this before. So do you think it could be something that is implemented elsewhere based off of the results that we start getting?
I don't think this will become a trend. I think this is a very isolated scenario that the Mariners are facing. I will tell you this, though. Coming up against the Houston Astros, the AA, AAA staff, and even sometimes at high A, face them a lot. They were known for the piggyback. They love to draft a surplus of starting pitching. Why? Because it's so valuable to major leagues. So they would piggyback a select group of players in almost like a 3 or 4 game set. There'd be 6 to 8 starting pitchers that you would go and face. And it worked out for them. But think about this. If Castillo only throws 3 innings, how many pitches would he throw in those? Max 20 per inning, so 60 pitches. How do you keep Luis Castillo stretched out? Because at some point, you are going to need him to step back into that starting rotation, God forbid, if someone does go down, and you want him to be stretched out to that 80 to 100 mark. So does that mean he's going to have to go throw 3 or 4 innings and then go into the bullpen to do another up-down to keep that pitch count stretched out? And then what does that workload mentally, physically do to Luis Castillo? And he's going to have to compromise a little bit here and do some things that are out of the ordinary to keep himself prepared for the next opportunity when he is going to be a starting pitcher.
Ryan Healy is with us, former Mariner, and now is on Mariners TV broadcasts, and also with us every Tuesday to talk some Mariners baseball. Cal Raleigh's on the injury list. It's Pareda and Garver in the meantime. I mean, obviously we're a better baseball team with 29 behind the plate, but this is a side issue that's now popped up twice. What would your approach be? Because Raleigh's going to lie his entire time on the injury list and tell everybody that he's healthy and ready to go. What would be your approach to make sure we get vintage Cal the rest of the way?
He's gonna have to show it. I don't know if I saw him in the dugout. I thought I read somewhere that he's getting sent back down to Arizona, and if that was the intention, that's for him to get a ton of at bats in a short amount of time, with also the opportunity to work on things at the facilities here that are a little bit more expanded than just the AAA ballpark that he would go to in Tacoma. Yes, they want to make sure he's 100%. Now, Mitch Garver is apparently nursing something as well. They haven't vocalized specifics on that. They're going to keep that close to the chest, but was scratched in back-to-back days, I believe. Didn't play last night, so he's an emergency option. Now they're talking about, okay, our two veteran catchers, we need to make sure we at least have one of those healthy. And then you watch Johnny Pareda hop in there. Can I just give some credit to Johnny Pareda? Were you guys watching the ninth inning last night? The last batter of the game, the energy that he was transferring to Munoz, there was a 0-1 changeup that he was literally like manifesting the shape of that pitch that he wanted it to be. And then Munoz executed it perfectly. And Johnny slaps the glove out of just pure raw excitement. Like that connection that you were seeing there was unbelievable. And then he's like up in his stance, pretending it's going to be a fastball up, and then drops down, and Munoz throws a nasty slider for strike three, and you get a big fist bump from Pareda. That's a young player who doesn't have a ton of major league experience, who is just so excited to be there. That's infectious. Yeah. The field is going to feel that, just like Colt Emerson's going to be a jolt, an injection of energy for this team. That's just pure bliss that you get from a young rookie who doesn't know any different, the business side, the ugly side of baseball that shows up. That excitement can infect some of the older guys that are maybe riding the highs and lows. And I will answer your question of Cal Raleigh. My biggest concern, the pitcher that didn't have Cal Raleigh behind the plate gave up 3 home runs on Saturday. We know what that relationship is like between Logan Gilbert and Cal Raleigh. How much does that affect the starting pitchers that have that long-term relationship with him? And how are the other catchers able to fill that void a little bit to help them feel comfortable to attack the zone, to mix pitches, and still trust their stuff?
All right, we'll close with one other question about Pareda. What did you think of the interference call that Pareda created or accidentally ran into?
That's perfectly executed. What do you mean? His bat, Montgomery's back, I believe it was Montgomery.
No, it was Antonacci. It was Antonacci.
Antonacci, you're right. Antonacci's back was to him as you're rounding second base. A bigger body, not the fastest guy, is going to take a little bit wider turn. What do you want me to do? You want me to sidestep and strain my groin or pull my calf because I'm trying to avoid the base runner? Absolutely not. My rookie year in the major leagues, I was playing third base, a slow roller. I run into the baseline, and the runner absolutely clotheslines me. And I'm a big body, so to take me down, it's hard. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, that guy's got to be out. How dare he hit me? No, he was safe. He was safe, and so was the guy at first. And I was like, wow, I just learned something new today. I have to be responsible to avoid the base runner and also catch this ball and then also throw this baseball. It's the major leagues. It's your responsibility. So he did a great job establishing contact. I was surprised that they awarded that many bases, though, with Randy to end up on third and then Pareda score. But that's exactly what you're supposed to do as a base runner. Find opportunity and take it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think had that gone the other way, I'd have been furious on the air today about that call. So I get why Will Venable was pissed off, but I give Johnny Pareda credit. Because, Ryan, trust me, I watched him run in Tacoma. Whew, I think my Aunt Maudie could outrun Johnny Pareda. I think I could. I could.
I will put money on the line. I want to see that race. I'm up there next week. I want to see that race.
I love that idea.
I think I could. Because I used to destroy Aunt Maudie. I mean, I would lap her. So,
when's the last time you ran, Chuck?
I ran Saturday.
How fast did you run? Was it like a slow pace? Or was
it was
like
a slow pace.
I'm going to sprint.
It was a slow pace.
How long?
Yeah. I don't know, a couple miles.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple miles.
Wait, who runs and doesn't track it?
You know what? I am past the age of tracking anything or PRs or anything like that. I'm just getting my body moving on a weekend. Okay.
So what, you decide, okay, that was enough. I'm tired now. Let's go home.
Yeah.
Like, that's it?
I run to a certain place. In this particular case, it was to the bar.
You know, Chuck, I got a lot to do today. I got a lot of work on my plate. I can't have this conversation anymore. I got to go.
Wow.
But no, I think it was a really great strategy. Like, he knew he wasn't going to score.
That's it?
No.
Didn't track it, didn't do nothing. I'm just running the bar.
Right.
You couldn't hop on a Lime scooter or a Lime bike and just take one of those?
No, I wanted to get some exercise in to justify what I was about ready to do to myself.
You were playing for the tie. That's what you were doing. I respect that.
So,
soccer player.
I mean, when you're out there working out as hard as I am, and if I just ran over somebody that I could have avoided, I don't think that the officials are going to call that play in my favor and just go ahead and award me the bar. You know what I mean?
That's why you need a body camera on so you can show the police that, hey, they were in my path. I have the right of way.
My point in all of this is I thought it was really smart on Pareda. He knew he wasn't going to score. Right. He could have avoided Antonacci.
If you said if it didn't get called that, you would be gaslighting him today, and you would have
not
his
him.
name across the city.
Not him. I'm saying that if a White Sox runner would have done that,
oh, you'd have been upset.
I would have been upset. And Dan Wilson better gotten tossed out of the game like Venable did the other day or yesterday.
Hey, he got tossed on Saturday. I saw that fire go up.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
like the check swing.
All right. You the man. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you again next week. All right.
Thank you, man. Have a
Ryan
great day.
Healy
Thanks, Ryan.
joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. His segment brought to you by Dino's Pub in Renton. And so, that's where I was running, to Dino's Pub. I ran to Dino's Pub, and not one person. I mean, I could have just collided into somebody else, and the police could have then picked me up and escorted me to Dino's Pub like they did Pareda last night.
Escorted you to home plate?
How angry would we be
Very.
if it would have been the other way around?
Very, very angry. I mean,
he knew he wasn't going to score. He saw Antonacci close, and he kind of did the old, made himself wider and then threw his arms out and
NBA foul.
And then Cordova, our third base coach, saw it and was like, go.
Right.
I mean, you have no chance of scoring, but go. We're going to try to get an interference call.
Multiple things.
So smart on his part, but we would have been furious had that been the other way
Multiple things can be true. It's a heads-up play by Pareda.
Yeah.
It probably was the wrong call. I don't know the exact letter of the law and how tight it has to be, and does the runner have to have any sort of need to get around the guy, or
is there an obligation?
Yeah,
to,
exactly.
To
right. Right.
If he's in your path, he's in your path. I don't think he was in the path.
Did Pareda go out of his way to hit him, you think?
I think it was close.
Okay.
He could have certainly avoided him, and he opted not to avoid him. That's what I think happened. He's close in proximity, and my best chance to score on this play is to get interference, because there's no way
heads up play
that my Aunt Maudie slow ass is going to score from first base off of that Arozarena double. So that's what I think happened.
Can you get her out here for the race?
No, I don't think I can do that.
No,
I got to get some money on that.
She'd definitely finish with the bronze medal for sure on that.
Who's the third? Pareda?
He called me out. I wonder if I could outrun him.
Ooh. I sense a challenge coming.
I mean, it's just been a long time since I've sprinted.
Sure.
So I'm not sure. Certainly at one point, not long ago, definitely.
Yeah.
Like when I moved here and I was running every day, without question, I was faster than Healy.
Is that saying much?
No. All right. Coming up next on the radio program, we are going to play for the first time ever, and depending on how good Anders is at it, maybe the only time ever, Who's on Hearst? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
By the by, your cash word this hour is win.
Oh.
Supposed to mention that last segment, but man, we just got lost in Ryan Healy's eyes. And so, you know what? Even when you don't get the cash word, every conversation with Ryan Healy is a win. Okay?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So that's used it in a sentence.
There, okay.
Win is 93.3 KJR.com. Enter that for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. Ashley will probably be better at doing it at the top of the hour every hour. She's coming your way at 10 o'clock. I hope she doesn't fumble it because that was... Maybe I oversold it. You know what I'm saying? Too much pressure on her.
Maybe.
Yeah. maybe.
She's a pro, though.
Maybe she's going to
At least
screw
you
it
can
up
tell
royally.
the listeners that they're probably not going to win.
Hey, that was just between us, live on air.
That's like rule number 1. First, say the right word. Second, don't say that.
I didn't say they wouldn't, though.
Fair.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do it. It's time to play for the first time ever. Who's on Hearst?
All right. So what's this reference mean? Is this like a bit or something?
Oh, great. Now you really are playing into it because he actually does know this one.
I do know this one.
Yes. Who's on first?
Yeah.
That was the famous comedy bit by Abbott and Costello. And so we're going to just play off of that a little bit and ask Anders Hearst. You got your own bit on the radio.
Excellent.
Well, first day filling in.
I've
You got
made it to
your
the big
own
leagues.
bit.
Call me Colt Emerson. Hopefully I hit a home run.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, well, it started with who's on first. That's the whole gist of it. Right. So my question, we're just going to take the who out of that, all right? So if not Wemby, who is the most interesting, worth the price of admission athlete in sports today?
Today, so playing right now.
Yes.
If
it is Wemby, then it's Wemby.
The obvious answer is Shohei Ohtani. And I think that's my answer. But I'm also a soccer fan. And the World Cup's coming. Lionel Messi's up there.
Oh, still?
But in terms just more because he's about to retire and you have one last chance to kind of view greatness. You know what I mean? But in terms of just the actual ability, I think it's Shohei Ohtani. I think you're witnessing the best baseball player to ever live, personally.
Okay.
So doing that right now is pretty cool. And he's in his prime still, so.
Okay, Shohei versus Wemby.
Shohei. Yeah.
He is amazing.
Yeah, he's
all right.
quite crazy.
So what was on second, right? So let's have a what question. Apparently 119 catches for 1,793 yards isn't enough. So what does JSN have to do to get some respect?
To teach the NFL how to spell. That's what he needs to do. My God. For those who don't know, Chuck is referencing JSN posted on social media that I don't know if he just found this out or if this is just kind of making the rounds now, but his Offensive Player of the Year award that he won and was given to him, the actual trophy says Defensive Player of the Year on it. I mean, actually, you know what? I should amend.
It says 2025
Defensive Player
NFL. Well, I guess that was
that year. Yeah.
Right.
But I should amend my statement because if you're, 1,700 yards, 17 touchdowns.
Yeah. 10 touchdowns.
10 touchdowns. And then you're the Defensive Player of the Year. Man.
Boy, you're good.
Yeah, you're really probably
Shohei.
better. Yeah, exactly. Better than Shohei or Wemby at that point. So anyways, but it's crazy that this whole award, because if you remember the Drewski situation too, with how he announced it.
And I will say the two are just totally separate. Nobody's out to get JSN.
No, they're not.
And to disrespect JSN. The story is that how could this have happened disrespectfully twice to such a great player who by this time, considering how big the NFL is, should be a household name.
Yes.
At this point. Drewski was, I didn't do any preparation to say anything funny. People want me to say something funny, and I'm really not that funny. So what am I going to do? I'm going to get the envelope, and I'm going to see a name that's hard to pronounce, and I'm going to make fun of the name.
Yeah.
That is cut and dry what ended up happening there. And then with this one, this is somebody screwed up royally. And in the NFL office, putting the lettering on the trophy, on the honor. And it just so happened that it happened to our guy twice. The same guy it happened to.
So my question is, did Myles Garrett win Offensive Player of the Year?
Maybe.
Did they switch the trophies?
Maybe.
Good question.
Probably be more valuable this way.
Yeah.
Jason.
Yeah.
Hold on to that one.
Good point. Yeah, you can use that in your next contract negotiation, Jason. Hey, I got Defensive Player of the Year as a wide receiver. Who does that?
It's like a blooper card in your collectibles.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right. And then the third part of who's on first is the I don't know, because he was on third. So I'm going to ask you, I don't know soccer, but you do. When is this place going to start getting World Cup crazy? Because I don't feel it at all right now.
I think once the opening ceremony kind of hits, and then you start really kind of getting people in from other countries to come view the games here.
So it's going to take till opening ceremony.
I think so.
Okay.
Unless, the barge opens up, and then I know they're closing out a lot of Pioneer Square to have it kind of be a hub of, for all these games and everything, and like viewing parties and stuff like that, which I think would be really cool, by the way, mainly because it's FIFA coming in and doing all this, and it's not in charge of the city of Seattle at all. So I am pretty hyped. You're witnessing Messi, Ronaldo, and Neymar, probably all three of their last World Cups ever. And those are three of the top 10 players of all time, probably. Maybe not Neymar, but definitely Messi and Ronaldo. And like I mentioned earlier, when we're talking about, who's the greatest ticket price of admission, so to speak, for the player to see, seeing those guys on the biggest stage in our country for the World Cup for once every 4 years, probably for the last time, for sure for the last time, is going to be so much fun. And I cannot wait. And I'm someone who is riding the train on this is going to be a huge event, and it's going to be massive, and people are going to buy in, and everyone's kind of pointing out the issues right now. But as soon as everything starts, that'll all go away. Everyone's going to be excited about watching the games.
So you are already. Travis is a soccer fan too.
I am. Yeah.
Please.
Are you already in the mode of like you're thinking about it every day? Because with a major sporting event, you're like thinking about it every day, kind of like count down the days. Maybe we don't do it the way we did when we were children.
Sure.
Where you mark
Stay
it
up
on
all
the
night.
wall,
Yeah.
or eat a piece of candy every day to pass the time. But are you thinking about it every day? Because I'm not a soccer fan, so I'm not feeling the hype just yet. And this is supposed to be the biggest sporting event in the world, and it's going to happen right down the street from us. And I'm just not feeling that energy just yet.
Well, let me ask you, in previous years when the World Cup wasn't here, were you hyped a month before the World Cup started? Were you like,
no,
oh my God, I need to get ready to go?
No, but I thought it was going to be different because it was going to be right down the street.
Yeah. I figured that. But I think in general, like as soon as the games start happening, I don't know about you, Travis, but
how far away are we?
A little under a month.
Yeah,
so a little under a month.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like it's World Cup-y yet. But maybe that's normal. Maybe that's natural.
Well, number one, there's still the regular season for all the clubs that are being played right now. So even the players themselves aren't really focused on it that much yet. Number two, they have yet to announce all the squads. They're just kind of trickling out now. Brazil's just got announced this morning. Same with Portugal's. That's why Ronaldo and Neymar both got announced. So, but once all of that starts happening, it's like, okay, it's here. You know what I mean?
Okay,
but,
so that was the question.
Yeah.
When is it going to start feeling that way? Is it a week
when we
away?
get closer, a couple weeks probably.
Couple weeks.
I mean,
day of? I don't know.
Maybe a week before is kind of my kind of timeline with that.
I'm a little disappointed by how FIFA has gone with all the ticket selling and all that.
They've never done anything well.
No, never.
They're pretty corrupt of an organization. I don't know if you have heard.
Yeah.
But I looked at like trying to buy tickets, but it's now on the like resale market. It's like $1,000 for a USA men's match minimum. Like those are nosebleeds.
Yep.
Yeah.
So maybe like I'll try to get to a Qatar game or a Bosnia Herzegovina.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's put it this way: if FIFA was the grocery bagger at the store, they would put the eggs at the bottom.
I don't know why that's perfect, but it is.
Yeah, they're not gonna do anything right. And it's amazing because they make millions of dollars for the sport.
Those would be some expensive eggs.
And obviously the event goes off every time around. It goes off and is successful.
Every time.
But they seemed, from an outsider's perspective, to be terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you go in for a perm with FIFA, if FIFA was your hair person, and you'd come out with a buzz cut.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted more hair, not less hair. Come on.
Yeah. You go in for extensions and you come out bald. That's FIFA for you. All right. One last thing to close out this show next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, one last thing to close out today's radio program with Anders Hurst and Travis Moger. That's right, a Chuck and Buck in the Morning show with Timo and Ando.
Timo.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ashley Ryan is coming up next at 10 o'clock. She's hosting her own show with Christopher Kidd here today. And for the next couple of days, this trio will be back again tomorrow together, starting at 6 a.m. So it'll be fun. Today was fun. So let's close it out with one last thing. This is how we do it every show. Sometimes you do have to remind people why we do it. It's just you get to the end of the show. Not everybody got to bring up something that they wanted to talk about potentially, or maybe we ran out of time and you had more to say about that topic. So we give you one last thing to get in before we call it a broadcast day. Anders, get us started.
I'm starting to get a new man crush on the Mariners, and his name's Jose Ferrer.
Is that right?
He's rapidly turning into my favorite reliever on the Mariners, and I love his. He's gone multiple innings, I think 3 or 4 times this year, or more than one inning, 3 or 4 times this year, and just locks in. I think he's pitched well all year. The results in the beginning part of the year were a little iffy because of the defense around him, but that's thankfully come back, in his way in the last couple times that he's gone out there. And it's not just against lefties. I thought he was a complete lefty specialist. He's gotten righties out too. Mm-hmm. He's starting to use that changeup a little bit more. I love his intimidation factor on the mound. He's a pretty big dude. He looks kind of, jacked up there, obviously. Looks pretty tall. And then having that just bowling ball sinker come in is just... It's a thing of beauty to watch. I love watching him pitch. So that's just my one last thing.
Yeah, and I think Munoz is right.
Yeah,
we over worried about that? Some of you out there.
I'm a little worried about Bizardo.
But I just feel Bizardo's best, like being your 4th or 5th option.
Yeah,
and not your 2nd or 3rd.
Once Brash and Spire are back, yeah.
Brash should be activated, I would think, by tonight.
Yeah.
And then, hopefully get Spire back as well. So, I mean, we're setting up to have a really good bullpen this year. We just got to keep everybody healthy. All right, Travis, what is your one last thing today?
Well, earlier in the show, Anders had mentioned that Colt Emerson is the youngest Mariner player to hit a home run since Jose Lopez. And that got me thinking about Jose Lopez. And
nice.
I used to love watching him play. And, he was a Mariner for a long time.
Yes.
And I looked up his bio, and he went to play in Japan for about 8 seasons. And he is the only, or he was the first, I don't know if it's happened since, but he was the first player to hit 1,000 hits in the NPB and in Major League Baseball.
Oh, what a stat.
So I just found that to be really interesting. And
he was the first? Wow.
First player to have 1,000 hits in both leagues.
Wow. How about that? Good for him. Yeah. That's an accomplishment right
before
there.
Ichiro?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I
was trying to do the timeline in my head.
Sorry. First non-Japanese player.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes a little more sense.
That makes much more sense.
That
was still cool.
It was one of those things where I'm like trying to do the timeline, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to say it because I should definitely know that, and I don't want to come off sounding like I didn't know.
Make sure you guys were paying attention.
Yeah. Great. That's beautiful. Good test.
Very good.
What's your one last thing?
My one last thing is I just want to reiterate something that we started the show with. I am telling you, that night in sports was one of the best night in sports I can remember, and I know it was just a regular season game of 162 for Seattle baseball, and there wasn't a Seahawk playoff game or a dual night of Seattle events going on at the exact same time. But in terms of just like enjoyment of watching sports, I have 2 TVs that I use in my TV room, and Ashley has 3.
Right.
She's rich. I needed 5 last night because I wanted to watch them all, and the way that they were kind of unfolding, I felt like I did get to see all 5 events to a certain degree.
It's pretty cool.
But to watch the entire Mariners game, to see the NBA game, the way that it was sort of staggered, it worked out beautifully. And I include the Dodgers-Padres in there as well. I think it's the best rivalry in baseball right now, and they played to a 1-0 final last night. And then we also saw a no-hitter almost thrown last night within our division by a relative unknown in JT Ginn. So even that timed out. It went from hockey overtime to right there thrust into the action with the NBA, and then it went to overtime, so you got a little bit more of Sonic's Thunder, and all of it was thrilling. And then that timed out to see the end of the Padres, see how Mason Miller shut down the Dodgers and close them out, and then that timed out to see JT Ginn's no-hitter get broken up by Adam Frazier.
Great timeline of sports.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, the Mariners game from beginning to end on the one television. So I was working the remote last night, but I feel like I got satisfied in watching 4 outstanding games and then a near no-hitter's 9th inning get broke up at that point. So I thought it was one of the best nights of sports I can remember.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. Without thinking about its significance. Like, I'm not talking about like a Super Bowl or a national championship game or like that, but just 4 terrific games going on at the exact same time. Outstanding stuff.
I don't think there's like you said, without having any NFL in the picture is the crazy part of that. And if you were to you can just take out the Mariner game and just, if you're just thinking from a national perspective, having all those things happen at one time, pretty dang cool.
It was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was a good night. So let's do it again tonight.
Let's do it.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Ashley and Kid coming your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports.
My headphones just went out. There we go. Good morning. Headlines brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. It's Ashley Ryan in for Greg Bell. The Mariners ended their losing streak with a 6-1 win over the White Sox last night at T-Mobile Park. Biggest highlight of the game definitely came in the 8th inning when Colt Emerson hit that 3-run bomb. His first home run in the big leagues. His first hit in the big leagues. We are going to talk more about that in a little bit. Josh Naylor appropriately had 3 hits on his bobblehead night. And Julio had a monster home run as well. Brian Wu went 6 scoreless innings, giving up just 3 hits, striking out 8. Tonight, these two teams meet again, and the pitching situation gonna be a little different as the Mariners piggyback Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo, with Miller starting and Castillo coming out of the pen. We're also going to talk more about that later. It was a wild night in the playoffs, both NBA and NHL, as the Montreal Canadiens took Game 7 over the Buffalo Sabres in overtime to clinch their spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. They will face the Carolina Hurricanes, who have not played since May 9th. That series starts on Thursday, and in the Western Conference Finals, those get underway tomorrow night as the Colorado Avalanche host the Vegas Golden Knights. Colorado's last game, May 13th, so they're well rested as well. Spurs fans rejoice, and by Spurs fans, I mean Seattle fans as well. San Antonio took Game 1 from the Thunder in OKC in double overtime. The score 122-115. Yes, the Spurs won the game, but I think Kid could agree that the real winners were basketball fans who got to watch SGA and Wemby go at it for extra basketball last night. That was pretty fun. Wemby, man, at one point he was dribbling down the court and he picked the ball up to make his move towards the basket. He took only 2 steps, but I was like, oh man, they blew the whistle. I was like, oh, he traveled, because he went 10 feet in those 2 steps. I was like, there's no way. He did not travel. He's just that tall. Game 2 set for Wednesday night in Oklahoma City. Tonight it is Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Cleveland Cavaliers and New York Knicks. That game at Madison Square Garden at 5 p.m. And sadly, the JSN disrespect continues. Kid, did you see this?
I did, unfortunately.
Oh, we all remember the idiot who thought it would be funny to mispronounce JSN's name when he won Offensive Player of the Year. Well, he got his trophy, and it says Defensive Player of the Year. Come on, man. Come on. That is your headlines.
Again, the 2-2. Down the right field line, into the corner, and this is gone! Colt Emerson, you're not in your backyard anymore. Your first big league home run, your first major league hit.
What a moment. What a moment for Colt Emerson last night. His first major league hit. It was a 3-run home run. His family there in the crowd, his friends there in the crowd. It was awesome to see them be emotional. It was awesome to see him living out his dream, which is going to be a theme of our show today. We're going to have a couple dream moments, and we're going to ask our audience about if they've ever gotten to live out their dream too. So we'll talk all about that. Before I get to anything else, though, I have to give you a cash keyword because I'll get in big trouble if I don't. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you Grand Slam cash for your chance at $1,000 every hour. Listen each weekday, every hour, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the nationwide keyword to enter to win on our website at 933kjr.com. Keyword this hour is cash. That is C-A-S-H. So head to 933kjr.com. You could win $1,000 used in a sentence like Chuck always does. Enter the keyword, you could win cash. That's it. There you go. It's that simple. As I mentioned, Colt Emerson living out his dream last night, hitting that home run in the Mariners' victory over the White Sox. And we're first going to react to the win itself, because this is what I find so funny about this team, kid. We came off the weekend, and it was, I mean, Chuck used the words rock bottom yesterday. Like, hopefully the Mariners hit rock bottom over the weekend, because it was an ugly series against the Padres. We were swept. I think everybody was feeling just kind of gross about it. We wanted Colt Emerson to be called up in some wonderful way where, you know, it wasn't that we needed him, but that he was just playing so well. We couldn't leave him in Tacoma anymore, but that didn't happen. Brendan Donovan gets sent to the IL. Colt Emerson comes up. His family doesn't have time to be there. Just kind of a bad feeling all around when you came off of Sunday. And then you come in today and it's like, oh, look, this team can play baseball. And you could use the excuse, well, it's the White Sox, but we lost to the White Sox in Chicago. So I don't know. Are you just riding this roller coaster of emotions with every other Mariners fan?
I try not to, just because I believe this team is really good. They're not playing really good baseball, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of fans that are on the text line. They are critical. Hell, even on social media, they are very critical of this team.
Be.
And I have no issue with it. I just use the excuse it's a long season, but I understand how these games can come back to haunt you in August and September when you don't handle business like you should have, and you find yourself struggling at home like they have been. But Seattle, the Mariners needed this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They needed, after being swept by a good Padres team, they need an opportunity to, dust the shoulders off a little bit and play good baseball. Not to mention they're missing Kyle Raleigh, their best player, right? They're also missing Donovan that just went out. So they're missing some key guys to this offense, and they were able to muster up some runs, and that's kind of what you want to see. But it has to be consistent.
And that is the key, yeah.
I love what Mike McDonald says about stacking wins. The Mariners got to stack some good offensive play here in the next few weeks, and that would be nice to see. The weather's getting better, so hopefully the marine layer disappears and they are able to get on base and be proactive in that, because I'm tired of one game they play well and then 2 games later, 9 strikeouts, nobody gets on base, a couple of I don't want to see that be the theme of this team yet again. Everyone says it's World Series or bust. I don't want to say it's that for them, because I just want them to make it. I think if they can make it, we could have that discussion then. But just getting there, I think, would be the thing that everyone is wanting. And right now, when you look at this roster and this team, after that series against the Padres, it was like, okay, you're going up against the White Sox that you mentioned that beat them before. That first game, it's key. Now, I'm not saying it's the entire season on the line, but at the same time, it's like, okay, this is what we're expecting from y'all. Let's get some consistency going. Let's see what you can do. And I thought they did that. Not to mention Colt Emerson. That's a big opportunity for him.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I don't think he looked flustered.
No.
I think he came out there and was confident, and I think that's rare. You don't see too many guys being put in the spotlight and play well. So for most 20-year-olds coming up in there swinging at everything, trying to prove they belong, Emerson, he looked disciplined, controlled, and he was present in the moment. He didn't let it get too big, so I'm excited to see the growth, and that could be scary for the rest of the AL.
Yeah.
Now, it's early. It's, 2-game sample size, but I'm excited for him, and I think the sky's the limit for him if he just, head down and go out there and play ball.
Well, and that is the thing. Like, yeah, he didn't come up in the ideal way that we would have wanted him to. It wasn't perfect. It all felt a little rushed. But either way, he's here, and I think every single Mariners fan is so excited to see about, this kid, because he is a kid that we have just been hearing about and, seeing clips of, and now to actually have him be able to contribute to this team and do it on a day in, day out basis.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody couldn't be excited about that. You brought up 2 interesting words in what you were saying there. So you brought up consistency and proactive. So yesterday we were talking about Dan Wilson and how it seems like he's always reacting to what another manager does. He's never playing his own game and letting the other team react to him. It's always, I had said, it's like everybody else is playing checkers, but Dan is trying to play chess. He's trying to overcomplicate things. And I just want us to be proactive. I don't want us to be reactive. And it seems like the way we've been playing this whole season is we are reacting to what is happening to us versus paving our own path and making it our own game, making our own decisions and letting other teams react to us. It seems like we're always behind. And so this isn't a day where I'm going to say, anything bad about Dan Wilson. I thought yesterday went well. I don't want to dwell on anything negative or anything from over the weekend in terms of how he actually manages. But I did think it was an interesting thing that you said proactive, because that's something that I have been thinking about a lot. And then as far as the consistency goes, that's it. We need to be consistent. And it's not just consistent with stacking those wins. It's the consistency of play within each game. We are not the same team game in and game out. I mean, it is either awesome pitching, no offense, or offense and the pitching's failing us.
Yeah.
And so just to be able to have that consistency, to be the team, whatever team we are, if we are the team that relies on our pitching and gets just enough runs to get the job done, okay, let's be that team. If we're going to be the team that's going to, come out and pop one open offensively, okay, and our pitching does enough there to keep us in the game, let's be that team. I'm fine. But it seems like we never know which team we want to be. And I suppose part of that is how this team is built, right? Because we've got this great pitching staff. So we are relying more heavily on that. And then every once in a while, we've got these offensive boosts that, can show what our potential is. But it would be nice to know kind of what our team is, because I still feel like I don't feel like we know that. Do you feel like we know who this team is yet?
You know damn well I don't know nothing. I'm learning every day more and more, but yeah, they don't have an identity right now. And last season, it was the pitching.
Yes.
That was the identity. This year, you're hoping that everyone takes that step up offensively.
Yeah.
And it's not been the case. Shout out to Julio, though. He's had a much better
really
start.
well. Yeah.
But that's one. Obviously, Randy Rosarina, he's playing better. But we want consistency, right?
Well, Randy Rosarina, I will say, is the most consistent person we've got on
but
this
we're talking
team.
about, two guys out of the roster, and now Kyle's out. So this is what makes a World Series team. Going through the fire, having a rough start, finding some consistency at this point in the season, and then building on that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you do all those things, I'd rather this team struggle now than struggle in like July.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd rather them get through this now, have a rough patch, and it sounds crazy to say, but if they, have a win streak here and there throughout the season and they just create a gap in the AL West, no one's going to look back and say, oh, that was stupid. It's going to be like, oh, they've learned and earned this opportunity. They had to go through something to get here. Oh, they missed Kyle for a couple of weeks. Oh, Ray Donovan, all this other stuff. Maybe actually I can put that out there. But the point is, things happen. How does this team react? And so far, after one game, it's like, okay, cool. But to your point, can you stack it? Can you show some consistency?
Mm-hmm.
Can you handle this? Can you sweep these guys and go on to the next series and build off of that? I think that is kind of going to be this blueprint for this team for the rest of the season. Is that fair? Sure. How much blame does Dan Wilson get? We'll find out, because I feel every night is different.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a different thing. He's going to be faced with, oh, do I pinch hit here?
Am I relying on the sabermetrics here?
And it's going to be a battle, but the good managers figure it out.
Yeah.
And I think he is a talented young manager. I don't know how long they want to put up with it versus a fan just like, nope, I'm done with them. Because you can imagine if they had lost last night, many fans would have been like, fire Dan immediately.
Yeah, and he does need to develop more of a feel for the game. I think they are relying too much on what the statistics tell them. And again, that reaction. And it's like, no, just have a feel for the game. That's part of your job.
Yeah. And he played the game, so you would think Dan is the perfect example of a feel for the game, knows what to expect, can think outside the box and say, you know what, they're doing this. I'm going to react to how I've played the game and how I've seen it grow over the years. This is what I think we should do versus analytics is telling me, okay, well, we should pinch it here because blah, 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 blah. And you have a 50% chance. Well, you know what? I think this kid's better, so I'm going to leave him out there. So I think that is maybe a struggle for Dan. Obviously, I don't know that for a fact. Hell, he might say it's not a problem at all. Or
maybe they're not giving him a chance to do that, and they only want him to rely on the sabermetrics.
Well.
We don't know that either.
We don't already. We're speculating, ladies and gentlemen. So my thing is, it's all about just, as you mentioned, having a feel. Just being like, and he's played the game. He was a catcher.
I was going to say, not only played the game, he was a catcher. Like, he's overseeing everything. He's got his eyes on everything.
You are the quarterback of this defense here.
Yeah.
So I need you to quarterback it. And for the manager now, okay, quarterback the team. You see him what you're seeing out there. How can you make it work and put this team in the best position to get a series win, to win the first game, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to be interesting to see. And getting swept over the weekend, I think the energy just felt flat from everyone.
Oh, 100%.
And obviously, the fan base is going to be frustrated. I don't think any fans are going to be like, it's okay. Got swept by a good team. On to the next. That's not the case. It's not as if they're 30-15 and they got swept. They're actually struggling and got swept. So it's like, ooh, not fun. And there was questions everywhere. But I think now you just quiet the noise for a day. And then, okay, what about today? What's the plan today? How do you manage it? And they're doing a little something different. I know we kind of talked about it off wax, but yeah, I'm excited to see what they do tonight, and hopefully it turns out to be another Mariners W. Is that too much to ask for?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it is. I mean, can we build off? I don't want to say the word too loud because it does scare the Mariners. Can we build off the momentum? There. So we'll say it quietly. That way nobody heard over there at T-Mobile Park. No one gets scared. It's all right. So yeah, tonight we are piggybacking, which I'm excited to see how this works. Who
came up with that term?
That is a great question. I don't know. I don't know. I
like it. I just was like piggybacking. Huh.
Yeah. I mean,
I get why they're doing it. It makes sense.
It makes sense. So here's my the kind of the question though that's been going around in my head, and since they decided they were doing this, when they come up with it, they say Sunday, I think. So are we doing the right thing? Is this the best choice, or is this the safe choice? And I think what I've actually come up with is it is both. So is it the safest choice? Yes, because you're not making the decision right now to either go with Luis or Bryce. You're allowing them both to show what they can do, especially with Bryce coming off the IL and Luis struggling. Like, let's just see if this can work and kind of benefit them both. Is it the best? So from that, it is the safe choice because you're not really making a choice, right? You're not deciding, oh, we're going with Miller or we're going with Castillo. You're saying, okay, we're going to use them both, and hopefully to the advantage of the team that will get the best out of both of them. I also do think it is the best choice because, again, you're not making that choice. You're not disrupting the regular rotation. You're saving your bullpen. I think my only concern or my only question in this whole thing is, are they making the right choice in how they're using them? I would prefer Castillo to start and Miller to come in out of the bullpen, and that is based solely on watching Castillo's starts. And he does put up a couple great innings, and then there's, a blow-up inning or where it just kind of things get out of control. So I would prefer to have Castillo in there starting. So when that blow-up inning happens, all right, now you've got Bryce ready or a bridge reliever ready to come in and relieve him when things get a little out of control. Versus this way, you're going to rely on Bryce for 5 innings probably and then hope that Castillo can go 4. Well, what happens if Castillo can only go 2? And yes, you've got the rest of your bullpen, but did you really succeed in your piggybacking situation before things got out of control for Castillo? So I just feel more confident, I think, in Bryce's ability to put together 4 or 5 consistent innings versus Castillo's ability to put together that many innings.
Yeah, I look at it from a short-term standpoint, as in it's smart and logical, as you kind of alluded to. Long-term, I think it'll depend on whether Castillo's stuff, does it improve?
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't improve, well, this is just another...
Then he's going to, it's going to be Miller getting the start and Castillo either relegated to the bullpen full-time or I don't know what happens.
So a bullpen demotion and more like the Mariners testing maybe some postseason style pitching that could be beneficial to them. So it's a good model to throw out in May, and the hope is it does work out and we're not having this discussion like, well, that was a total failure. What next, Dan Wilson? What do you have up your sleeve? So I like your idea of actually just having Bryce started off, but someone has to do it, right?
Well, and I think that's where it comes into more of the safe decision as well, right? You're not... So, no, I wanted Castillo to start it off.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, Castillo to start it off. So, I think I was surprised, actually, that they're doing it this way because I would have thought the more safe decision for them would be because, everybody keeps talking about they don't want to hurt feelings. Well, you've got these leaders. I think we're not giving them enough respect. I think that they're professional athletes. They want what's best for this team. Are they going to be a little bummed if they lose a starting position? Yes, absolutely. But are they wanting what's best for the team? And is the ultimate goal the World Series versus an individual accolade? 100%. So I think in that case, we are putting a little bit, I think we're speculating that there's going to be hurt feelings or things like that, or the Mariners are worried about that. And I don't know that that is the case. So I just think, I get a little iffy about Castillo. I want to see Miller be the reliever so that he could be the one that has to go longer if needed. But you never know. I mean, this could be the perfect way. I'm sure that their analytics have figured out that Miller starting and Castillo coming out of the bullpen is the right way to go. So either way, I'm really excited to see how it plays out tonight. That's for sure.
I think Castillo's stuff could play better in these shorter bursts. And that's the hope, I would assume. They can also, maybe he can sharpen up a few things for 2 to 4 innings. That would be kind of the key. Just tighter for him, not as lengthy.
Yeah.
And I think that benefits him, hopefully. And he's facing less hitters now, right? You're gonna maybe face just this guy once, as opposed to you saw him 3 times already.
Yeah,
he knows your game.
Yeah. You're not going 3 times through the order. He did come out of the bullpen during that Game 5 in the ALDS against Detroit. I was there. It was awesome. But as Chuck has mentioned before, I mean, that's a playoff situation. That's totally different. Logan Gilbert came out of the bullpen in that case as well. Those guys in the playoffs, they're willing to do whatever. It doesn't matter how much rest. It's all about the end goal. And I think obviously right now the end goal seems really far away because here we are in May, but the end goal has not changed, right? It is to get to the playoffs. And I know people get so angry when they hear the words, it's early. It's not that.
You got to find a new word for it, I guess.
Maybe, but it's not that these games don't matter. Because yes, you get to the end of the season and you miss the playoffs by one game. Well, yeah, you can look back at April and say, well, I almost said a bad word. We had a crappy month, and so those games made a difference. And here we are missing the playoffs in September. And we can look back and say it's because of the terrible baseball we were playing early on in the season. That's not what it's early means. It just means there's still a lot of time to turn things around. And I think in this case, not relying on Castillo to be going on his own every 5 days is the right way to do it. I think you've got a fresh Bryce Miller who is just now obviously coming off the IL, so his arm's going to be fresh. And I think that the two of them, I think it's going to be great. I'm very excited. I hope that I'm correct. Again, don't be afraid of the momentum, Mariners. Don't be afraid of the momentum. To start off the hour, obviously, we played the Colt Emerson home run, talked a little bit about him living out his dream, obviously, playing in the major leagues. You hit your first home run in front of your family, in front of your home crowd. I mean, it doesn't get much more perfect than that. So that is going to be the theme kind of our show, living out your dreams. Has there ever been a time, listeners, and Kid, I'm going to ask you the same thing, where you can look back on your sports career at whatever level and say, yeah, I lived out my dream in this moment, or this was my dream and I achieved it? So we're going to talk about it, the two of us as well. I also want listener input.
Yeah, you were a college athlete, though. That's unfair.
Well, but I mean, I have one specific moment. I won a national championship, and that was not living out the dream, actually. So,
oh, wow. You're a national. Bring the ring in. I got to see this.
I'll bring it in. It looks like a high school ring. Yeah.
What's a ring? I don't care what it looks like.
Okay,
That's
I'll bring it in.
Cool.
I'll bring it in. And so, you get these specific moments, and one of my good friends, one of mine and my husband's good friends, got to live out his dream last week. He played in the PGA Championship in his first ever PGA Tour event, and it was in a major championship. That was his dream, and I thought it was really just fun to catch up with him after the tournament, get to talk to him. So we're going to hear from him coming up, Derek Berg coming up after this. But I also want you to text in to the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Tell us any moments where you got to live out your dream. You can also hit us up on YouTube. You can hit us up on Twitter. And I want to know these specific dreams because we're going to kind of use those throughout the show. We're going to definitely read a bunch of them at 11:30 as well. But yeah, it's all about dreams today. Colt Emerson hitting his first home run last night, and Derek Berg playing in his first major over the weekend. We're going to hear from him next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Bell and Christopher Kidd on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley Ryan, Christopher Kidd in. Greg Bell is on vacation watching his daughter graduate from the Coast Guard Academy. Did I get that right? I didn't make that up, did I?
Nailed it.
Okay, phew. A lot of pressure there. So he will be back on Friday. You'll have us two today and tomorrow, and I believe Benton on Thursday.
Mike Benton.
Yes, takes a village to fill in for Greg Bell. That is for sure. So the theme of our show today is living out your dream. We talked about Colt Emerson getting to live out his dream last night, hitting his first major league home run in front of his friends and family and the home crowd as the Mariners beat the White Sox. And my friend Derek Berg got to play in his first ever PGA championship. And for non-golfers, maybe people don't understand what a big deal that is, but there are 4 major tournaments a year, and to be able to play in any event on the PGA Tour is a pretty big deal. To be able to play in a major is a very big deal. He has worked a long time for this, and so I caught up with him on Sunday night, and I wanted to play some of this for you guys. And we just started by basically me asking him straight up, is this his dream? How would you describe this past week?
Yeah, definitely was living a dream. So what an experience. At least got to do it once. Hopefully I get to do it many more times. But yeah, it was quite the experience.
Okay, you get to the course on Monday morning. What time did you get there?
I got there bright and early. I got there at 7 a.m. and saw Mr. Justin Thomas hitting balls, the only other one on the driving range at that time.
So when did it sink in, though? Like, I'm here to play in a major golf championship.
Yeah, I'd say later that morning, when everybody kind of starts getting there. It was really slow Monday morning. It didn't get, a lot of guys didn't start getting going until probably around 10 or 11. And then I played really late in the afternoon that day. I played 9 holes with Bob McIntyre, and I played like 3 or 4 holes with Jordan Spieth. So that afternoon, it was definitely, everybody had pretty much gotten there. So yeah, the range was full, putting greens was full. Guys were starting to play, 9 or 18 holes. So yeah, that's when you kind of start, seeing everybody and seeing everything and getting going.
Okay, so I will say for a lot of our listeners, they know Bob McIntyre as Robert McIntyre. Are you and Bob just now like so tight? You just call him Bob, or was he like, just call me Bob, man?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much besties at this point.
Look at what you gained this week.
I know, but he's a great dude, super easy to root for. Had a blast with him. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so you step onto the tee box with Bob and Jordan Spieth for your first practice round. Were you like, oh yeah, this is just golf. I can do this.
I definitely can do this, but no, this wasn't just golf. No, at that point too, there had been the crowd started getting a little bit bigger too and everything. But no, the practice rounds are weird. I mean, it's a couple of the guys I already knew had already played earlier in the morning. So it was just kind of, like I said, I kind of dilly-dallied most of the morning in practice and stuff. And then was like, I probably should go play 9 holes. And then there's no tee time. So you just stroll down there. And yeah, it's kind of awkward sometimes because you don't know if the guys have got groups or, they're waiting for others, so you're kind of just like, can I play with you? And yeah, it's just kind of how it goes. So fortunately a little bit, I know Michael Greller a little bit. So I saw Bob just standing there, and then I saw Jordan come down. And then when I saw Michael, I was like, can I join you guys? He's like, I don't know. Jordan's going to ask Bob. And so we might have to ask Bob. And then 10 seconds later, all our balls are in the air. We're walking downtown. So
that's crazy. Bob said yes.
Bob said yes. He let Jordan and I join him.
Oh, what a nice guy. What a nice guy.
A nice guy.
Okay, so you get practice rounds Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And you mentioned Tuesday, I think it was, you played with Nick Taylor, right? Former UW and former Canadian. You were on the Canadian tour together. Is that right?
Yep. So Nick and I kind of chatted a little bit beforehand. And then, yeah, we played, it was me and Nick, and then Austin Hurt played on Tuesday.
Nice.
So, yeah. It was great.
Yeah. Okay. So
it was good to see Nick do well this week.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was doing really well, especially on Saturday.
just didn't have the finish he wanted, kind of the last 9. But yeah, he was in the mix.
You brought this up, so we're just going to let's talk about something that had nothing to do with you. The Aaron Rise putt today to seal his win. I mean, was that one of the most incredible things you've ever seen?
It's a silly putt. I mean, well, that pin in general is like, even though they were playing from 170, I mean, that pin is insane over there.
Yeah.
And then, he probably hit it exactly where he meant to hit it, about 50 feet to the right, especially with a couple shot lead. But then to make that,
it was,
I would say you gave 10, 20 handicaps that putt, and they're putting it in the water. Like, that thing's not that far from the water.
It was crazy. Like, and you,
that hole is so hard.
Well, you made a really good putt on, it was like a 36-foot putt that you made for birdie. Wasn't it for birdie on, God, what?
I don't know. I didn't have very many of them. So yeah, hopefully.
Okay. First of all, here's the thing. Okay. So now we're going to go back to you and your round. So, okay. You've played hundreds of golf tournaments, right? And you practiced on this course, and then you go out there on Thursday. We're going to go back to the very beginning of Thursday now. What is it like when you step up to the tee box on Thursday morning and you hear from Washington, now on the tee box, Derek Berg?
We could probably even go back to Wednesday, because when I'm playing my practice round late in the afternoon and all of a sudden my caddy and your husband say the tee times have just rolled out.
Oh, yeah, because I sent it to 5 Iron. That's what we call him on our show, 5 Iron.
Yeah, and I'm like with Siwoo Kim, and then in front of me is Patrick Cantlay and Stigala and Minwoo Lee, and then right behind me is DeChambeau and Oberg and Fowler, and right behind them is Spieth, Rahm, and McIlroy. I was like, I think there's going to be some people.
Yeah, you're kind of in the mix of it.
And I was like, oh my God. So, yeah, like Thursday morning the heart was going from like the get-go. So there's just nothing to prepare you for it. I mean, until you just have to do it. It's just like, you want to learn to swim. Sometimes you got to jump in the deep end, a little bit. So yeah, Thursday there's just no way I could have prepared for it. It's just what it is, what it was. I was super nervous, just knowing there was going to be tons of people following our little pod, I guess you want to call it. So yeah, you get on the first tee and couldn't feel my hands, to be honest.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, heart was, I could feel it pounding, and just wanted to kind of get the ball moving forward, and I did, thank God. So it was something I'll never forget, but hopefully be able to use going forward, in other tournaments and stuff like that. The next day was way easier in the morning and all the way through my practice session. And I got nervous on the first tee again, but it was a little less. And it was, the next day was a lot easier than it was first day. So
I could totally imagine that. So even on that first day, though, you tee off and yeah, you're nervous. Everybody could understand that you would be nervous, but did you calm yourself down? Because your second 9, you were 1 under.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, things got a little bit more comfortable. And then, I played fine the second 9. But, yeah, I think things got a little bit more back to golf.
Okay.
For the lack of better words. But, yeah, I'm still even trying to figure out, how all of a sudden things change, because it's just really hard to describe when you go from every tournament you've basically played in, there's 20 people around at the most, to all of a sudden there is 5 deep behind the tee box, 5 deep down both sides of the fairway, and then 5 deep behind each green. You're basically just hitting down, like what you watch on TV all the time when you're watching any of those guys play. And you go from never having anybody to watch do that. It's just weird. It's just different. You just, like I said, there's unfortunately no way to prepare for it. And you just get in there and do your best. But yeah, I guess I must have just kind of settled in a little bit. So, yeah.
Okay. So you finish day 1. What was the first thought that went through your mind?
Yeah. I was like, okay, got that done. Basically, 1 in the books. I can kind of go into tomorrow semi-expecting, knowing what to expect.
Just looking back, what would you say was your favorite moment of that whole week?
I mean, as much as it was kind of, nerve wracking and stuff, I'd say it was pretty neat being able to be in that, well, in the group with Siwoo. He's a great guy, so it was a pretty comfortable pairing. So that was good. But then to be in that little, like I said, for lack of better words, pod where you had superstars also surrounding the group, it was like, hey, I've always wanted it and I got it. There you go. So it's like, as much as it made me feel nervous, it was like, it's going to help me down the road. So,
Yeah.
so I think even as much as it made me feel uncomfortable, that was probably the best part. But yeah, just taking it all in. I think all of it's great. I don't know if there was definitely nothing that was negative, like zilch. There was nothing negative. It was all really, really good. I would just say there's a lot. You're kind of, you're looking over here. Okay, you got to go practice over here. It's really hard to not get worn out in your first one because you're just like trying to play well. You're trying to practice. You're trying to take in everything that's going on, and you're getting to the course early, and you're maybe staying later than you even should. It's hard to not get worn out.
All right. Well, I'll let you go. You got to get back to life and kids and being a dad and being a husband and sleep. Probably important.
I appreciate it. Thank you for everything.
I think we can all agree, right? When your friend accomplishes something, you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm so proud. You feel a sense of pride. I feel like I didn't get to live out my dream, obviously, through Derek getting to live out his dream, but it was just so awesome to get to be a part of it in any small way. And so it just gets you thinking like, gosh, have I ever had a moment like that where I've lived out my dream? Have I ever made it to the big leagues and hit my first ever home run like Colt Emerson did? Have I ever played in a PGA championship? Well, probably not on that level for most of us, right? But our dreams can kind of be relevant in their own way, right? We can live out our own dreams based on being normal people, right? We're not superstar athletes and we're not professional golfers, but we are normal people who have played sports, who have lived out our own sports journey. And so I think I just would like to hear from people on their own sports dream. It doesn't have to be something necessarily that you even did. Did you get to see something in person? Did you get to live vicariously through somebody else in your family? It can be at all different levels. So you can hit us up on the text line, the Tacoma Dodge text line at 49451. You can hit us up on the YouTube chat as well. Kid, I'm going to get your thoughts too on your sports dream if you got to live out that moment. And I'll just say mine personally, I'm a water polo player, right? And I played water polo at USC, but I started at a smaller college. And my friend who went to USC had me come visit because I didn't ever think I could play at USC. So it wasn't even really on my radar. Like I applied to USC out of high school, but I didn't even talk to the water polo coach because I thought, oh, that's so above my level. And so I went to campus and I saw the aquatics facility and I saw the Coliseum and I looked at my friend and I was like, I'm going to play water polo here one day. And so that was my dream, was to go to USC to play water polo, and I did it. And then winning the national championship, just obviously icing on the cake. But that wasn't even something I could have dreamt up. Like it hadn't gotten that far. It was just, you're going to play water polo at USC, damn it, if it's the last thing you do. And so I remember meeting the coach at a tournament, Coach Jovan, and I said, hey, I want to come play for you. And he kind of looked at me and he said, okay, when's your next game? And I told him, and he went and watched it, and he said, come see me after your game. And so I went up to him. He said, send your application to me. And so I sent my application, and a week later, I was accepted to USC. So it was just kind of a surreal experience, and getting into the school wasn't, it was only half of the dream. Getting to actually play in games in a USC uniform was the full dream, and it was pretty cool. And I was listening today to the morning show, and Travis was talking about, I know on a different level, like, from what Colt Emerson's parents are experiencing, watching him hit that home run last night. He said, my kid's an 8-year-old pitcher in Little League, and when he gets a strikeout, he's just so proud. So you kind of have these little moments throughout life, and these little things in your dreams are going to change shape, and, you're going to change the level that you can achieve. But, kid, do you have a moment that you remember, like, that you achieved your sports dream?
Because we're up against it, I will bounce back with it on the other side.
That's fair. I love it. See, that's called a tease, my friends. We'll be back with Kids Answer, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. That feels funky, and I like it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley Ryan, Christopher Kidd in for Greg Bell today, and we are talking about living out your sports dream. And I am reading through these texts and YouTube on the YouTube chat as well. We've got some great responses that we're going to go over at 11:30. So keep those coming in. 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. And you can. It doesn't just have to be. You don't just have to text us your sports dreams. If you've got questions, if you've got comments about anything we are talking about, we will get to those at 11:30. I asked before the break, I asked Christopher Kidd if he has ever gotten to live out his sports dream. So we're all on pins and needles waiting to hear about it. Let's hear it.
This is a tough one because I've done multiple sports, but I found a true passion and love in track and field. And I wasn't sure if it would work out for me just because I had the quickness, but I didn't really train for it. But I remember my sophomore year, I got to be an alternate at state, and all my teammates were talking about the Friday Night Lights. And when you think of Friday Night Lights, you're thinking football. Right. But this is over there in Pasco, Washington. I don't know if you've ever been over there to their high school.
Okay.
But their track and field, it's like in a hole in the ground.
Oh, wow.
And there's sand above all of it. It's really cool how they do it. It looks, it's like a coliseum.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
It's down on the track field. And then at around 8 p.m., when the 4x400 starts, they kick on the lights because that's the last event. And sure enough, I was actually able to participate. And it wasn't a dream. I didn't like, oh, I want to do the 4x4. But the anticipation of being a part of a team, being a sophomore that's now being thrusted into position to be a third leg on the 4x4 team, I was like, oh, snaps. I'm actually at state. And there's hundreds of people in the crowd, cameras flashing. You're just like, oh, my goodness, this is insane. And that was like a moment where I was like, oh, maybe I can do something with track. And I ended, doing pretty well, but that was like, oh my goodness. Maybe basketball is, it's fun, but
maybe this is my calling.
This might actually be something I can go to college for and do that. So that was kind of my like aha moment. And then obviously I improved and took the time over the summer and got better and did all these things to become a better sprinter. And yeah, that was kind of the moment I was like, ooh, dream big here, buddy. This is pretty cool. And then I did really well in the long jump, and that also was like, oh, I'm going to state for that. Oh, this is a great feeling. Like I'm up there with the big dogs. So before, you're just an alternate. You're not that fast, but you're fast. So just finding my own way was like, okay, track and field is definitely the way for sports.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna be no nerd. I don't have the dedication to sit there and study for an hour or longer. But I had a dedication to go out and grind, throwing up and running laps and being.
Sounds so fun when you put it that way. Throwing up and running laps.
Yeah, being a sprinter is not for the weak. It's a mental game. I'm sure as a swimmer, it's mental because you're in that pool for
hours.
So it's mentally tough to be in there. Not discrediting any other sport, but yeah, it wasn't easy, but it was definitely worth it, and the opportunity presented itself. So yeah, that would be the dream that I was like, oh my gosh, I'm at state as an alternate. And then that pushed me to want to go back to state even more and become, whether that be an 100-meter dash, 200, 400, or the long jump, just finding my own space to become a champion in a different area, not just being a part of a team on a relay. So that was the dream that I was like, oh my goodness, okay.
I like that you put it as an aha moment too.
Yeah,
because I think that's a good way to put it, because you might not recognize that you have achieved your dream in the moment, right?
I didn't.
But yeah, you look back and you're like,
because I thought I could play collegiate basketball. That was the goal. Play college ball. But I'm like, man, I'm 5'4". I'm gonna have to be averaging like Isaiah Thomas numbers, or just be a really good point guard.
Yeah,
that was kind of it. And Donald Watts trained me. He helped me, but I also took what he trained me and put that towards track and field, and it actually worked out well. So that was kind of like I said, the aha moment. Like, okay, yeah, I could work really hard to try to do basketball, but man, track and field, there is no limit.
Right.
Like if I continue to get stronger and stronger, I can easily see myself getting better and faster, and potentially, I don't know what I could have done because I ended up getting hurt, but there was definitely like, okay, yeah, going to state and all these events, yeah, I'm already top 15 in the state. Let's go train with somebody, get really focused and lock in, and see where you match up going to your senior season. And someone just texted in, what was your 100 time? I clocked in hand time 10.9, so 11.14 I think would be the.
Wow.
Yeah. So if I didn't get hurt, who knows what would have happened? But I was definitely on my way up.
Yeah,
during my senior season. It was like, I'm glad I made that choice because I could have easily been like, hey, I'll keep playing basketball and keep trying to.
Because that's what you knew.
That's what I knew, but
Yeah.
I've also did a little track here and there. When I was in like 5th grade, I won the high jump for like all the 8th graders. And I didn't care. I was like, oh, I want to hoop. I just happened to be athletic enough to do the high jump, and I had someone that coached me. And I was like, wow, I was actually pretty good back then too. I just didn't even know it. So it took maturity and realizing that, not everything is for you, but when you find the thing that is, give it your 100%, and it turned out really well.
No, that's awesome. I like that. And yeah, I really like that aha moment because I think we've all had that too. And especially for most of us who haven't made it, right, in some professional
Right.
level, you had that moment that you can look back at least now and say, oh, that was it.
Yep.
I just maybe didn't recognize it at the time.
Yeah, like I said, in 5th grade, I was doing it. I'm trying to hoop, man. I'm just doing it because
I'm focused on other things.
My mom's like, you need to do multiple sports. Whatever, mom, put me in it then. I'll do it. So I did it. And then full circle, senior year, I'm like, oh my goodness. I am on my way to state.
That's
this
so
is
cool.
a possibility. So yeah.
That's so cool. Well, we've got a lot of people who we have clearly triggered something in their brains remembering their sports moments. We are going to get to all of those texts at 11:30. But first, we have got to take a little bit of time to chat with Angie Mentink about this Mariners team and what she saw last night. She is coming up to join us next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. continues. We all remember the idiot who thought it would be funny to mispronounce his name when he won Offensive Player of the Year. Well, he got his trophy, only it says Defensive Player of the Year. And apparently there's some other typos on the trophy as well. Nobody apparently available to proofread NFL trophies. Come on, man. Respect the name. Respect JSN. Dang it. That's your headlines. Oh, I got to give you guys a cash keyword. It is Ashley Ryan, Christopher Kidd filling in for Greg Bell. And you are going to take this cash keyword, family, Family. Enter it on our website at 93.3KJR.com. You could win $1,000. We are giving you 13 chances to win a grand every single weekday. It is Grand Slam Cash. Again, enter that nationwide keyword on our website, 93.3KJR.com. You could win $1,000. It has happened to people here. Don't think, well, it's a nationwide contest, I don't have a chance to win. I promise you, to use the keyword in a sentence, you and your family could have a great time spending your $1,000. All right, it's time to catch up with a friend, Angie Mentink. She is one of the analysis experts, one of your analysts for the Mariners broadcasts on Mariners TV, and we welcome her to the show this morning. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Ashley. How are we?
Great. I bet you're happy that I'm asking you to join us at 11 o'clock and not 8 o'clock like I usually do.
Yep, I am. I'm really happy. You guys really should have opened, like with this with me. It's like, hey, how does 11 sound? Happy to do it.
I should have.
Versus, can you join us tomorrow? Like, what time are we talking about?
Well, I wanted to leave it open for you. I don't know how busy you are these days.
Today is a better day than tomorrow. The day games just absolutely rattle me. I mean, like everything speeds up on me. Literally, like it's like second batter of the game, and I'm still setting my defenses.
When you said that, for some reason, of course, I know I immediately my head went to Game Changer. You're trying to set the Game Changer lineup, and you are a baseball mom. You know what Game Changer is?
Mom, yeah, totally.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I was like having Game Changer flashbacks.
I don't know if this is going to make anybody feel better or worse, but my husband and his is a professor at SPU, and they did like an analysis of Game Changer.
Oh gosh,
just like random 1,000 games or something like that, and like because you have the home team and away team, and like I think it was like they never matched.
I was going to say I doubt they do.
What was it? And then they cross-reference it with like, if a kid, this is so bad.
Oh no.
If a kid had the same name as the coach, then it was just like,
oh gosh,
like that kid, like what that kid got, like hits and everything else. It was. So what I'm saying is, just take your Game Changer stats with a grain of salt, okay?
Yes. And don't read the recap, the AI recap. It means nothing.
I love it though. Oh my God. I'm like, my kid got 3 hits. Yeah.
I know, it is fun. You do feel a sense of pride, and then you ignore it though when it when it doesn't give your kid the proper stats. You're like, Game Changer. That
and
thing
I was like,
sucks.
that's a bunch of crap, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh gosh.
Game Changer.
See, it's nice to be able to talk about Game Changer, something frustrating, before we talk about other things that are frustrating. Although last night we did get a win, but how are you handling like this roller coaster we are on right now to start this Mariners season? I mean, we get swept by the Royals, we win against the Braves, we lose to the White Sox, we beat the Astros, we're swept by the Padres. I mean, it is the epitome of a roller coaster.
This is I go like, this is the mental equivalent of like pulling my hamstring, stopping, yanking my quad, pulling my hamstring. Like I'm like sprinting, stopping. I can't do this anymore at my age. I mean, this is but I just do. I really, and I think everybody would agree. Like when you look at the division, I said this last night, it's like, this White Sox team's a good team. If they played in the West, they'd be in first place.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like the Mariners are the best team. Okay. Maybe they haven't put it all together yet. And, I'm not, we used to make jokes or like, all right, if you're in the, it's early crowd, drink, every time we say it, but there are some signs that things are starting to come together, and I'm liking, what I'm starting to see. I'm totally fascinated, like hands, just catching my chin right now, like to see what happens tonight with the piggyback.
Yes.
I mean, the Mariners can tell you they know that they have an idea of what they hope is going to happen, but like everybody is curious about how this is going to play out, and I hope it goes well. I love stuff like this. I love it when the game kind of like tries different things, like when the Rays started with the openers and stuff. I'm like, yeah, do it. I love it. Good, do it.
Bring it on.
Yeah, exactly. Mix it up, get spicy. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this works. And I hope it can just be because that's what it can do. It can be a win-win, you had the 6 starters. Whenever you have 6 starters, now you lose a bullpen arm, so how's this going to go? And then you have guys, they're playing for starts and stats. And if you did 6 starters throughout the year, they're going to have less everything, less strikeouts, less innings, and you can have your agent point to, well, they're on a 6-man starter, but you get paid off of what you do. And so like, I knew from talking to the Mariners that was not going to be a long-term solution. But it'll be interesting to see, like I said, how this whole thing plays out. It could be fantastic. And then you give the bullpen, like if this works out really well, an entire day off. Like, hello, win-win, ding ding. I love it. This is great, and especially, with they've been taxed recently, so it'll be good. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Let's do it.
Angie, where are you at with Dan Wilson and how things have gone for him so far this season? I know a lot of fans are bringing out the pitchforks and they are being very critical. Where do
the tridents?
Yes, the trident. Where do you stand in that Dan Wilson, where this team is at and where they could be and should be going?
It's so unfortunate. This is the life of a manager. I always thought it was crazy. I was like, are you kidding me, Dan? You're like the most beloved guy in the whole entire world. Like, you want to go and manage, that stress and that chaos, because even if you make all the right decisions, like people just don't even notice. Like, he's had a few games, and where were we? And I was like, everything he did worked out. Like it was like, and nobody went like, Dan Wilson won the game. Nobody said that. And, every time something doesn't work out, I mean, God love Rob Refsnyder. Like, you flip over the baseball card. He has been really good at this. This year it has not worked out.
And it's not the first player that this has happened to.
Totally. And, baseball doesn't do anything. I say this, often, unless it pencils out. Like, people were whining about the shift, and then like that one time that the ball was hit where the shortstop should be, they're like, look, it doesn't work. And it's like, yeah, but did you see the Rover take away 3, extra base hits in the gap? Like, you have to understand, like, baseball's looking at the numbers. There's a reason why they banned it, because it was so good. The knee down catching, like everything they do is because it works. And, when you look at a platoon, statistically, it does, work. It's like the Mariners in their first pitch strikes. Like, yes, every once in a while, like the opponent's going to ambush a fastball and you're like, oh my gosh, like, why is he in the zone? It's like, over the course of the season, that is going to be a successful approach towards the game. You can't look at just one pitch and one outcome. And unfortunately, because guys have, and there's a lot of guys in this lineup that have gotten off to a slow start. But, we want to point, well, those guys went to the WBC. And so, like, why isn't this happening? I mean, you don't pick up where you left off last year. It's a process. And then at the end of 162, you look at where you are. And so Dan believes in these guys, and he wants them to know, I believe in you, and this is what you're good at, and I'm going to continue to put you in positions to succeed, even if you don't. He's looking at, what's your process like? What are your swings like? I looked at Colt Emerson. I'm sure you're gonna maybe ask me a question.
Probably.
But like every single at bat leading up to that home run was a good at bat. Like, it was, they were good swings. I mean, even though he got down 0-2 in like nearly every one of them, in fact, I slapped him in the shoulder. I was like, I love it. Stop getting down 0-2. He was, I know, right? Like,
I mean, even his first game, he had great at bats.
I do, but like his first at bat, 0-2, boom, and then he still lined out to right field. Then he walked. He wasn't behind in that account at bat at any point. And then his next step at 0-2 again. And then he was 0-2 again yesterday. But like every single time he's putting together a really good quality at bat. And that's what you have to look at. You can't get so caught up in, this person didn't get a hit. It's about the quality of the at bat and look a little bit, deeper. And that's what they're doing because they know that eventually the success and the numbers will come.
Well, and Angie, I think it's interesting because when we get a win, you look at the big moments, the exciting moments, and you're like, oh, look at that win. All of this came together and we got the win. Whereas versus a loss, you're going to nitpick all of these different little things. And I have no problem with a platoon at all. I do question at times, pulling Luke Raley earlier in the game just because of that lefty-righty matchup that we're so obsessed with. And so my question I brought this up yesterday with Chuck. I think, at times everybody's playing checkers. Everyone in Major League Baseball is playing checkers. It just simple moves here and there. You're just the feel of the game. You're playing the game. But it seems like at times the Mariners want to overcomplicate things. We want to react. We want to play chess, and we want to try to outsmart somebody else. But in reality, we're just ending up reacting to the moves they're making versus being proactive. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Luke Raley, and his numbers in the minor leagues against lefties, they were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked him, I said, like, hey, are you like getting on the traject? And remember, the traject is a machine that can mimic any pitcher, any arm slot within like a half of centimeter of what they really do. And I was like, are you getting on that traject and just like grinding against lefties? And he goes, no. Because they're not going to put me in those positions. So like, why would I kind of waste my time preparing for something that's not going to occur, And that's the danger of like, Major League Baseball is like sort of once, you are that guy that they say like, we haven't seen this success, for you against left-handed pitching. So we're going to put a guy that's really good at that in those positions. And you see like a guy like Cole Young, it's like what comes first, the chicken or the egg. It's like he's a young player. And even though like you can go, well, the reason why is because he faced all these lefties in spring training and he grinded against them and he had some success. And so now they're allowing him to see lefties, right? But it's also because he's young.
Mm-hmm.
Like you look at his age versus you look at Luke Raley's age, and it's just kind of like same thing with Luis Castillo. They're not going to stick Luis Castillo in the bullpen. I mean, yes, he's in the bullpen today, but you know what I'm saying? but he is not a spring chicken,
Right.
And so you have these situations, and that was the big reason why, like me and. If you're an idiot right there with me on that bus, like cool, where we can't wait to see Colt Emerson. They're like, be patient. I'm like, no, bring up Colt Emerson. They're like, they really wanted him to face left-handed pitching because they didn't want a situation where he came up here and then they had to hit, a right-handed bat for him. They wanted him to be able to succeed in those situations. So yeah, I mean, I hear you. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But I feel like it's one of those things that if Dan doesn't go to Rob Refsnyder, because I think he's such a guy that believes in his players.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that he doesn't believe in Luke Raley, but if he doesn't go to Rob Refsnyder, he's telling Rob Refsnyder, I don't believe in you.
Okay, I get that.
This is what you're supposed to do. And if I don't put you in that situation, you don't believe in me,
Right.
and my ability to do that. So,
okay. All right. I like that explanation. Makes sense to me.
Angie, what does it say about the organization that veterans like J.P. Crawford and even Julio embraced Emerson despite the pressure of roster implications surrounding his arrival?
I love this question. I like, and I didn't talk about it on the broadcast, but like my heart exploded when I saw J.P. Crawford there to greet Colt Emerson with the trident. Let's be real. This is a human being. He knows who that guy is. He knew who that guy was when they signed that contract. They told you, play out your contract. We appreciate everything you've done for us and have at it. I mean, that's what that means. Like, he's human. He is a guy that has been successful his entire career. And like stuff like that hurts. I understand this is business and everything else, But for him to be there to celebrate Colt and be the guy that hands him his first trident, I thought was just like a really cool thing. And I know what is for just a human, what was going on in his head, and he was still there and he still did it. Like, good for you, JP. Loved it.
It was a neat moment. And yeah, I think one of the things that keeps getting talked about with Luis Castillo, with JP Crawford is, well, they don't want to hurt feelings. I don't think these guys are getting their feelings hurt. They recognize, we're all a part of a team and we all have our role to play. And I think too much is getting put on the emotions of these players who, and I don't think it's giving them enough credit for being the athletes that they are and the teammates that they are.
Yeah. And this starting rotation, going back to Luis Castillo and focusing on that part of it, it's like something I've never seen in the whatever. I mean, I started when I was 12 covering this team. So 26, 27 years, whatever, that I've been doing it since then. I've never seen anything like the sharing of information. Usually starting pitchers are like, I do this and it makes me successful. And the last thing I'm going to do is show you how I do it and explain the intricacies of how I get it done. But that's just not the case with this starting staff. They're just so open and they're so helpful to each other. And it's not something that you often see around baseball. And again, like in all my years covering this team and others, I just haven't seen a group that's like this one. And, and most of it is because a lot of those guys came up together.
Yeah.
And obviously not with Castillo. Castillo's, the vet, but he certainly has been like, let me show you the way.
Yeah, I do feel like we're so lucky as Seattle fans because we have this not only with the Mariners, but with the Seahawks too, right? You heard so much about how close they all were together. So it's really fun to watch. And speaking of that closeness or how things might shift or how things might change, I just have one more question for you before we let you go. How do you see all of this playing out once Brendan Donovan comes back from the IL? Like, where do you see Colt Emerson be staying? Do you see it making a shift for JP? Where do you see it going?
Yeah, no, I think they're going to, whenever JP gets a day off and he doesn't take very many, historically, but also historically, like that was why Demo was on this team for so long too, because he was the only guy that could play shortstop. I think that whenever JP does get a day off, that's when you'll see Colt slide over there. And like there was a play last night, I was wondering even, just again, the little evil thing that sits on my shoulder. I was like, JP spun around and threw just sort of up the line. And I was like, I wonder if Colt would make that play.
Oh yeah, when it went just past Naylor towards the dugout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I flicked the little devil off my shoulder, but
it was a great athletic move.
It went through my mind.
Yeah, it was a great athletic move. He just couldn't finish it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think Colt is going to stay there at third.
Okay.
It is way too much to ask. Colt does have the versatility to play all over the infield. Okay. But I think they're going to ask Brendan Donovan to do that because Brendan Donovan, is a veteran player and he can take that mind mess of having to bring all your gloves and process the game. Okay, I'm over at second base and what are my responsibilities? And if he squares, where am I going? And, just sort of all those things. That's just too much to ask for Colt Emerson. As talented and as mature as this kid is, that guy just needs to sit at third base, make fantastic plays. That one to second base where he used the ground and bounced it. I mean, yes. Like, love it. That's just high baseball IQ. You know what I mean? Like, not trying to do too much. Just made the smart play. Just did the smart thing. So, I think he's just going to sit there at third. And then if JP gets a day off, we're all going to look sideways at each other and raise our eyebrows, when we see him play shortstop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I see happening. And because, as good as Colt has been, at second base, Brendan Donovan is a fantastic second baseman. And it's kind of the Mark McLemore, Stan Javier, I'm bringing it back to 2001 where, exactly. Where Brendan Donovan can go everywhere and give everybody a day off. And I think that's going to be a system that works.
All right. So. Well, I'm excited to see what happens tonight with this piggybacking situation. I'm excited that Colt Emerson is up and we'll see how it all plays out. And I appreciate you joining us this morning.
Anything for you, Ash.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That is Angie Mentink, Mariners TV, just one of the absolute best. And I just love getting to talk to her and pick her brain a little bit. We are going to be picking the brain of multiple brains of our listeners. We asked you a question earlier in the show. Have you ever had an opportunity to live out your sports dream or even live it vicariously through someone else? Have you ever seen something in person that was kind of a dream come true for you? You can text us on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. You can hit us up on the YouTube chat as well. We're going to go over those texts coming up. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley Ryan, Christopher Kidd in for Greg Bell, who is attending his daughter's graduation from the Coast Guard Academy this week. He will be back on Friday, so you'll have us today, us tomorrow. Benton, say it correctly though, Christopher Kidd, because I failed it.
Mike Benton.
There you go. Mike Benton on Thursday, and then Greg back here on Friday. So we have been asking the question, what is your greatest sports achievement? What is the moment you got to live out that was kind of your sports dream? I suppose it didn't have to be just sports related, though, because I love this one on the YouTube chat from Tahoe Jeff, who said, not sports, but I lived out a dream by winning Wheel of Fortune in May of 2016. That's pretty cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. I feel like I would get so close to winning Wheel of Fortune, and then I'd land on bankrupt and lose it all. That would be my luck.
From the 206, great stories on realizing big-time moments. Thanks for sharing. This brings up my son shares both of your stories. His first love is football, but realizing track is his thing. 400, 4x400, 4x100. You would have gone to state this year as a sophomore, but he got injured.
Oh, sad.
Or is he saying that I was...
He's saying he would have, I think.
Well, maybe it was... Okay, nonetheless, we went to California over spring break to see several campuses. When he saw the Coliseum, he said right then and there he wants to go to USC. And maybe with focus on training for track, it becomes a dream. That's a possibility. I will share your guys' stories tonight.
I mean, I fully get it. As I said, I saw the aquatic center, but when I walked to the Coliseum, it was dark. Like the arena, the stadium itself was lit up, but there was no one there. And I was standing outside the gates, and I was like, oh, I'm coming here. Yeah, I'm coming here. So I get that feeling. When you see the Coliseum, it kind of gives you those goosebumps. We got this one from the 206. Attended Super Bowl, is that 60, yeah? Trip of a lifetime. So they just went to see the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun.
Sure would.
Is that on your bucket list to go see the Seahawks in the Super Bowl? Mine neither.
No.
I want to watch it at home.
I don't. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I can only imagine the headache of doing all that. But once you get there, it's probably great. And then getting out is another headache. But don't be so... Yeah, I'm done talking about that. How about this from the 206?
Okay, fair.
Final leg of the 4x440 in junior high. Set the school record for the 440, 54.5. It'll never be broken. All right, flex on then.
Oh, wow. That is good.
I'm only top 10 in long jump, and some kid just moved me out of top. I was number 6, now I'm number 7. So shout out to, I have to look his name up. But yeah, he just moved me. I was number 6 behind Jory Fogerson. And now I'm number 7.
Yeah,
because
clearly.
this kid jumped 21.8. I'm just like, great.
That's some athleticism.
Yeah,
that's what I'll say. Yeah. From the 425, high school swimmer, 10,000 to 15,000 yards in 2-a-days during winter breaks grinding, and I got to swim in state at Federal Way. That's where all the state championships happen in Federal Way. Yeah. So very cool moment for that listener, I am sure. You got another one over there?
Yes, from Lee out of the 360. I coached cross country and track for many years. There are 2 moments that come to mind. Seeing one of our runners go to Stanford on scholarship, become an NCAA All-American, and eventually compete in Olympic marathon trials.
Wow.
And secondly, seeing a different kid join the Navy and break all training records in boot camp, and eventually see him become a medic embedded with SEAL teams and earn the honor of being named top medic in the country in 1 year.
That actually just gave me chills, that one. That is very cool. I like that. And that's why I was saying it doesn't have to be something you achieve, because as a coach or as a mentor, you can live those moments when you see the people that you're training and you're helping. I think as a parent, it can be the same way. We got this one from the 253. I was a late bloomer. Didn't start playing sports until my junior year of high school. But as a father, I've made sure to give all of my children every opportunity I never had. My proudest moment came when my oldest son joined the South Hill Little League team in the seniors division 2 years ago. We ended up winning districts and went on to play in the state tournament. My son came in with 2 runners on and no outs and ended up saving the game with just a 1-run lead. The real proud dad moment came, though, in the state championships game at Funko Field. Tie ball game, bottom 6. He comes up to bat and absolutely smokes one to dead center field and one-hopped the fence to walk it off and send our team to Oakland for the Little League World Series. Again, chills. Like, these are all just awesome. Like, I feel like I am getting to see, I'm visualizing what you're telling us, and it's so cool.
From the 206. Kid, the story was awesome. I made it to state in the 1600 and you just brought back some fantastic memories. Congrats on that, even though it happened way back in high school. Still very cool. You got darn right, man. I always cherish that. It was a good memory. I learned a lot. So, yeah, great memory.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. There was one, where was it that I saw earlier? From the 206, scored the game-winning penalty kick for the soccer national U17 team. That's pretty cool. Game-winning penalty kick on the national team. The U17 national, I mean, there's different levels. It's
There's
not like
levels
the
to
one that's
this.
playing in the World Cup, but that's still very impressive to be a U17 national team. That's very cool.
From the 206, my proudest moment comes from mentoring others who have gone on to great professional and collegiate careers in basketball officiating. I repped great players, incredibly great games. This is my legacy I'm most proud of. Man, I too was an official, but I only did intramurals, and I that was fun. It wasn't a dream, but people were like, Chris, you ever thought about high school officiating? Nah, man.
You don't want to get yelled at.
No, it wasn't that. It was more so that wasn't the path I saw myself going on. But now that I look back at it, yeah, maybe in an alternate universe, I'm some high school legend and maybe even got a chance to go do some collegiate ball. That was fun. Getting paid a couple $100 to just blow your whistle and yell at people, I didn't mind that.
No, I don't blame you. And we're going to wrap up with this one because we've got Ian Furness coming in next. But I do want to remind people with this text, you can still achieve your dreams if they're out there. 206 says, to be honest, I've always wanted to play hockey, but I didn't have super supportive parents. So now that I'm 42 and I can afford it, I am with the Krakens program. See, there you go. Never too late to start chasing those dreams. I love that. Thank you, everyone, for sharing all of those awesome texts and helping us get to celebrate your achievements. We, as I said, do have Ian Furness coming in next. We'll be back with the mayor. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is Ashley Ryan, Christopher Kidd in for Greg Bell, and we are now joined by the one and only, the mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furness. How's your morning going so far?
Ashley,
today?
it's going.
Okay.
It's Tuesday.
Yeah, I got a long week ahead.
What's your least favorite day of the week?
Wednesdays.
Really?
Yes.
I hate Tuesdays.
Okay, Bucky hates Tuesdays as well.
Absolutely despise Tuesdays. Like if I'm ranking them in order, Tuesday number 1 on the hate list.
Okay.
Monday 2.
Yeah.
Maybe Wednesday 3.
Okay.
Thursday, Friday.
So I would go Wednesday for sure because it's the day that I'm the most tired because it's the middle of the week.
Oh, okay. I see that.
But then it turns into then, once you get over that hump, you're like, okay, Thursday, Friday, this is easy. But it's just like I'm a zombie on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
So it goes Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah. I'm just, Tuesdays for me. No, not into it. Get through Tuesday and then it's like, okay. And a lot of times Wednesday, I have a little Wednesday golf league. So once I get to that, I feel like, okay, I have the weekends here.
Yeah,
exactly. I still have 2 days left, but I think I just revert back to college, Ian. And it's like, oh, well, Thursday's not
Thursday's
really.
going out night.
Thursday's, Wednesday's function night at the fraternity. Thursday's like Wooden Nickels, the Coug or whatever. And then Friday's, that's a day off.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you might as well do nothing. I think you could relate to this too, because obviously you are a dad of 2. I am just in the middle of travel. Softball and Little League. So it's 2 to 3 games in the week for Little League. And then we have had travel softball tournament, and we get another travel softball tournament to go to Wenatchee this weekend for Memorial Day weekend.
Well, that'd be fun. I'm sure getting hotels was fun for that.
Yeah, luckily we did it early enough.
Okay.
But
All right.
the drive, I'm not looking forward to the drive back on Monday.
No, that's not good. I think we avoided. I want to say we kind of avoided the Memorial Day tournaments. It felt like, at least.
It would be a good. I feel like it's pretty easy to avoid any holiday weekend tournament.
Yeah, we got so my daughter played. She played soccer. She played select, premier, whatever you call club soccer, and so we did travel for her for that. But she wanted to do everything. She did softball. She fast pitch in high school, soccer, cross country. Her only travel stuff was soccer, and they were pretty good about that. We didn't deal. Kiefer we did a lot at AAU basketball. We did 2 years of travel baseball and then AAU baseball or AAU basketball. And so you get to know, if you're in that world, every Fairfield Inn, Courtyard by Marriott,
Hilton Garden Inn
across the state.
Yeah.
Tri-Cities is your friend. Yakima is your friend. Wenatchee's your friend. I like Spokane, even though it was a further drive, bigger city.
Yeah, better quality hotels.
Better hotels, better choice, better food.
Yeah, Lacey was a little rough last week.
Lacey would suck.
Yeah.
I would not want to. Yeah, and you live so far away. Did you have to stay down there?
Yeah, we did. And our hotel, I will say, very nice. The other hotel, the pool was like a dungeon. And then the hotel next to that, as Palmer and I were walking out of the parking lot that the 2 hotels shared, there was a unhoused man, we'll say, so I can be
homeless. Yeah.
Just kind of walking around, and then I think he saw us and was like, "Oh, I better just face the building so they don't think I'm up to anything." And then we noticed that the roof was partially caved in from some sort of flooding damage or something. And then Palmer said, "Oh, Mom, look!" And there you go, an animal pooped on a rock. And I had to inform her that animals don't usually do that on rocks.
No.
They don't need to sit down on something.
Correct. Yeah, that's that. I got you. I'm tracking you.
So
it
wasn't the best quality there.
Yeah. No, I got you. I will also tell you this. Every weekend, there's part of me that misses it.
Oh, yeah.
Every weekend, there's part of me that misses it. Because it's like when my daughter was done, and because she's 6 years older than my son. So when she was done, we were kind of starting to rack things up a little bit harder with him. And yeah, there were weekends where you're like, God, it'd be great to be home and doing nothing. But then when it ends, you're like, now what do we do? Like last year was the first year that we were, my wife was a sports widow.
Yeah.
And there's like a couple good Instagram accounts with that. I sent her some stuff, her and a couple of the other moms that were with the college football team he's on. And they're just like, don't ever do that to me again. Yeah. So, I mean, we missed. And, the funny thing is the kids, when they're done, they're done.
Yeah.
Parents aren't.
Right.
And I look back, I think for me, the biggest thing was the rides to practice. were the biggest things.
Yeah.
And then when he started driving or she started driving, he didn't have that anymore.
Yeah, now you're like,
it was
just
cool.
go to practice on
your
own.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with that every Tuesday night and Thursday night and whatever night, right? But then you're like, okay, I kind of miss that time with the kid.
And now I don't feel needed.
Yeah, I think the needed part, I think it was just more the time you get with them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just the time you get with them. And then watching your kids compete, especially if it's something they love doing. And, we were always careful, and we're not perfect parents. Nobody is. But we're always careful, like, do you want to do this or not?
Yes.
And if you don't, good, just tell us.
Yeah, exactly. I'm here to support you.
Yeah.
I'm not here to make you do something you don't want to be doing.
Yeah, he was done with travel baseball after 8th grade, so going into high school. He was like, I don't want to play. I'm done with baseball. It's boring. I don't like playing it. Because I like playing games. I just can't be in a gym in December hitting tennis balls or whatever. I just can't do that.
Yeah.
And he was such a football kid and the basketball was his love.
Yeah.
Even though he's football, but and so when he's like, I'm done with baseball. I'm like, okay, well, I'll put the red Solo cups away.
Yeah, I know, right? You like the amount of little different drinking vessels, and you've got the other moms that will bring wine to different games. Like we take our turns,
and that's become a thing now. Like Benton sent me a thing the other day, big old controversy up there in Snohoe County, up there with the Everett, whatever. But those kids
drinking
are like,
too much.
Yeah, apparently. I don't know.
You got to keep it on the DL.
It's Everett.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
I mean,
I think he's more Marysville.
Yeah, I'm part of Everett, but we keep it very quiet.
I think he's Marysville type thing. I think that's when you get. No, hey, listen. You should just be careful. I mean,
yes.
Thing is, like the other thing you do, you find yourself picking teams based on parents.
Oh yeah, and
that's the best.
This was our first year in Little League that we were going to play with a team that we hadn't played with in 3 years.
Yeah.
And so we knew some of the people because you obviously get to know everybody, but the parents and stuff. I'm like, oh gosh, how's this going to go? And I'm already good friends with one of the moms, Christina.
Yeah.
She's great, and she brought wine last week. I brought wine the week before, so. We're fulfilling that duty.
I like
Heather
that.
also great. Yeah, so we've got some really good moms.
The hotel lobby is always your friend.
Yes. Pizza parties and wine.
We had 4 years at the Courtyard by Marriott in downtown Spokane for Whitworth University football.
Nice.
And they got to know us. We'd there. They had a great lobby. We'd hang out there. It was just kind of with other parents and tailgating and all those. It was so much fun. I look back on those times. I'm like, God, but when it's funny, like after his last game, I was doing Seahawks. And so he was in Chicago and they lost in the playoffs. And I said, how are you? He's like, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm good.
Yeah. I'm done.
I'm done. Body's done. Everything
I did
done.
my time.
Did my time and all those things. And I think back, some of our best friends that, we're still close with are people we met through youth sports, which I think is kind of the better things, one of the cool things. In fact, even for my daughter, a lot of her friends are people she played soccer with.
Yeah.
And for my son, I think obviously college football is different. He's really tight with the guys. He lived in a house with a bunch of offensive linemen and a couple D linemen. So he's tight with those guys because it's college, a little different. But he played for a AAU program called Ken Elite. And I always laugh when people just rip on AAU. And I said, you know what? The best thing that ever happened to my son is he played for Ken Elite AAU basketball. The most is diverse. We come from Maple Valley, not the most diverse place in the world. Tahoma High School, not the most diverse place in the world. Ken Elite, it's all the MPSL schools just put in a blender. And some of his really good friends to stay, he still plays basketball with it. The Covington or Renton LA Fitness.
Nice.
Are dudes he played basketball with. Played with AAU and played against in the MPSL.
Oh, fun.
Like Kentwood kids, Kent Ridge kids, KM guys, all that stuff, Auburn, Kennedy, and all that. And I think that's what the kids benefit out of that stuff, And God, I see so many kids nowadays. Do you guys have the electric bike issue going on?
Oh my God, yes. I feel like old man yelling at clouds. I'm like, get off my lawn.
I'm like asking myself, so
don't you need a license?
You do.
Yeah.
Actually, Maple Valley cops sent out a thing to like the Facebook page and all the schools that most of those are illegal for kids under 16.
That's what I thought. And yet they ride them around like idiots.
And they ride them on sidewalks and they're banging through people.
But their parents bought them for them.
Because the parents don't want to do anything with them. It's
so
like,
annoying.
I'll just buy that. I think they look at like, is it better than putting them on a video game all day?
No.
It isn't, but
but they think it is. Yes.
Oh yeah, they're outside.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're outside terrorizing people.
Yeah,
and stuff
and they're
like
not
that.
getting exercise. It's an electric bike.
It's an electric bike. They're just running around. Yeah, those are. Every day I'm like, God, it's one of these days. that tragedy in our neighborhood's going to happen.
Yep.
It's 100% going to happen. And I'm just like, God, I don't want to be there for it. I don't want to think about it, but it's going to happen. So
Yeah.
I'd rather the kid be playing a sport. I'd rather people go, oh, that's stupid select sports or this and that and all that. It's too expensive. It is expensive, but sometimes you pay a price for having kids.
Yeah, sometimes you do, and supporting your kids
And what they do, what they'll get out of it later in life
I
as
would
well.
agree.
So
I would agree. What do you have coming up on the show today?
Well, we're going to replay about 6 or 7 minutes in the 12 o'clock hour of our Mollywop Monday yesterday with the Dan Wilson conversation.
Okay.
Our social media guru Mike Benton did put it on some stuff on Instagram, and it blew up like I haven't seen in a long time.
Wow.
And so we're going to revisit that a little bit. Yeah, they won last night.
Yeah, they did.
And which is great. But I think Chuck said, I saw the recap you wrote yesterday. I don't want to misquote him. Monday's show, Chuck said, bad team, bad manager.
Yes.
Bad manager.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be being shared by a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do we expect out of him? So we'll talk a little bit about that and replay some of that stuff with Nathan and Chris because I thought it was really powerful. We'll revisit that a little bit. Joe Sheehan joins us, weekly visit with him, coming up at 1:20. We're expecting John Lund at 2 o'clock. He's never on time. We'll see if he's on time today.
2:05-ish.
Sure, that'd be great. That would be the under.
Okay, perfect.
That would be the under. And then I listened to Fane and Softy yesterday. They brought it up last Friday. Oklahoma City. Do we have an Oklahoma City problem? Are they living rent-free in everybody's head?
Yeah.
Dick Fane made the comment that sent Softy sideways. This is how you should build a team.
Oh, yeah. Softy lost it.
And he's right.
Yeah.
And also Dick's wrong because this is not how you build. It's so different what you're going to have with an expansion team as opposed to a team that was already in existence.
Well, as opposed to a team you stole.
And they tanked and they got Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
SGA was a great trade, but Jalen with an L and Chet Holmgren, you tanked.
Yeah.
And you traded a bunch of guys away and you finished second to last in the league twice in 2 years. Do you want that in Seattle?
No.
When the Sonics come here?
No.
Okay. We'll talk about that too.
Okay. All right. Well, that is coming up with the mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furness. Next, it's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frost Brew, Coors Light, Choose Chill. Bats came alive for the M's last night. They took down the White Sox 6-1. The highlight, though, Cole Emerson, first major league hit, was a 3-run home run. Friends and family in the stands, really cool. Julio home run as well. Brian Wu, great. More on that in a second. Game 2 of the series, 6:40 tonight. Bryce Miller and maybe Luis Castillo on the mound. Whatever. Jackson Smith-Njigba, the Offensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl champion, received his trophy for Defensive Player of the Year.
I mean, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah, he was that good. No, the NFL screwed it up. How do you screw that up?
It's one trophy, dude.
How do you screw that up? He's getting a new one. Pac-12 Mountain West announced Monday they have settled their lawsuits beginning the fall of 2024. What that means, we're not exactly sure. Our buddy John Canzano is going to join us tomorrow, by the way, to talk about it. NHL, Game 7, nothing like it. In the National Hockey League Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 7 last night, Canadians over the Sabres. Not only Game 7, overtime, 3-2 the final. Alex Newhook had the game-winning goal. Montreal now takes on Carolina in the next game. In the next series for the Eastern Conference Finals. Knights and Avalanche tomorrow at 5, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. NBA last night, Cavs, first of all, and the Knicks go tonight in the Eastern Conference Finals at 5 o'clock. Spurs and Oklahoma City Game 2 tomorrow. San Antonio did win last night.
You didn't read what I wrote.
I know. The pukes. PWHL, by the way, added its final team, we think, for now. San Jose will have a PWHL team next year. They have gone from 6 teams a couple years ago to 12. Seattle and Vancouver no longer the new ones because Vegas, San Jose, Hamilton, one other all coming in this year, which is really cool. So that's great to see that league grow. Here we go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go on a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. It is a Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, here on the show. I just wrote myself a reminder. I think I have baseball tickets to give away later today.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I'll stand by for that. We'll do that in the 2 o'clock hour, like late. All right, that's coming up a little bit later on today.
I'll put it on my task list.
We believe Joe Sheehan and John Lund are going to join us today.
We do believe.
Have we talked to John Lund?
Because they will. And yes, I have.
You have? Okay. All right. That's the only. Joe's very punctual. And for those that ask, we think we might have solved the Joe Sheehan audio problem.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That's the plan. That's what you tell me. That's what Joe tells me. He tells you at least. All right. So
yes.
we think that everyone's
I'm
like
the conduit between you two.
Everyone is like, we love Joe. We just don't understand half of what he says.
We can't hear him as well.
So we think we have solved that problem.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
I gave him a very specific directive on what has worked well for me when it comes to audio.
Yes.
And so
beautiful.
we're there.
All right. So coming up, probably in the next segment, I believe, is when we'll do it. We're going to, maybe this segment, we'll see how long we go here. We're going to, so we had the boys on yesterday from Mollywop Monday, and it was spicy. I don't know how you want to say it, but it was a really good episode. We ended up going the full hour. We don't normally do that, but because we need to get to Cold Emerson, which we will in a second. But before we could get to that, the Dan Wilson situation has just been kind of percolating under the surface, and I think it just boiled over this past weekend. Now, yes, they won last night. Nobody in this division is above 500. It's a weird, strange season in the American League and certainly in the AL West. The AL West feels a lot like the NFC South last year in the NFL. Like it's just someone's not going to be good and still win it. And that's not what we want to have here. So we'll get back to Dan in a second, but we're going to replay the little snippet of those guys, Chris and Nathan, both talking about Wilson because Mike Benton does a great job with our social media stuff. He put some stuff on Instagram last night and on Twitter, I guess, or X, whatever we call it. And it blew up. It absolutely blew up. Mm-hmm. And, I don't always put all my everything in one basket in terms of what social media is saying but when you have a reaction like we did, I woke up this morning and I looked at the Instagram stuff and I'm like, holy, like it was crazy. Everyone in this town seems to have a Dan Wilson opinion.
Sure.
And a strong one at that. And so we're going to get those guys. If you missed it yesterday, just pull that little part out again and let them talk about it. And we'll get your reaction to it as well. Because I think it's a good thing, to be honest with you, not to be criticizing or be critical, but it's a good thing because the passion for Mariner fans and what they're demanding that happens this year with this particular season is, frankly, I think at an all-time high. And if I'm sitting down there at T-Mobile, I love it. I don't love that people criticize our current manager, maybe, but I do love the passion. I love the fact that people are fired up. I love the fact that people want this team and demand this team. I go back to Chris's first episode of Mollywop Monday this year. I demand they get to the World Series. And I think listen, you're as close as you were last year. There's no reason not to. There's no reason not to. Time is now, 50 years in. Get to the damn World Series. And you have the team, at least on paper, you think can get there, and yet they have underperformed.
You were a sniff away last year.
You were a sniff away, and you run it back, effectively run it back. Now you've got injuries. We all understand that. Every team does. If you want to point out the Cal injury, I'll just point out the fact that maybe Cal's been hurt all year, but Cal hasn't been himself. That's been a problem. And you can't blame Dan for that.
No.
You can't blame Dan for that. But the in-game decisions are, I think, what send people sideways. Anyway, we'll get to that a little bit. I listened with great interest yesterday on the way home. I didn't hear Friday's show with Jackson and Dick, but I listened with great interest yesterday on something they were talking about, I guess, on Friday, and that was how do you build an NBA team? And we're going to get the NBA back. All right, let's just cut through all the nonsense and all that. We're getting a team back. If it doesn't happen, then you come to me and I'll just say, hey, baby, I was wrong, and I don't want to be wrong in this case. I root to be wrong. We root to be wrong on this show. We don't want to root to be wrong here, but it feels inevitable. We're getting a team back, which is great. Dick brought up, kind of how the structure, how Oklahoma City has built what appears to be a team on the brink of going back-to-back NBA titles. Now they are down 1-0 after, thankfully, Wemby and company last night got the win in Game 1 in OKC. But they still look to be a heavy favorite to win consecutive NBA championships. And Dick brought up basically how do you this is how you build a team. I couldn't disagree more on a lot of levels. And it's not just because it's Oklahoma City. But, again, part of it is because it's Oklahoma City. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. And I got a question for you guys, too. I'll just throw the question out there right now at 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. I'll throw it out right now. Also, we had great talkbacks yesterday.
A lot of them, too.
A lot of them. A lot of talkbacks. All I have to do
really enjoy those.
iHeartRadio app, red microphone, speak 30 seconds or less. We had great talkbacks yesterday. My question is this. Do the Oklahoma City Thunder still live rent-free in your head? And that's a really negative thing to say, but are you still here in Seattle keeping an eye on what they're doing? Are they kind of living there in your mind right now?
I root against them. I still root against them.
I do too. I'll get more into that in a minute. But are they hanging over your head? Are they hanging over you still like that black cloud since 2008? Now it's been a long damn time. There are a lot of our listeners that don't know. They don't remember the Sonics. I get it. Unless you're at least 30 years old, you probably don't remember much about Sonic basketball, right? But if you are older than 30, 35 up, then you do. So my tone has changed a little bit, but then Fane restoked the fire, so screw him. All right, Mariners last night, the headline, listen, there's a lot of headline. The headline to me is simple. My wife even said, like she walked in, we're watching the highlights on the news this morning, and she's like, oh, he hit the home run. Like, everyone knows who Cole Emerson is. It's a really cool, exciting story.
Yeah.
It's awesome that this kid's up. It's awesome. You get excited anytime there's a top prospect that comes into your organization.
And his family was there, too.
His family was there, everything. They didn't make it for the first game because basically he got called up and he was in Seattle an hour later. But they were there, and his first hit ends up being a 3-run home run. Mariners were up 3-1 at the time, 2 on, makes it a 6-1 game, puts it out of reach, and it was awesome. Like, absolutely fantastic. Now, there's a couple comps the Mariners sent. These are courtesy of the Mariners, Alex and crew down there, and Jordan and everybody else in the great PR staff sent out. There's a couple stats that jumped out after that game that I didn't like, but I spelled, well, one specifically because it was who it was attached to, right? Like you're thinking, is this a start of something great? So he's the 11th player in Mariner history to homer for their first career hit. That sounds cool, right? Like, that's also pretty wild. Like 11 times the first career hit for a Mariner player in his major league debut or his first major league hit has been a home run. That seems like a lot, actually. It's kind of it's a higher number than I would thought.
Yeah.
But here's what I didn't like.
Oh, no.
He's the first since 2021, a game on March 14th against Cleveland. You know who that guy was? Jared Kelenic.
Okay, let's not put that stank on our young Colts.
Or as
okay?
Nathan Bishop calls him, Kelenic. Or as Fane would call him, Kelenic. But most people call him Kelenic. So I'm with you. I saw that. I'm like, I don't want that attached to him.
There's no curse attached to that.
I'll give you a better comp. Again, courtesy of the Mariners PR staff. He also became the first player in franchise history to hit a 3-run or more home run as his first career home run in the majors, right? So his first career home run being 3 or more runs, almost a grand slam, in his first career home run in Major League Baseball since, this is a better comp, Julio back in 2022. I like that stat. Comp. So take the pen out, cross out Kelnic's name. I'm going with the Julio comp. I like that. Boom. Awesome. There he is. That was the headline last night. I'd say the sub-headline underneath, if it's the newspaper, which may or may not still exist. I think they still have a newspaper out there, although I actually, you know what? I went to pick one up the other day at times. I couldn't believe how thin it was.
Oh, really?
I was like, what?
I haven't picked up a physical one in a while. Unless I'm in a hotel. That's when I pick them up.
I do too. Yeah. When we were in Spokane all those years, it was like I just get the Spokesman Review every morning. It was awesome.
Yeah. And shout out to the Tribune, too.
Yeah, but Tribune's really thin.
It is.
I mean, Greg and John Manley, the only sports writers really left.
They hold
So
it
I'm like, it's that thing's a shadow. Anyway, this would have been the sub headline. And I think almost shares the headline. Yes, the home run was awesome by Cole Emerson. I think more importantly, and we'll hear the stuff with those guys in a minute about what's going on with the baseball team and the manager. Brian Wu was great. Absolutely phenomenal last night. And why was that good? Well, here's the thing. He had a couple really bad starts at St. Louis and at home against Kansas City, if you remember. Like two ones where he kind of got tossed around a little bit, which isn't like him. Since then, 3 great starts in a row. He retired the final 11 batters yesterday. And that quality start, 6 scoreless innings, he was dominant. Absolutely flat out dominant yesterday. And watching that version of Brian Wu should give every Mariner fan a ton of hope, excitement, whatever the manager situation is, which we'll get into, whatever the injury situation is, you need your guys, your top dudes to be great. Logan was awful over the weekend. Kirby was awful over the weekend. Brian Wu now has strung 3 straight starts together after 2 blips on the radar screen, because before that he was good too. And you're not going to be perfect throughout the year. Wu's your ace. He's just flat out your ace right now. And God, was he good. Like, so good last night. Watch, and I love watching him. His compete level is a 10 out of a 10. Like,
he's so awesome too.
He just has a different gear in terms of his want to and his compete. At least it just what appears to be on the mound. And I love that. I think it's got to be, Parade, I thought, caught a great game behind the plate. Like, they had a really good rapport going, you could tell. And after every inning, it was like they're just jacked up. And I thought Paredes' energy level behind the plate matched Wu's. I have to ask myself, and this is a Chris and Nathan question maybe next week or whatever. I think Parade feels to me in some ways like a better option than Garver, who's just not good at all and hasn't been good for 2 years. But anyway, take that aside. Wu was fantastic. Absolutely sensational, flat out, dominant yesterday. Love seeing it. And yes, Cole Emerson's 3-run home run. He gets the walk-off post-game interview with the hyphen. He gets all the accolades and the Gatorade and all that stuff. Brian Wu yesterday, the most important thing that came out of that, 3 straight starts and was just dominant, especially with whatever they're doing with the whole Bryce Miller, Luis Castillo deal, trying to figure that stuff out. Gilbert and Kirby coming off 2 bad outings.
Piggybacking, I believe they're calling it.
Yeah, Hancock was good Friday. The other 2 guys not good over the weekend. You need Wu, and Wu delivered in a big, bad way yesterday. It was awesome to see. That, to me, was what was kind of more of an unimportant part of the game last night. Julio's still great. Early start, at least. Naylor has really heated up. 3 hit that night last night for Josh Naylor, so you like seeing that. And all those things. JP still can't play defense. I know people down there are uber sensitive about that. I'm going to say this again. If you're looking at fielding percentage, you're looking at the wrong stat. Listen to this station. Listen to the morning show with Chuck. Listen to Molly Wop guys. Listen to Sheehan, Eno Saris. Anybody that knows baseball. You're not looking at fielding percentage. You're looking at all the underlying stats. By those underlying numbers, J.P. Crawford is not good at shortstop. Period. End of story. Cole Emerson being good. If Brendan Donovan comes back healthy, they're going to have decisions to make. I mean, J.P. can hit. You're not taking his bat out of the lineup, but he hurts you defensively. That's a fact. And I know that's a sensitive topic for some people.
It would
right?
Appear
you know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about.
It would appear he's playing through some things that we don't know.
He's been bad defensively for a couple years now.
Well, especially compared to what he was.
You know what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying.
He's not good, but I love his bat, and
he's a good baseball player.
He's a good hitter. Jess.
That's baseball.
Well, you got to play deep. You're playing the most important infield position.
Yes,
and you're not good.
Very difficult.
That little spin and throw yesterday, like like what are we doing? Anyway, all good yesterday, all good. And Cole Emerson, cool. The mom and dad in the stands, the 17 family members.
That many people get to be there for that. Like you said, he only had like 1 hour.
Yeah, I think
to
he was,
let his family know.
What was he like?
He was getting called up.
0 for 3 before that. 0 for 2 on
and
Sunday.
Then Fam shows up, and look what happens. 3-run homer.
0 for 2, 0 for 3. Gets his last at bat, 8th inning. Thanks for cutting. And you know the thing too that I liked about it, showed a little pop on that. Like it's kind of almost a one-hander. And I mean, I know it's short down a right field line and all that, but that was just it was going to be an extra base hit, at least. If it didn't go over the fence, it was going to be off the wall. He's going to get a double. I'm assuming he got the ball and all that back. I haven't seen, but the guy that caught it, that guy that puts the K's up.
Oh, that was
It bounced up and he caught it with his glove.
Yeah.
So, and then they showed it later and he wasn't there. So I'm sure the Mariners did a good job of go, hey, let's come on down. What do we got to do?
Oh, and they do such a good job of rewarding people who give the ball back for significant moments.
Yeah, so that was really cool. Everything about it yesterday was awesome. But the manager's still a concern. All right? The manager is still somewhat of a concern for so many people. So here's what we can do when we come back. We're going to play a little bit of yesterday's Molly Wop segment with Nathan and Chris and what they had to say about the situation involving Dan Wilson. And it's a simple question. Do the Mariners have a manager problem? Do they have a manager problem? We'll hear from Chris and Nate. Again, it blew up all over social media. Everyone seems to have an opinion on it. You guys have an opinion on it. 49451. Fire off your thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. Also, the talkbacks is there for you as well. We got Mariners tickets to give away for tonight later on today, so stay tuned for that. All that coming up right here, 93.3 KJR FM.
12th Man, brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back. 12:45. I'm going to tell you about the worst owner in sports doing his magic today. I'm not surprised. Some people feel like they're surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Tell people all the time, there's a reason that John Forsland is here in Seattle, and we have the best television play-by-play announcer in the NHL here in Seattle. His name is John Forsland, and there's a reason he's here, and we'll get to that at 12:45 because this guy is an issue. All right. Yesterday, Mollywop Monday, went a full hour. We pulled about 6-7 minutes out of the best of the following topic, which, and again, if you've listened to our show, our show's an interesting one.
Yes, it is.
Because
you're an interesting person, Ian.
Well, no, I think it's just those two guys have this reputation of being, especially Nathan, cantankerous a little bit, right? Yeah. And understand that both Nathan and Chris are baseball fans and Mariners fans that care deeply about the team and the sport. They also do it with a pretty good base of knowledge, two different bases of knowledge in terms of where they come from. I mean, Chris does it for a living with Roto World. Nathan has a great understanding of statistics and the history and all that. And we even during the Scott Service days, I don't really remember ever going down the road of God, should Service go? I don't remember that. And Dan, there's been a lot of criticism of him, especially after Game 7 last year, but even before that, in-game decisions and so on and so forth. But after the weekend sweep by San Diego, there were a lot of people asking and talking about what's going on. What about Dan Wilson? So that was our topic yesterday. Take a listen. Get your reaction, 49451, to this. How culpable or how much of a problem is the manager, or is he?
He's definitely a problem. How much of a problem he is subjective, of course, because Dan Wilson isn't Rob Refsnyder. Dan Wilson isn't Connor Joe. Dan Wilson isn't Mitch Garver. He isn't Leo Rivas. He isn't the guy who has put those players on the roster. But this is what I came back to, and I always come back to this anytime a team makes a managerial change or any type of coaching change in any sport. Is Dan Wilson making the Mariners better? Because if Dan Wilson is making the Mariners better, this team sucks out loud. Like, it's a really, really bad roster. And then you got to talk about making wholesale changes. No, I don't think that this is a really bad roster. I don't think that Dan Wilson has made the Seattle Mariners better even a smidgen. Now, if you want to argue that what he's doing in the clubhouse, that's so hard to judge because I'm not in there. Nobody's in there. Jerry and Justin are in there, so they have a little bit of an idea, but that's really hard to prove, and it's really hard to prove that a new guy can't do the same thing as well. But the in-game decision-making, and Sunday really frustrated me because I saw a lethargic baseball team. I saw a baseball team that looked like that loss didn't really bug them, and that's really frustrating because it should have. This should have been you got to get this W. You got to start getting some home wins. You got to at least salvage something here. And they look lethargic. And that's at least a little bit on the manager. Is it on the 26 players too? Of course. But to answer your question, Dan Wilson is definitely culpable. And Dan Wilson, these are the same issues that we saw when he took over in 2024, for a lot of 2025, and so far in 2026 for sure. If you could argue it's actually gotten worse. So I don't think that they're willing to make a change. I think that Dan Wilson's popularity in the city and with the organization makes this an even more difficult thing. But I'll just be honest with you right now. I had a night to sleep on it. I recorded my video at 12:30 in the morning because I wanted to take as much time as possible before I ended up recording. Yeah, I think I would make the change. I think I would make the decision right now. I probably would have made it after Game 7, to be honest with you. But I would absolutely consider making a managerial change because Dan Wilson is not making the Seattle Mariners better, and that's all I care about. I don't care about him managing the clubhouse. I don't care about the relationships he has with the players. That's important. I believe a new manager can do the same gosh damn thing. Dan Wilson is not making the Seattle Mariners better, and the Mariners need to look at that and decide whether that's good enough. And I can't imagine how you'd say that's good enough.
I'm going to come back to something you said in there, but Nathan, I'll let you have your say because I want to circle back in just in a heartbeat. But Dan Wilson.
Well, there's 6-11 in one-run games. His predecessor was incredibly good in one-run games for over a decade. That's not saying Scott Service was a perfect manager. He clearly was not. No manager is perfect. But I'm looking at this roster, and I will grant Dan Wilson this year that Cal Raleigh being hurt sucks. That's really hard. As much of a negative as that is, I would say that Cal Raleigh deciding to have the greatest season in the history of Major League Baseball for a catcher probably maybe obscured some of Dan's weaknesses last year. And having a catcher hit 60 home runs makes you look pretty smart when you're riding the lineup every single day. I don't see the stuff that's happening on this roster right now that makes me think that Dan is dealing with some sort of toxic, unmanageable group of guys. Like, I see so many things going right for this team on individual levels. Luke Raley's having a great season. Randy Arozarena has been fantastic. Julio Rodriguez is off to one of his best starts. Josh Naylor, after a slow start, is just Josh Naylor again. Cole Young has been promising. Donovan's been fine when he's been healthy. JP Crawford is the worst shortstop in Major League Baseball, but he gets on base like an absolute stud and has been one of their more useful bats. Like, those things should add up to wins. And you couple it with a rotation that has not been elite. It has not been 2023, 2024. It's still been one of the better and probably the deepest rotation in all of Major League Baseball. You still have Andres Munoz back there to slam the door on close games, and you're 6-11 in one-run games, and you're 15-25 against everybody except the worst frickin' rotation I've ever seen in my life in the Houston Astros. Dude, they are adding 5 + 5 and making it 7. And I don't know if that's not the manager's fault. I don't know what is the manager's fault. When can I criticize the manager if I am watching this team underperform and just not being able to string together wins, making the same stupid decisions? They are getting slaughtered. I did some research on the numbers. They are getting absolutely obliterated in the 6th inning of baseball games, right when they are subbing out their best hitters for their worst hitters, and right when they're trying to transition from their starting pitching to their relief pitching. Those are pivot points that the manager controls, and they are failing every single day, it feels like, in that point in the game. And it's just, I have nothing against Dan Wilson. I have fond memories of Dan Wilson as a child. He is a Mariner Hall of Famer. He is apparently an 80 grade human being that everybody who talks to says he's a wonderful man. I bear him no ill will. The process through which he was hired, the fact that there was apparently no vetting of any kind or any sort of search before he was hired, coupled with the obvious struggles there, and I come from somebody that's never managed in baseball before, and seeing it play out like this at what is at least the best championship window this organization has had in 25 years, if not ever. It's both very, very on brand for the Seattle Mariners and deeply frustrating as somebody who would really like them to win.
And that's Nathan and Chris. The whole Molly Wop Hour is on yesterday's show is a podcast, iHeartRadio app. Go just check it out. It's the two of them are great yesterday. They always are, but they were really good yesterday about everything, including that subject. So they, I think the one thing that the Dan Wilson part of the fallout is this. And Dick and Softy talked about it yesterday as well. They brought it up. They did a poll question, all that fun stuff. And you know, I kind of I was asking myself, and somebody asked me about this, like, why is it such a hot topic? Well, I think it's simple. And it's not because they've been hovering around 500 all season and in a bad division, in a bad league, kind of underachieving. I think more than anything is because people look at the bigger pictures. The expectations for this team, the 2026 Seattle Mariners, they've never probably been higher, and that includes coming off the 01 season into 2002, or 95, or even after the 2022 season. I don't think the expectations have ever been higher for this baseball team, and rightfully so. And with expectations come the demand of fulfilling those. And I think it is a very fair question to ask. Is Dan Wilson the right guy to lead this team this season to get to the pinnacle? He may be. He may be. I just hear too many people whose baseball IQ, acumen, understanding. I hear too many people question Dan. And listen, I really like Dan Wilson, the human being. I really do. We're not friends, we're not buddies, we're not texting, but like many of us in the media that have been around for a while, we've known Dan, talked to Dan, been around Dan. I'm not around it every day anymore, but I like him a lot. A quality human being. And here's the thing, I did do a little bit of digging around today. Everything we hear about how popular he is in the clubhouse is 100% true.
Yeah.
Players like him.
But you just go back to last year.
Well, the reason that Service got let go, Nate brought it up. Service was great in one-run games. Wilson's not. In-game managing, Service was probably a better manager, but the relationships weren't good in the clubhouse compared to where they are with Dan. Dan's a better relationship guy. That's the kind of the thing. Like, if you were to make a change at some point this season, does that actually become counterproductive? What's the trade-off?
Right.
Is the trade-off, hey, maybe we have a better guy in game that understands the matchups, sometimes going with feel as opposed to what a number, whatever it be, whatever the manager has to do. Maybe you're better off. Maybe you have a better, let's just call it a technical manager. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a better relationship manager. And so then what happens at that point? Do you take a step back because of that? Maybe. Certainly could. And I don't think you want to do that. That's kind of what you're balancing right now if you're in that front office. You see things happen in game and you're like, oh my God, like that just feels like a colossal error and mistake and this and that. And then at the same time, the players, they love this guy, respect this guy. So that's where the balancing act comes in. But the question, and this is why I think it's a really fair question, is he the right guy to lead this particular team to where it needs to be this season? And where it needs to be, people are, World Series, great. At bare minimum, this team needs to get back to the ALCS. If they don't get back to the ALCS, the season's a failure.
Yeah.
That's because it's a step back.
Yeah.
It's a step back. 49451. Also, the talkback is there for you as well. By the way, the talkbacks, where's Clifford been?
I know.
See, we're not playing
for the last couple
We've got
days.
some tennis thing going on now instead of the Clifford show. So I don't know if Clifford, did he get canceled?
Maybe it was because of the talkbacks we got.
Maybe. Who knows? I'm not sure what happened there, but I don't like it. All right. The worst owner in sports is at it again next. Worst owner in sports. Back at it, ladies and gentlemen. Back at it. I don't want to make light of this because it's good people losing jobs, but a lot of...
Oh, you've seen it?
Yeah, a lot of reports coming out of Portland today that Tom Dundon, the new owner of the Portland Trailblazers, they've started or he's initiated a round of layoffs. 70, at least 70 is the number from a couple of different people I've spoken to and I'm kind of seeing out there on social media as well, but around 70 plus, and it's just starting. People have been laid off by Dundon with the Blazers front office. This is a guy that, of course, famously already has said he doesn't want to pay. I mean, it's just, and then he doesn't want to pay market value for a new coach. Which you're in the NBA.
You're in a league, man.
You're in a league that makes money, has a great media rights deal. You're not cutting corners. I've mentioned this before. There's a reason that John Forsland is here in Seattle with the Kraken. And we all know. It's not a secret. John, like, when he took over the Hurricanes, they cut back. They didn't want to pay market value for good people, including Johnny, who's as good as it gets. And they ended up doing a simulcast with radio and TV, which does not serve anyone well. And bumped a guy up that's okay. He ain't John. Good dude. Really good dude. The radio guy got bumped up. And, Forsland said, I don't even know how the specifics, if he was given the opportunity to take a cut or whatever, but he ends up coming to Seattle, and it's our gain, their loss. That's just a small part of it. Everybody been around the Hurricanes. They're a cheap organization. Yes, they're in the Eastern Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs. On the ice, they've been good. Why? Great GM, great coach, make good decisions, hit on a couple draft picks. That's why. Don't look at the on-ice success. Look how he runs an organization. 70 people laid off today.
70.
And that's in an NBA front office, and that's not basketball ops. That's a significant number. They probably got I'm just thinking in terms of what we have, maybe 150. That's probably 30-40% of their staff. They laid off. I'll give you
cost-cutting measures.
His cheap.
Right.
El Cheapo.
Well, I mean, we've already seen that.
But I'm going to give you the playbook, and this is what just infuriates me about the NBA. And I just kind of look around and saying, are we still going to have a team come here? I think so. We're talking about that next segment about the Oklahoma City being in our head still.
The pukes.
The Casey Holdall's has been their digital reporter for their website for about 20 years, almost 20 years. He was working for a different outlet when I was down there. I've never seen a guy that had more passion for his job, did a better job with it than Casey. For people that I'm just trying to get in Seattle, that would be the equivalent of John Boyle for Seahawks.com. John,
who does a phenomenal
job. Yeah. And
which is great too, because he tells really good stories as an insider.
Right.
And a lot of the time people,
are you going to cover your own team?
Well, but
are you going to cover your own team? That's a question. How are you going to cover your own team?
Inside,
you let that guy you can control the narrative, but Casey anyway. So just texting some people down in Portland. This is the Clayton Bennett playbook. We talked about it in 2006.
Oh, God.
When he bought the team. When he bought the team in 2006, man, I'll tell you, I was listening to, that was like early stages of you could listen on the computer. And when that dipstick Bennett bought the team from Howard Schultz in 2006, I sat there. Actually, we're going to take a break. I'll get into this because it'll morph into the Oklahoma City stuff. Joe Sheehan at 220 at 120. I don't want to get into it now. I'd rather.
You're fired up.
No, I just rather kind of make sure I cross, because I'm getting all kinds of texts from people in Portland. For those who don't know, I worked there for 6 years, and
Ian's got sources.
Well, it's not sources, just people are telling me.
You have
honestly,
friends?
just friends, just saying, "Oh my God, it is two different people." This is the Clayton Bennett playbook from 2006, and we all know how that ended for Seattle. I'm so disappointed in the NBA. And I'll tell you why next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, headlines are brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light Choose Chill. Bats came alive for the M's last night. They took down the White Sox 6-1. Colt Emerson, his first career home run, 3-run bomb. Awesome. Made a 6-1 game, put the game out of reach. Julio Rodriguez also a homer. Brian Wu was great. 3 hits, 2 walks, struck out 8. Didn't give up a run, was awesome. Chicago still here. White Sox 6:40. Game 2 tonight of the 3-game series. Bryce Miller starts. Luis Castillo expected also make an appearance in the game. JSN, Jackson Smith-Njigba, the Offensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl champion. You might have remembered him. He's pretty good last season. Got his trophy for being the Offensive Player of the Year. Sort of. It said Defensive Player of the Year. NFL screwed up. They're going to send him a new trophy. NFL also, by the way, just a short time ago, they have voted to measure, to increase the cap on international games from 8 to 10 in 2027. Could actually have 11 because that does not include Jacksonville's annual game at Wembley Stadium. More international. Boo. Ian says, boo. Also, the NFL eliminating teams' ability to protect games against specific home opponents from being played abroad. Until now, they could protect 2 home games each year. So I wonder if that's interesting. I wonder what the 49ers must not have protected the Rams game. They must have just protected Seattle. That was weird. Anyway, that's what's going on there with the NFL. NHL, Canadians over the Sabres. Game 7 in overtime last night. 3-2 the final. Montreal and Carolina start Thursday. Eastern Conference Finals. Golden Knights and Avs. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals is tomorrow. They get that series underway. NBA, Cavs, Knicks tonight, 5 o'clock. Eastern Conference Finals. God, please, one of you two be good enough to knock off Oklahoma City. Please. Knicks, probably, maybe. No. Cavs, no. I think Michael Wilbon called it the JV series. Spurs and the Pukes face off in Game 2 tomorrow. San Antonio did take a win yesterday in double overtime. Wemby! We love you. Let's go to hour number 2.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, hour number 2 of the show. Coming up at 1:20, Joe Sheehan's going to join us. I'm just going to wrap up. I didn't want to get into this in the last couple seconds before we got to the top of the hour in the last segment. Joe Sheehan at 1:20 today. John Lund at 2 o'clock. The worst owner in sports is at it again. El Cheapo, Tom Dundon there in Portland, laying off 70 people. And I brought this up. By the way, John Canzano is going to be on this tomorrow. We had him scheduled anyway to talk some college football. But Dundon bought this is why I'm disappointed in the NBA. This guy's reputation was there. Everyone knew about him. First of all, he made his money with high interest loans on people that couldn't get normal loans on cars. Like just greasy business, greasy job, greasy person. Cheap owner with the Carolina Hurricanes. Everyone knew that in the NHL. And the NBA let him in the club. So he lays off 70 people today. And just kind of going back and forth with a number of people down there that I still keep in contact with from my time. It's a really bad day. It's what everybody had feared. And my disappointment with the NBA and looking ahead to how it affects us here in Seattle. How in God's name did they let this guy in the club? How did they approve this guy as an owner? And it's not like he put $4 billion of his own money into the team. He's technically the majority owner. I think he has 15%. So it's not like he had that kind of financial wherewithal in the first place. But what worries me with a team coming here, I believe, effectively at some point, what worries me is there's 2 things. Everything he is doing is out of the Clayton Bennett 2006 playbook. And to refresh your memory, God, I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this day. The spring of 06, when that puke Howard Schultz sold the Sonics and 41 years of history, at that time it was 39 years, to Clayton Bennett. It was the early days of KJR being able to listen online. It was the early days of that. And I remember flipping on the computer. I was in Portland at home, and I must have done an early show, but I remember listening that afternoon to Graz and Gas. And Graz is like, this is a bad day. This is a bad day. And I think it was even the press conference day. And he got up there, Clayton Bennett, and he tried to say the right things, and everyone was seeing through it. He is from and was from Oklahoma City. They had bailed out the NBA with Hurricane Katrina and letting the New Orleans team play there during that year when the city was devastated by the hurricane. He was kind of owed one, I guess, by David Stern in the NBA. The Sonics were trying to figure out the Key Arena nightmare and mess. It wasn't giving them what they needed to in terms of revenue streams, and Howard had an ego that got bruised, and he sold the team out from just everything that happened. And Clayton Bennett had his thing. And I remember listening to Graz and Gas that day on this station. And Graz specifically, this is a bad day. This is a really bad day. The playbook is simple. Guy from out of town with no local connections buys something, and in the back of his mind, the thought of moving is there. I think Bennett was a lot more intent on moving. I think that was a given. But the playbook of Clayton Bennett in 06, cut back broadcasting, cut back staff, don't spend any money on marketing, demand a new arena, demand everything you can from a city and a state that you know you're not going to get. And the terrifying part, the absolutely terrifying part of all of that, there were 3 years left on the lease in Seattle. They fulfilled 2, bought out the final 1. There are 3 years left on the lease in Portland for the Moda Center. Now they're trying to get stuff done. They're first in goal, if you want to use the football analogy, in terms of getting their financing done. But a couple of guys I texted down there, I said, and they said, boy, this sounds a lot like what happened in Seattle. And I kind of spelled it out. And I said, layoffs, cutbacks, marketing, broadcasting, all the things that are fan friendly, all while inheriting a lease that has just 3 years left. Yes, yes, and yes, was the response of one of their insiders down there that I trust. The NBA, we hope, is coming to Seattle. What worries me is that I hope that Sam Holloway and the One Roof group will be the leaders to get a team back. Now, somebody else could come in and the NBA could say, yeah, we want to have separate ownership from that could happen. I don't think it will. I think it makes no sense. I think it's really hard to think about that because they would have to deal with Sam as far as the lease is concerned. Like, she'd be licking her chops going, okay, they didn't give me a team, but you're going to come get a lease from me? Okay. As the great Rasheed Wallace, the great philosopher Rasheed Wallace said, CTC, cut the check. Cost them a lot of money, but it could. And if they'll let this guy in the league, who else might they let in the league? Who else may they say, yeah, man, absolutely, come on in. You can own an NBA team. That's what scares me here. Now, I feel really emotional about it because I know a lot of people that still work down there in that organization, in that city. I know they love their basketball team, and I'd be worried as hell right now. I'd be terrified right now that team's going to leave. Terrified. And if that's how the NBA is doing business these days, man, that's a problem. Letting this guy in the club. But there's just so many similarities. I've got these harsh flashbacks to listening to Graz and Gas that day in 06, and I thought to myself, no way.
There's no way this is going to happen.
There's no way that could happen. Why would that happen? How could that happen? Well, there's the Sonics. It's our first team here. They'll never leave. Bennett's going to do the right thing. Oh, wait a second. We're cutting back. We're cutting our front office. We're getting rid of our radio play-by-play guy. We're going to go off of a sports station and go on to some weird conservative, no signal at night conservative talk station. We're not going to spend $1 on marketing or advertising. We're going to basically do everything we can to get the fans to go away and not come.
Don't talk to Kevin Durant, by the way.
Well, Kevin Durant got lucky with Kevin Durant. They got number 2 in the lottery, and they're damn lucky they did because I know Sam Presti's the smartest man in America these days. I know everyone thinks he's the smartest guy. They probably would have done the same thing Portland did. They would have taken Greg Oden. But they get Kevin Durant and goes to Oklahoma City. That aside. And they got Jeff Green that same draft. And then Ibaka and Westbrook the next year who never played here. And Harden. Blah, blah, blah. But it's the Tom Dunn playbook in Portland is the Clayton Bennett playbook from 2006, listening to this station. God, I wish we still had great archives and we could go back and listen to that, because I'll just never forget listening to Graz that day, and I was just like, oh, my God. No way, Graz. You can't be right. He was right. He was right. And the terms of the lease are what terrify me the most. Number 2 on that list as we get ready to get our team here. What really worries me is who the NBA is letting into the club these days. Hopefully, it's Sam Holloway and her group. I'd feel good about that. If I was a Seattle sports fan, you got to be rooting for that right now. Because the fear of the unknown. There's other people out there that look at things like, is it an investment? Now, you get an expansion team. It's not like they're moving their expansion team. They come here. But how would they run things? How would they run things? Well, one thing I could tell you about how they do things out there at KCI with the arena, the Clement Pledge Arena, and the hockey team and the organization. Yes, they have not won as much as they should. That has to change. Jason Botterill has to change that this year. Has to. Period. End of story. I mean, to me, I think he's got a year. I've changed coaches enough. This guy's been there since day one. You got to win. You got to find a way to win. Build a better team on the ice. But off the ice, everything that they do, that she does, that Todd Lewicki does, that Victor DeBonis does, that Rob Lampman does, all the people that behind the scenes that maybe you don't know that run the show, is first class. And it's for the fans. They took a hit going off of a regional sports network, which actually probably officially crushed Root. They took a hit financially to make it more accessible so you could watch games easier and create their own network. They cut ticket prices. They cut concessions for season ticket holders. They do things the right way. And they don't have a day in which they lay 75 people off in a front office like this guy just did. The NBA has an issue.
I can't believe they let him buy the team.
I'm just, it's scary. Like, who will they let in the club next? Hopefully. But God, it's the Clayton Bennett playbook, man. God, is it the Clayton Bennett playbook? It is right on. It is so on point. All right, I'm not even going to get to the Oklahoma City stuff. We'll get to that tomorrow. Here's what we'll do. We'll come back. Plenty to discuss with Los Marineros, the Seattle Mariners. Our guy, Joe Sheehan, promising better audio quality today.
I mean, we pinky promised.
This is 100% on Jessamine.
Yes, it is.
This is 100% on Jessamine. Joe Sheehan Newsletter joins us next. TulayUp.com. That is the website. Go check it out. We'll tell you how you can subscribe before we're all said and done here today. We know we've got a lot of people in Seattle that have checked it out over the last 3 years since Joe rejoined us as a weekly guest here. Big thanks to our friends at Northwest Handling Systems, by the way. More on them in just a couple moments as well. Hi, Joe. How are you?
Well, how do I sound, Ian?
You sound better. I think you sound better. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad because I'm not sure if you know this, but I got yelled at last week by a certain
come
mom who works
on.
and,
yeah.
You know, dude, look, trust me, a beautiful 20-something yelling at me, that's just a Tuesday for me. I'm used to that. But I just want to make sure that I've, done this right and I don't have her mad at me anymore.
First of all, welcome to the club.
I demand greatness from everyone around me.
Welcome to the club. She's got, Joe, I'll give you a little, I'll give her grace this particular week because she's got a little bit of an issue going on Friday. I lost my show, at least the last hour of my show on Friday. I finished last in the neighborhood fantasy football league, and my punishment is these guys are going to do an hour of my show on Friday. And so,
AKA, I have to deal with it, Joe.
So I said to our program director, I said, "Hey, this is," and he's like, "Really?" Like he's as he rolls his eyes, looks at me, and I can kind of read his mind. He's like, "God, it's either you or Softy every day causes me more gray hairs. It's one of you two." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Rich." And he says, "That's fine. Just Jess is in charge." That's how he left it. So I said, "Jess, you're in charge now." These guys have actually been doing show meetings and prepping and talking to her.
I've gotten several texts.
Which is more than I ever do, Joe. So she's a little stressed this week. So I do appreciate the audio being corrected, and I think we're all in a good spot right now, except for Jess on Friday.
Well, back it up a second. How'd you finish last in the league? Aren't you a sports radio football expert?
Have you ever done rotisserie baseball?
Yeah.
Did you finish first every time?
What? Sorry, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Exactly.
I don't finish last, though.
I know. Well, listen, I got a trophy to my name. I've won money over the years, but this was just a bad. I think there was a little fix on it too, because it was like weird little consolation bracket stuff that took place, and next thing you know, hey, we're doing your show, and I'm like, okay, that's great. I got bullied into it, but whatever. What's the worst that could happen? Well, I guess I could lose my job. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. So yes, Jessamine and you have come together. Audio's good. Here's the other thing, Joe, I should mention with this before we get into baseball. Every week, we get text on our text line, 49451. People really enjoy the segment. You yourself have told me people have subscribed to the newsletter since the segment restarted. They want to hear you. They want to hear you. So that's a good thing.
So, Jess, am I coming on Friday to replace him then, or what?
Would you like to join us? Because I could use all the help I could get, Joe.
Well, she's going to have our
you got this.
She's going to have our fantasy football insider on, I think, for a segment or for a few minutes, and he might be to blame as much as anything right now. Funston is. So we'll get to his issue later on. All right, let's get to it. Joe, you wrote about the Mariners, and I think you told us you're going to write about them last week, right after we had you on. So like the next day, it got posted under the Mariners. Why is it happening? Let's get into this a little bit, and there's a couple other things I want to touch base on, but what is going on with our baseball team here? Yes, they're coming off a win last night, but swept by the Padres against everybody besides the Astros. They're 10 games, now 9 games below 500. What does Joe Sheehan see with this baseball team?
Yeah, I'm not that worried. If you dig in, they've outscored their opponents by 11 runs, which means that they're probably more of a slightly above 500 team than they've shown. I believe when I checked last week, they were 7-10 in 1 run plus extra inning games. So they're 6-11. So it must not have been 6-11 in 1 run games. They're 1-4 in extra inning games. It's really just a case of early in the season, they've lost a lot of close games. Obviously, the top of the lineup not hitting has been a problem for them. But you look, the back of the lineup has been fantastic. Raley, Canzone. They moved Crawford up to the leadoff spot now. He's putting up a 360 OBP. They have a depth that has not been there in previous years. We used to talk about the Mariners offense and, it's 3 guys. Well, 2 guys before they got Naylor and nobody else. And now really they have depth, and we're just waiting for the frontline guys to really step up. So I think if I'm looking ahead, I think the Mariners, I said start of the year, they were, I think, the second best team in the American League. I had them running away with the American League West. I still think all of those things can be true, especially they're going to get healthier here too. I believe Brash and Spire might be back by the end of the month. And that's really going to fill this problem they've had at the back of the bullpen. We'll eventually get Cal Rowley back. I do think that we're going to get better out of Naylor. I think Julio Rodriguez, this is not his typical first half. He's actually hitting in the first half.
Yep.
I think if he can build on that as well. So the standings are what they are. The record is what they are. But I would still say the Mariners are clearly the favorite in a division that really only has 2 true contenders.
The one-run stat, we brought this up because one of the things that Scott Service, his teams at least, were really good at was winning one-run games. Like, they were really good in that. I know you wrote something about the St. Louis Cardinals. They're 27-19. The one-run games, aren't they like 10-3? Yeah, there it is, 10-3.
Something ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, do we look, is that number, because we've used that a lot in this town, Service and now with Wilson as the managers. Are one-run games indicative statistically over the course of a season of anything, or is it just luck? How does that work?
It's noise. I mean, there was a stretch where the Angels had a good run under Socha, but if you just, the studies have been done, and I wish I had the links in front of me. Actually, these studies go back to when we used to put things in books. But there is no skill in how you shape your runs. Teams score runs. They can prevent runs, but they can't shape and say, okay, we're going to give up 3 tonight. We're going to score 4. We're giving up 7. We're going to get to 8. Teams just don't have that ability. Baseball would look a lot different if they did. One-run record is the kind of thing that bounces around a lot from year to year. If you want to look at the true quality of a team, you look at their blowouts. Good teams blow out other teams. Good teams don't play a lot of one-run games. They go out and they just beat people. Now, part of that is park factors. Because T-Mobile is such a good pitcher's park, the Mariners play low-scoring games. Low-scoring games are more likely to end up as one-run games or go to extra innings. That's one reason the Mariners have played a lot of one-run games this year. But there's no skill to it. Every year, a team comes out and goes 10-3 or 12-1, or somebody else is out there with a ridiculous record. And, they're clutch hitting and they're doing this. And there's no skill involved in winning one-run games. There's a skill. Can I have that back? On a given night, there's a skill involved. Like if you hit a double with a runner on first, that's displaying skill. But is there a special one-run game skill, a special close game skill, a special extra inning game skill? No, there is not. The only significant factor we found is that teams with exceptional bullpens can do better in one run in close games than you would project from everything else. And you think about the 2014-2015 Royals. You think about the great Yankee dynasty teams. Teams with truly exceptional bullpens, or even one guy who just sets the world on fire. I think you saw one of them earlier this year with Mason Miller.
Mm-hmm.
That can help you outperform your expectation in one-run games. But that's pretty much the only thing. I don't want to say random. I will say that the performance in one-run games is not a repeatable skill.
Joe Sheehan, big thanks to Eric Gordon, bringing Joe Sheehan back every week this baseball season. Each week, Joe is brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems, from forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment. We sell, rent, and service all of your warehousing needs. Request a quote today, nwhs.com. That's nwhs.com, or give them a call, 425-255-0500. The manager has been a massively hot topic in Seattle, especially after the weekend in which they did get swept by only one appearance by Mason Miller, but the San Diego Padres. It's one of those things, Joe, and you and I have been doing this for a while. I'll ask you about managers every now and then. We did our mollywop thing with Nathan and Chris yesterday, and we, contrary to, I think, popular belief, those guys aren't always out calling for people's heads or calling for people to be fired. And then even yesterday they weren't. But there's been a lot of criticism of Dan Wilson. I brought this part of it up, Joe. My question is this. Is Dan Wilson the right guy? Is he adequate enough as an in-game manager to lead a team with high expectations that was 8 outs away from the World Series last season to at least the ALCS and maybe to the World Series this season? It's a very, open-ended rhetorical question. I don't know the answer to that. You study this, you look at this, you know what managers' difference can and cannot make. What does Joe Sheehan see about Dan Wilson, who's almost 2 full years into the job now?
Yeah, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I said, managers can learn. So the fact that Dan Wilson did not have a good October 2025 doesn't mean he might not have a good October 2026. Managers' roles have changed a lot. I had a reader actually just ask me about this, and there's so much more of the job is weighted towards managing the people and creating a buffer between the press and your team. Maybe this is a little different in Seattle than it is in New York or LA or Chicago, but the job is more soft factors than hard factors. Whereas, even when I started doing this, we were evaluating managers. How did you run the bullpen? Did you do a lot of dumb one-run strategies? Who did you put on your roster? Back when you had more than 4 bench guys, back when you actually had decisions to make in terms of the stuff. A lot of those decisions just don't even exist anymore, or they're done in concert with the front office. I have a hard time. I don't think Wilson has run a bullpen very well. I also think he hasn't had 2 of his top 3 relievers for a month. I don't think it's necessarily fair to judge him based on how he's run the bullpen. I don't think it's fair to judge him, because Josh Naylor and Cal Raleigh haven't showed up for the season yet. I doubt that's on him. Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs with Dan Wilson as his manager last year. The one thing that's going to stick in my craw here, and Wilson isn't the only one. Both Alex Cora and Pete Tracy have done this in Boston. We've seen Kurt Suzuki do this in Anaheim. Valuing protecting the veteran ahead of putting your best team on the field. And you know where I'm going with this. The guy who hit a homer last night.
Mm-hmm.
Cole Emerson is the best shortstop. Actually, Cole Young might be the best shortstop on the roster. But for our purposes here, Cole Emerson is the better shortstop. And I want you to look at how he was used in the minors. He played, 87% of his innings at shortstop in the minors. He played 89% of them at shortstop this year. He clearly is a shortstop. This isn't a case of a guy who has to move. And I really want to tag in Chris Crawford here because he might actually dislike JP Crawford's defense more than I do.
He does, by the way. But by the way, he does.
Yes. We've been talking about this, I think, for a year now. And he's valuing the soft factors, Crawford's position on that team, his being a veteran, his being somebody who's been the shortstop for playoff teams, who's had big hits, valuing that over having the best defense. Now, in the short term, he'd probably get away with that because there's not a roster issue. But I'm looking ahead a month, and it might be a month until Brendan Donovan comes back.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what this looks like once Donovan comes back because Cole Young, it doesn't look like much, but it's basically league average hitting and plus defense. If Emerson hits, he's got to stay up.
Yes.
Crawford's got to stay in lane. Crawford is a 360 OBP. I'm not trying to bench the guy.
Right.
I would really just like to see him switch with Emerson. Raley and Canzone aren't hitting. You can't take them out of the lineup. I'm really wondering what we do in a month when Donovan's ready to come back, who, by the way, has completely thrown up at third base. He had not played much third base in the last 3 years, and it's shown. I don't know what this all looks like in a month, but that's really what I'm curious about. So I think for now, you can get away with Emerson at third and Crawford at short. But I do think the pressure on that decision is going to go up once everybody is healthy.
They've got 2 guys that probably should DH, Randy Arozarena and JP Crawford. Like those 2 guys should probably DH. But like you said, I mean, there's still other holes in the lineup. The kid hits a 3-run home run last night. He has not looked overmatched in his at-bats in his 2 games, small sample size. And that's Cole Emerson, obviously. Cole Young's, I don't say he's regressed. He's cooled down a little bit from his hot start. But, like you said, gives you good defense at second base. And this is a team, Joe, if I'm not mistaken, needs to be somewhat reliant on good defense, right? Because of how reliant they are on their pitching staff.
Well, and that's one of the reasons the Crawford issue keeps coming up. I ran some numbers last week. I believe they had the worst infield defense in baseball by StatCast measures, outs above average. They were giving up the highest batting average in baseball on ground balls to the left side. Crawford and Donovan, mostly. This is a real problem for a team that really can't afford to give up that much defensively. Like I say, it's just a difference in, I think what I don't know, Ian, I'm open about the fact that I'm an outsider here. Is it the team thinks Crawford's better than he is defensively, or they're just acceding to the fact that he's a veteran? It's 2 different evaluations there. They may just think Crawford's better than he is, and I got a whole stack of numbers here that tells me, no, he's not. He's right now today. He's not as good a defensive shortstop as Cole Emerson is. So if you're going to play Emerson on the right and Crawford on the left, just concede that you're going to be giving up base runners you don't have to give up.
Yeah, and I'll just wrap up that with this. I think it's a couple things. One, the Dan Wilson part, because it ties into that. I think Dan Wilson's relationships in the clubhouse, from my understanding, and everything are just awesome. Like he's a very popular guy among the players. That was not the case with Scott Service. And on top of all of that, JP Crawford as a veteran, as a leader of the infield, I think they'd be reluctant to make those moves. But like you said, in a few weeks. Now, the other thing with Donovan is Donovan just coming off that sports hernia has not been healthy this year. And I'm not sure if there's any reason to believe he will be healthy this year, where he can string together a couple months straight without going back on the injured list. So some of those things may take care of themselves along the way. But I think what you insinuated, I think that's part of it, is just the respect given to the veteran that is J.P. Crawford, and he is hitting and he's getting on base, and that's a really important thing.
This is something that is more modern baseball than 30 years ago, even when I did it, or back 50 years. There's a lot more deference to the guy who's been there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more, if you're Dan Wilson, people management as opposed to baseball player management. I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent. I'm saying that the decision tree in 2026 is a hell of a lot different than it would have been in 1986.
Joe Sheehan joining us right now, Joe Sheehan Newsletter. You wrote about Cal Raleigh. One of the things that Dan Wilson cannot control is the fact that Cal Raleigh has not been not even close to what he was last season. They finally put him on the injured list, but even before he had the oblique injury, which we saw happen on a couple of occasions, but even before that, he wasn't hitting. You wrote about him a little bit. What do you tell Mariner fans about Cal Raleigh? And we know he probably wasn't going to hit 61 home runs again, but what do you tell him about where this guy is?
We had talked about, I threw a bunch of numbers at you last week about how he was getting blown away by fastballs.
Mm-hmm.
He just looked like a guy who was tired. It was a thing where if he was 34 years old, you might just say, well, this is what happens to a 34-year-old. He's 29. He's coming off this monster season hitting fastballs, so it's really a shock. And I threw out the idea. Last year, Cal Raleigh played until October 20th. He's caught more innings than any American League catcher over the last 3 years. And then last year, he went into October. And then this spring, he caught in the WBC. Like, he didn't have a normal slow ramp up to his spring. He only caught 3 games, but let's face it, catching in the WBC is a different task than catching in the Cactus League. And what I was thinking was, it's just fatigue. I think he just is tired. And this isn't WBC ruined a guy. It's playing until October 20th and then coming back and starting playing again on March 3rd. Might have had some effects here. I think he's just tired. This guy has been worked very hard. Even when he hasn't caught in recent years, he's DH'd a lot. He's just carried an enormous load. I think we've seen that kind of catch up to him a little bit in the spring. I said last weekend, give him a Dodger vacation.
Yep.
Whether it's the oblique or it's the air quotes oblique.
Yes.
Give him a week and a half off. And I know I thought I saw a note the other day he's going to go to Arizona, get some at bats in.
Yeah.
Let's give him a reset. Give him the reset he didn't get this winter, and let him go out and go back and be not 2025 Cal Raleigh. That guy's gone. But go back and be 23, 24 Cal Raleigh. Hit 230 with whatever you want to prorate 30 home runs to over 4 months. I can do math. 22 home runs. And be that great defensive anchor. And be the guy who here's the other thing. It's going to be harder for them to DH him on the days he doesn't catch. You mentioned Arozarena. Donovan, I don't know if he's going to be able to play in the field. You've got Canzone. You just have a lot of bats now who you don't necessarily want to put on the bench, whereas in the past they've needed Raleigh to take those at bats. Maybe now he's just going to catch 5 days a week and he's going to get rest on those other 2 days.
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree. Joe Sheehan, before I let you go, you mentioned briefly just Mason Miller. I don't know how deeply you've looked at some of the things he does number-wise and everything else. And I watching him on Friday, he didn't pitch in the final 2 games. They didn't need him in the final 2 games of the series. I have an affinity for him. Just so you know, my son has type 1 diabetes and was an athlete and a college athlete. And so, I know the challenges that entails. I love the fact that he openly embraces Mason Miller, the fact that he can help young people and be a role model. I love everything about him. And oh, by the way, we've seen so many great relief pitchers over the years. What is it about him that separates Mason Miller from other guys?
I don't want to be too simplistic about this, but the guy throws 103. This is one of those where I don't need to give you the deep sabermetric answer.
Yes.
He throws 103. Oh, and by the way, he also drops a ridiculous slider. He froze Max Muncy. So watching the end of the game last night, he walked the first 2 guys, struck out the next 3, or strikeout, pop-up, strikeout. And he froze Max Muncy with a slider like right down, and Muncy just didn't know what to do. I mean, when you have those 2 weapons, when you've got to make guys rev up for 103, and then you can throw your slider. He can throw it for strikes like he did in Muncy, and he can also throw the 0-2 one that's 17 feet from the plate that the guy has to swing at because, well, it might be 103. Great relievers only need really those 2. They've been great 4-pitch relievers before, but when you have those 2 weapons, you've got one of the great reliever peaks of all time. And he's had some command issues lately. The strikeout rate's dropped, I think, down to 58% or something. But it's just he's really he's almost unhittable. Like he's going to give up some walks.
Yeah.
And maybe somebody runs into one. I saw Lenny Sosa run into one off him last year. But you're talking about a guy who's probably going to have one of the great reliever seasons up there with Eckersley 90, Gagne 03, Wade Davis 14. I mean, this is going to end up being one of the great reliever seasons of all time. And let's enjoy it because these guys tend to burn fast and hot. You know, Chapman's an exception, Nathan, Rivera, Hoffman. But for guys to be this absolutely dominant with this kind of strikeout rate, it tends to be a 1 or 2 year phenomenon. You look at Kimbrel striking out half the batters he faced.
Yeah.
Hader's done it. I want to say Chapman's done it. You know, for Miller to do that, let's enjoy it. When he's must watch for me. Like I'll be tracking games late at night and hoping the Padres don't tack on runs.
Yes.
So that it'll remain a save situation. So he'll come in and, you know, I knew he had diabetes. I didn't know he actually was that active in terms of
so. Yeah.
reaching out. And that's fantastic to hear. It's, you know, it's cliche. I don't want to get too saccharine or anything here, but, you know, not everybody looks to ball players for that anymore, looks to athletes for that anymore.
Right.
And one of them takes it upon himself to do that. And that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, we have one guy here, Jordan Morris, soccer player for the Sounders, played for the U.S. men's national team. He does the same thing, and I think it's one of those things, one of those diseases and disabilities, frankly, that if you can overcome it, you can do what you need to do, and sometimes you just need that little inspiration to look to, and he does that. And plus, I'm the same way. I want the Mariners to win. I'm a Seattle guy. I was disappointed he didn't pitch the last 2 games. I want to see him. I want to see him. That's how great. I like, you like greatness along the way. Speaking of greatness, not just your audio today, sir, but also the Joe Sheehan newsletter. Tell people how they can subscribe.
JoeSheehan.com. Get all the information there. You see excerpts. I posted a piece, I think, on the ABS system and some of the decisions that are being made in terms of challenges. I posted that free last week. Generally, I'm posting 1 free piece a week, and then excerpts of everything else that I do. It's a fun time. There's a lot of great stories right now. If you can't find good stories in baseball, even the fact that the National League is blank slapping the American League is a great story. I mean, that's creating a situation where you've got teams that currently, if the season ended today, would be under 500 in the playoffs. Now, we dodged that bullet in 94, but there's actually a chance we're going to have a sub 500 playoff team coming out of the American League this year. It just things like that. So, you've got Ohtani, who the only thing he hasn't done yet is win a Cy Young Award, and he's got a chance to go out and win a Cy Young Award this year. You've got this incredible crop of rookies. I don't need to tell you about Colt Emerson, but Kevin McGonigal, J.J. Weatherholt, Connor Griffin. It's just, it's fun for me. The newsletter turns 16 on Sunday. 16 years of
Sweet 16.
Happy birthday. Learner's permit time.
No, that's a driver's license. That's a license, 16.
That depends on where you live.
No, I'm not going to be able to teach either one of them how to drive. I actually don't drive. It's a New York thing. It's an exciting time. So I was writing the other day about it. I'm like, I still get excited about writing a ball. I still get excited to go on the air with you and with Louis Bellina in DC, Dan Burns in Texas, and Dan Bernstein in Chicago, and talk ball. So, like I say, if you enjoy baseball, if you enjoy reading about it, please. And not all stories are going to be positive, right? We got to cover labor. We got to cover economics. That's going to be a big part of what I do over the next year here. But I like to think that people enjoy the news. A couple thousand people have been getting it for years now, and hope you'll be the next one.
All right, go check it out, Joe Sheehan, JoeSheehan.com. By the way, Keith Miller just texted in, wow, is Sheehan in studio today? There you go. Much better. We loved it. We figured it out.
Put a heart emoji.
Only took 2 years. We figured it out finally. Well done. You won't get yelled at by Jess this week, and that's a good thing as well.
You will just get all the love.
All the love. We'll talk.
I'm sure I'll do something wrong. I'm sure I'll do something else wrong.
No. We'll talk to you next Tuesday, my friend. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
That's Joe Sheehan, Joe Sheehan newsletter, JoeSheehan.com. We'll come back to a quick daily power play next.
look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, Daily Power Play home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Montreal last night in sudden death overtime of a Game 7. Alex Newhook scores. Montreal advances. They'll take on Carolina in the Eastern Conference Final starting on Thursday. Newhook, by the way, allows Montreal to become the youngest team to advance to the conference final in 33 years. Young hockey team on the rise. Goaltender probably carried him a little bit this playoff so far. There's a chance. He's one of the guys filling in on Friday, doing the Friday show. My buddy Darren Henney, I think, pointed this out. So if it's the Carolina Hurricanes and the Colorado Avalanche in the Stanley Cup Finals, that's basically the Quebec Nordiques and the Hartford Whalers, two relocated teams, which kind of makes me sick to my stomach. That's why I hate both those teams. They're both relocated teams, and Carolina's owned by Tom Dundon, who I really don't like. So here's what I'm hoping for. Montreal, la Habitant, let's go. Get a win.
I love recruiting interest.
I believe that was also, this is crazy because Montreal's kind of, although they haven't won a Stanley Cup in a zillion years, but they're kind of the Yankees of the NHL in a lot of ways.
Gross.
Well, just in terms of the history and the banners they've raised. They had never had a Game 7 overtime win on the road in their franchise history before tonight.
That's
before
a
last
fun
night.
stat.
Isn't that wild? Yeah, they threw that out there on Hockey Night Canada last night. Okay, there you go. One other note from the National Hockey League before we get to the top of the hour, and hopefully have John Lund join us. Hopefully. Have you texted him? Have you touched base with him? We good?
Yes, several times.
Okay, one other note. Adam Foote out as the head coach in Vancouver. He was fired today along with his entire coaching staff. They're retaining a chunk of their front office, Cami Granato, among others, but they let Adam Foote go. Not a surprise. So the Canucks making a coaching change as well. So there's a few coaching openings out there in the NHL right now. Not in Seattle, however, where Lane Lambert is, of course, expected back for next season. That is your Daily Power Play. Again, one night without hockey, playoff hockey tonight. I'm kind of bummed. Luckily, we got Mariner baseball. And then it resumes tomorrow with Game 1 in the Western Conference Final. The Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas, by the way, fined $100,000, lost their second-round draft pick this year because of violations with media availability after their last game in Anaheim.
They lost a draft pick over that?
Second-round pick. It tells you they've been pissing the NHL off for a while. They appealed. The NHL gave them the middle finger today, so they indeed will be fined $100,000 and lose that second-round pick.
I mean, the money I get, but losing a draft pick, that's impactful.
Hey, follow the rules, man.
Well, yeah.
Follow the rules. Follow the rules. You're a rules breaker.
All right, Catholic school guy.
Don't be a rules breaker. I know, exactly. All right, Lund, next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. Choose chill. Bats came alive for the M's last night. They took down the White Sox 6-1. Colt Emerson, first major league hit, was his first major league home run, 3-run bomb with his family and friends in the stands. Julio also homered. Brian Wu was great. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, struck out 8. Third straight great start for him after a couple little blips on the radar screen, and away we go. Mariners take on Chicago. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:40. Bryce Miller gets a start. Luis Castillo expected to also pitch. Weird. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Offensive Player of the Year, got his trophy from the NFL. It's the Defensive Player of the Year. They're going to change it. Still, how do you make that mistake?
I
mean, seriously? Like, how do you...
That kind of hardware?
NFL approved more foreign games. Yay. They're on the path to 16 and every team doing one. Pac-12 Mountain West announced they have settled their lawsuit. Began the fall of 2024. NHL, Canadians over the Sabres. Game 7 overtime last night, 3-2. They'll take on Carolina in the Eastern Conference Finals starting Thursday. Western Conference Finals, Golden Knights and Avs start tomorrow in the West. NBA, Cavs, Knicks tonight. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Spurs and the Pukes face off in Game 2 tomorrow. San Antonio won double overtime last night.
Thank you for calling them that.
Thank you very much to them. And the Portland Trailblazers have laid off about half their front office today in a cost-cutting move with Tom Dundon. He's a good owner. Let's go.
Welcome to Ian's Weekly Visit with John Lund Unleashed. He's a Bay Area media icon who's known Ian for over 25 years. But don't let their age change your opinion of them. John takes you through the Bay Area and the NFC West and dukes it out with Ian over the Niners and the Hawks. So let's unleash it. Now with John Lund, here's Ian.
John Lund joins us, Weekly Visit. He is a star of national radio now on Westwood One, a star on the national stage. How are you?
I'm good. It's I appreciate you using that word, but you're using it rather loosely because now what has happened is I do my weekend shows with those guys and it's great and all that kind of stuff. And we get a lot of calls from Seattle and becoming very popular in Seattle. But the problem is now it's we're coming up on summer. And then the regular hosts want to take these days off, and they really like using me in the morning. So I'm going to do the morning show like basically all of June and most of July. And it's like, that's 1:30 in the morning for me to get up. And it's like 3 o'clock in the morning to start. It's 3 to 6 a.m. Pacific. I don't know if I told you this story, but I did the show the other day. And so I'm driving to the radio station at 1:30 in the morning. I think there's a double left turn lane onto the freeway. I think I'm I'm in a turn lane. I'm not. And so this guy is barreling towards me, and I'm looking at my rearview mirror, and I'm putting eye drops in my eyes and all that kind of stuff. And I'm looking, and this guy's just barreling at me, and I'm like, and he swerves at the last minute, and he honks at me, and I'm yelling F-bombs at him, and then I look down, I open my door, I look down, I'm not in the turn lane. But I can't, I'm sure you're the same way. A lot of people are this way. Like, I can't, if I have to get up at 1:30 in the morning, like, I can't go to bed at 8 or 9, whatever.
No,
I can't.
No, that whole morning show. That whole morning show thing is. You did mornings in Detroit, didn't you? Did you?
Yeah, for years. And you know what? You can't. I don't care what anybody says. You can't get used. You just can't.
No.
And the thing is, though, when you're doing morning radio, like you can't complain to people. People are going to real jobs, digging ditches, being lawyers, doctors, things that really matter. And we're just sitting around yip-yapping about sports. And so it's not like even in those days I could be like, oh, I'm tired. Like they don't want to hear that.
No,
like, you can't say that. So
I thought you could do that. You can't do that at home. You can't do
rule.
that show at home, buddy. What's going on? Why can't you do this show at home?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I got this whole house wired and everything. Everything's looking great. And then those guys tell me like, yeah, we'd really like you to go to the station. So, so I go. It's only like 15 minutes. It's not that big of a deal. But like you said, when it's 1:30 in the morning and your body just doesn't function. Like by the time the show starts at 3 a.m., I'm fine. But that first hour and a half is rough, man. It's rough. You just can't get used to it. It's rough.
I want no part of mornings. When I was at the Fan in Portland after you took off, I was the guy that had to fill in when Coward wasn't there. Like they'd split up because we only had 2 local shows, afternoon show and morning show, and then 2 of us in the afternoon. So oh my gosh. Ew, yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Even like one day throws you off for like 2 days.
The worst one was
brutal.
You'll love this. We came back. WrestleMania was in Seattle at T-Mobile Park or Safeco at the time, right? They had WrestleMania one year. And we came up here, my old co-host, and we had a whole bunch of us came up here from the radio station, Gavin, the whole group, right? We're all up here for the weekend, staying like 5 people sleeping on a floor in a hotel on Lower Queen Anne, and we get back. So that night we go to WrestleMania. We get back like at 2:30 in the morning, and crash at you fall asleep after an hour. All of a sudden, my phone's ringing, and it's our old PD, your buddy Alan Davis, the Canadian. Ian, it's Alan Davis. It's like, and I look at the
exactly how this guy sounds.
I look at my
even after all these years, man, you got it down, dude.
I look at the and he's like, and it's like 4:45. I've maybe been asleep for an hour and a half. He goes, I need you to come into the morning show. Coward's sick. Colin's not feeling well. And I was like, I'm not feeling well. Here's the thing. I'm not feeling well either. When I say not feeling well, we had a good time at WrestleMania. We no. And I'm like, he's like, I need you to come in. I'm like, oh my God. So I had to go in and do that show. And I was like, in typical Colin, he had the sniffles. He wasn't really sick. He just decided he didn't want to go in, right? But we had nobody. Who else was going to do it? We didn't have anybody there. Yeah, it was brutal. I didn't like morning shows. Speaking of Portland, I don't know if you saw that the worst owner in sports laid off half the front office for the Blazers today. Oh, just awful.
You know what? And not that obviously I know we're sitting here talking in Seattle, but I don't get it, man. A Mark Cuban, for example, couldn't get vested to buy the Chicago Cubs, who have turned into, they're a super cheap team. They own their own network and everything like that. Mm-hmm. They're owned by the Ricketts family. Not that anybody cares, but my point here is that how do they let these kind of guys in the league? Do they just decide from a business standpoint, well, this guy's not going to, and this guy's not going to be a threat to me, so we might as well let him in? I mean, wouldn't you want, maybe I'm wrong here, wouldn't you want the strongest owners you could possibly have, rather than these weak-ass guys that are going to, nickel and dime, the whole Phoenix story where it's he made the team check out of the hotel.
Yep.
Obviously, this is going to be a major problem for the Blazers. This looks like, and I'm sorry to bring this up, but this looks like Clay Bennett all over again, where there's a guy that doesn't even really care, and he's trying to do the whole, what's that, Major League, the woman who owned the Indians through the whole thing. It looks like he's trying to just tank the team, piss everybody off, and move them.
Yeah. Nobody wants to see him naked, though. They didn't want to see her naked either. But no. Well, but listen, you're right. It's the Clayton Bennett playbook.
That guy. It is. It totally is.
It's the exact playbook. And here's a crazy thing: the lease is exactly the same as when Bennett bought the. Yep. It's 3 years left on it. They're trying to get all the stuff done, and they're almost to the finish line to get everything approved from the state, the county, and the city. But I don't know. It reeks. I retweeted one of the stories that Brenna or Canzon or Dwight or somebody had done down there, and somebody pointed it out. The NBA's inability to take care of the Northwest is mind-boggling.
Unbelievable.
Between the Vancouver Grizzlies and allowing that to happen, the Clayton Bennett buying from Howard Schultz, allowing that to happen, allowing this guy who's just, frankly, he's just a cheap, bad owner to buy the Blazers. They just don't care about the Northwest in any way, shape, or form.
I'd take it a step further. The guy who owns Renadive, the guy who owns the Kings, is a piece of garbage. I mean, he was part of the ownership group of the Warriors, and he just runs that team into the ground, and then it's new GM, next GM, new GM. I mean, they don't have a clue what they're doing. That's another guy that just it's the whole corridor there where I just don't get it. I understand that there's an approval process, but there's a lot of people that would do such a better job. Aren't you trying to make your league as strong as it possibly could be? Or are these owners just let's just, I don't care if, we get a fee or whatever we get this money. We don't care. We just want the most money possible. I just answered my own question. I get that. But still, you would think that you would want the strongest ownership you could possibly have in every city, which makes every team better.
God, you brought him up. That's interesting so I went back to, as you're saying that, I went back to look. So I think it was 2010. I think it was 2 years after the Sonics left, is when Renadive bought the Kings, right? And that was when he bought it because the guy up here, Chris Hansen, was trying to buy it. And I think, and I believe Ballmer would have been involved as well, because Chris Hansen didn't have the money. He was
not Chris Hansen from NBC, right?
No, not the guy finding the creeps.
Why don't you have a seat over here?
Yeah, how don't you sit over here? Do you want some Kool-Aid? Yeah.
That was always so great when they got that guy. And it was like, well, what were you planning to do?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. Just coming to say hi. He's gonna have a piece of pizza and have some Kool-Aid, have a soda.
Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
she's
sorry
12 years
deviate.
old. That's great.
Here's a Mickey Mouse balloon.
God, you see that guy? You walk into a room and see that guy, you know you're done. I was like the guys that try to. I was like the guys that try to run.
The back. No, I love when they run because then all the cops are outside and guy makes it past the door and then they just turf him right in the driveway.
They want him to run. They like, please, just make a run for it.
Just give me a gimme.
Yeah, just give me
one gimme.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Take a run at it.
Guy couldn't even
We
get out
call
of the
that a
driveway.
freebie,
Like,
actually.
bye.
Yeah, that is a freebie. That's a free. Well, so he bought. So in 20, if you remember, that was in 2010 ish, right? When that stuff went down, and we're trying to get the building built. And I mean, look, I think there were so many flaws to the plan here for the building and everything like that. It was kind of a moot point. But remember, that's when David Stern stepped in. He gets Ron Adive to buy the team. As you're saying that, I just looked back. John, they have been to the playoffs one time since since he bought the team, and they lost in the first round. They have been to the playoffs only one time since the 2006-2007. In 20 years, they've been to one playoff in the NBA.
Exactly.
What a disaster.
And the only reason they're still there is because that's all there is in Sacramento. That's their only team. And so they'll just come out. I mean, you and I both worked in one market towns. I mean, Utah with the Jazz, obviously with the Blazers. I mean, they love their team. And so they just almost blindly follow the team. And in Sacramento, I think it's even more hardcore than that. I mean, they just love it. They just love their team. So that owner is really lucky. But honestly, if we rank the owners in the NBA, he'd have to be considered for last. He's awful. He's way too hands-on. Anyway, point is that you got this guy in Portland, you got this guy in, like, I don't get it. And that's what I think the NFL, and to speak to the Seahawks, I mean, I think the NFL, they're not going to do that. They will vet their owner better, and I don't know why the NBA doesn't do the same.
Well, the NFL's done a decent job, too, of getting rid of bad owners, right? They got rid of the guy, the racist, misogynist puke in Carolina. They got rid of him. And speaking of which, all the above, Daniel Snyder, they got rid of him. And then when Bezos tried to buy, they didn't want Bezos part of the club. They said, no, we're going to get this other guy for the Commanders. So, like, the NFL does a decent job of that. I did bring this up earlier because, my concern with the NBA is I believe it is coming back, and I believe – the leader in the clubhouse to own the team will be the people that Sam Holloway and her group, One Roof, they're going to be the ones. They run the Kraken. They own the Kraken. They do that. I mean, off ice, everything's first class. Yeah, they need to win more on the ice. We get that. They run the building. They control the building. All that's good. What if somebody else comes in? I have no faith in the NBA at all. If it's not Sam and her group, I have no faith in the NBA at all that they'll have somebody come in that's any good. This is a great example with Portland. Like, I've got no faith that the NBA will do the right thing, especially with how they've treated this, like we just said, the Northwest Corridor.
Yeah, and look, everybody talks about bias, and we've been all over the country doing this media stuff, and there's no doubt about it. I get confused the whole thing, and I think the worst case scenario for Seattle would be as we talk about Vegas and Seattle getting a team. I think they're both going to get a team. I think they both deserve not existing teams. So I wonder where Portland's going to go. I mean, are they going to put Portland and Seattle with that guy, with that joker? That's no good.
That'd be awful.
It's almost better to not have a team because I got to believe that in Vegas. I think in Vegas and Seattle both, I don't think they're going to stake an existing team. I think that stinks. I think it stinks taking, obviously, as you guys well know, that in Seattle, you should be able to start from fresh. And I certainly wouldn't want that guy in Portland owning my team. He's already shown it. I mean, think about this. This is just the surface for this guy. He just got control of the team. What is he going to do in the future? He's going to be the cheapest guy in the NBA. They're going to turn into the Kings or whatever. And then it's always going to be a constant discussion about, whether they're going to keep the team, because to me, the Blazers fans, as good as they are, they're not the Kings. They won't just blindly go to the game like Kings fans do. I don't think they'll do that in Portland.
No. John Lund joining us. So the NFL today announced a couple things. One, they are starting in 2027. They'll increase the cap on international games from 8 to 10. It's actually 11 because the Jags play a game every year at Wembley. They don't count that. Yeah. So basically 8 to 10. So it'll be 11 games. They're on track to have 16. Everybody play one game. That probably puts us on track for an 18-game regular season. More international games, John. More international. We're traveling more. Here we go.
I think there's two things. First of all, there's no doubt about it. I think that the reason why they're going to this nice even 10, and look, we all know this. It's all about money, and it's all about sales, and it's all about revenue. I think that what they're going to do is they're going to open these 10 games up to one of the streaming services to pay a boatload of money to say, you're not getting 5 games, 7 games, 9 games. You're getting 10 games. So that's going to be an astronomical amount of money. And I think all 10 eventually are going to go to a streaming service or multiple streaming services. And that's going to be their big thing, these international games. So that's going to be number one. And then number two, as you said, what people don't understand, because I've covered a couple of these, like we've talked about in the past, it's just not easy. It's not easy to come back from these. Like the Seahawks, obviously, I mean, they were in Germany, right? Yeah. And, they've done these games before. It's just really hard because I've said this to you before. Like for one of the games in London, you fly to New England. When I was with the Raiders, you fly to New England, or you're in Boston, and you're there, and you're all hanging out with the players. Then we all go on the plane, and then they tell you got to stay up. I mean, look, it's rough. And they got smoked by Miami in one of the games, and they came back, and they're the Raiders, so they stunk and they lost again. But we talked to them at the end of the season, and it's a grind. I mean, just going over there is a grind. And when they say that a team could play over there, I just think it would be way too difficult. So I think it's funny that the NFL talks about these kind of things, but the reality is they're just doing it for money. You and I talked about this last week. It's not like these countries are, it's going to overtake soccer or anything like that. It's going to be, there's revenue here. Don't get me wrong, but the revenue that they want to do is they want to get the big buzz, and then they want to sell this to the streaming networks and say, look, we've got a nice even number, 10. So it's not about player safety. It's not about player rest. It just goes back to the almighty dollar, which, look, I get it. But it's not like these countries are clamoring for NFL football as they claim, because that's just not the case.
The one thing I did like, though, that they came up with is, so they awarded the new Nissan Stadium, which they're doing in Nashville. They awarded them the Super Bowl in 2030. So the next Super Bowls are SoFi Stadium this coming season, 2027, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta in 2028, Allegiant Stadium in Vegas in 2029. I don't know why you don't just have it there every year, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
It's awesome there. It is really awesome there.
And in 2030, new Nissan Stadium. So the next 4 have been decided. After 2030, no set information. 2031, there will be the next one. So at least for the next 4 years, here's what I like. It's domestic. Like, because they're looking at Wembley, right? They're looking at Wembley. And what the hell time would it be there? Like, that's the problem with Wembley. We're all used to having the Super Bowl at a certain time, right? I mean, at least I am. I don't know about you. I like the 3:30 Pacific time, 6:30 on the East Coast. It's prime time on the East Coast. It's perfect in that regard. Like, we don't need to have, let's see, right? We don't need to have like a 6 a.m. Super Bowl, right? Just for a money grab.
Can you imagine?
That's what they want to do.
Just stay up. People would just stay up. Like, maybe not if your team wasn't in it or something like that. But like you said, they don't care about the fans. They don't care about anything but the revenue of it. So if they had a game over there, you're right. They'd probably start it at some cockamamie time, and then we'd all be, they'd be like, come on, man. And they would try to sell it like, well, geez, if you start drinking at 4 a.m, then you go to bed and you have a nice,
That's like a nice 12-hour nap, dude.
No, it's a Super Sunday. You got to have your day. You got to get ready for the day. You got to cook. You got to eat. You got to prep. So London's 8 hours ahead of us on the East Coast. So to make it doable, probably for them, the game would be probably at the latest 11 or 11:30 Pacific time for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that can't work.
God,
you can't do that. But they're going to do it. I mean, every time we talk about something that, no, they can't do that, then they do.
Well, I think you're right with
every day, but it's crazy.
I think you're right with the streaming though. Like, and I haven't looked at, I haven't seen the numbers. And I think the numbers are hard because it's streaming. So they kind of keep the streaming numbers close to the vest. But like the NBA had Game 7 of Detroit and Cleveland. Now, the game ended up being awful, right? Like, it was an awful game.
Yeah.
But they had Game 7.
Brutal.
They had Game 7 Sunday night. And that thing and it kind of ended up being standalone because Sunday Night Baseball was early. The hockey game that night was early. No, there was no hockey game that night, right? Yeah, because they played Monday. So they kind of had a standalone game. They had a standalone playoff game that started basically, you could watch the entire second half, even if you're a baseball fan, but it was a standalone game. But it was on Prime. Like, and I saw people losing their mind. Now, first of all, the Prime thing, everyone has Prime. And if you don't have Prime, then that means you're not watching Thursday Night Football. Because Thursday Night Football changed Prime, right? But still, the whole streaming thing, I wonder how that's worked out for the NBA, because the NBA seems to be, of all the leagues, the most. Jess, you're a big NBA fan. Doesn't the NBA seem to be?
Celtics fan.
It seems to be the most confusing of all the sports right now, because is it on Prime? Is it on Peacock? Where are these playoff games at?
You know,
NBC, ESPN.
Right. Yeah.
You know the way
You
I
never
watch.
Well,
I watch things.
Jess watches stuff on a
I
thing
watch
that we
things
should
in a gray area.
that shall not be talked about. Yeah, it's a different deal. But
What
yeah.
does that even mean?
I have
Sorry,
my
I wasn't
ways,
supposed to ask that
John.
question.
I have
No,
my ways.
Okay.
She has
Fair
one of
enough.
those little
Fair enough.
sketchy boxes that are highly illegal, and someday a bunch of people.
Actually, they're not.
Somebody's going to show up at her house, and some guy, the G-men, are going to show up with the black suits, the black
They
tie,
are.
the sunglasses.
Yeah,
and
okay. They'll have to deal with my husband.
That's gonna be it.
we're going to go, where's Jess
Yeah.
at? Have you seen Jess for the last week? Nope, no idea.
I'm not very highly kidnappable.
Well, we'll see. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
When the cable companies and DirecTV and Fubo and YouTube TV aren't liking you, you never know. They
man.
got some juice.
Yeah.
They got juice.
I don't know. I have a copper pipe that my husband gave me 2 years ago, and it still sits in my front seat.
Okay, well, good luck on that one.
No, you're right though, because the thing is, the NBA used to be so simple. It was either on TNT or it was on ESPN. Like that was it. Because the locals now, even in the first round, the locals go away in the NBA. There's no local first round like there used to be. So everything, but now you just don't know where the whole thing is. Now, as far as the NFL is concerned, and I know a lot of people you can at me all you want, but the reality is, if you can't find it by now, then you're just some old person that's like my mom or something that's constantly calling me. I can't figure it out. Where is it? And she's constantly, everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Your parents are constantly calling your dad or your mom or whatever. And it's like, look, man, it's on Prime. Everybody has Prime. It's on Netflix. Everybody has Netflix. Now, look, if it's on Peacock or something, I can't help you. Like, I'm not sorry, Peacock. But I'll go to a sports bar or something. But we know this is the way it's going to go, and this is the way that life works in general, and this is what we have, and everything is evolving to certain things, and people can kick and scream and whatever. But the NFL has made it abundantly clear that this is what they're going to do. Like you and I got into this. They're playing games every day but Tuesday. Next year they're going to add a Tuesday. They're going to play 7 games a week, days a week. They don't care. They want to rule the world. They're going to play on, Thanksgiving Eve. They're going to play on Thanksgiving. They're going to play on this is it. This is what they want, because they know there's revenue out there and it's the almighty dollar, and they're just not going to stop. And then at some point, and this is going to be unfortunate when it gets there, but they're going to put a lot of it, Super Bowl might be on pay-per-view or whatever the case may be. Whatever is the model that makes them the most revenue, they don't care about player safety. They don't care about rest. They don't care about fans. They care about revenue, period, end of story. They don't care about competitive, like, oh, you can't play this team and that. They don't care. It's not about the champion. It's about how much money they can get. That's all they care about.
No, and the NFL is the one league, though, I think you'd agree. The NFL is the one league out of the big four that can do whatever the hell they want. They're the one that can. They're the one that can.
Here's what's dangerous, though. Here's what I think is dangerous. They can push around the networks all they want. So, like, Fox has to have them. Like before the NFL, what was Fox? Like The Simpsons and America's Most Wanted, and like that was it. Like they got that changed the whole network. You've got to have the NFL now, but these streaming services don't. And I think that's what's really interesting is Netflix doesn't need the NFL, and Prime doesn't need the NFL. Like, do you think Bezos needs the NFL? He doesn't. No. He likes having it because all of his rich friends, and he's like, I have the NFL now, as they're sitting on a yacht. But that's where this kind of gets really interesting is the networks have to have it. The streaming services don't. No. But they'll pay for it. They'll pay the most money, though, regardless.
They will. All right. National TV or national radio, national stuff. Westwood 1. People can hear you there. It's on 950 on the AM dial. There you go.
Yeah. Saturday, Sunday, Monday morning, like I'm on a ton. So, yeah, we get tons of calls. Lots of people talking Hawks. A lot of people angry about the Mariners. Yeah, we've got this built in. It's cool. Like we go over the country and Canada and all that. But I will consistently get calls from Seattle and surrounding cities all weekend long, and I'm very grateful for it.
I'll talk to you next
week. It's all because of you.
I appreciate
that.
Yeah,
I hate to give you any credit.
No, it's probably painful to say that.
Do the Jeff Bezos voice again. That was kind of funny.
Ugh. Where's that pipe? You bring that with you? Walk around with that thing, or just in your car?
It's in our car. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's in my car, but it is hidden for any of those who know what a RAV4 looks like. It is not mine.
under the front seat.
She uses. She
It's
uses.
probably worth like $200-300.
I think
it's a heavy copper pipe.
She just has to. She's.
Oh no! And now anybody that knows your car, that thing's gone.
She's just told she can't bring it upstairs because she's a good chance she'd use it on softy during crosstalk. So
Yeah, no, it has to remain in the car.
All right, buddy.
Outstanding.
I'll talk to you next
man.
week. See ya. There you go. That's John Lund
See ya.
joining us. We'll check the text line, get some talkbacks coming up next. tomorrow. The thunder in your head thing. That's crazy.
Well, yes, clearly they are.
Very much so. What do you got?
Let's forget about them being 8 outs away for a second. They won the first 2 games on the road against the Blue Jays. They were up 2-0. I think all of us Mariner fans were thinking, oh my God, is this it? Is it finally going to happen? They only need to win 2 more games out of 5, and they couldn't do it. Moving forward after that, it is World Series or bust for this team. That's it. If they make it to the ALCS this year and lose, I won't be happy.
A lot of Dan Wilson conversation. That's a good point, though. I mean, it's actually a really good talk back because, it wasn't just the one decision. It's the fact they blew the lead and had the lead and all that in the series. So.
That's a sports in that we've been chalking up is saying it's over before it's over.
We got a few more?
Yeah, we do.
It's also the family that owns Panda Express. They're partial owners of the Blazers. She went to school in Corvallis. Yeah, man, not good.
Yeah, talk about Tom Dundon and just joining us. Blazers laid off half their front office today. Cost-cutting measures.
I didn't know that Panda Express had money issues.
Well, yeah, exactly. But yeah, the minority owner, one of the minority owners is the guy that's like CEO or she's something like that with Panda Express. So that's probably bad for their business in the area.
All right. It's not going to do better. Here we go.
Fire away.
Hey there, Ian, Jessamine, Anders,
Kristen.
Yep. Let's start with Dan. We win in spite of our manager, Dan Wilson. And I got to be honest with you, if your last name is Wilson in the city of Seattle, you clearly didn't have the qualifications for your job. I'm looking at you, Mayor, and you, Dan. Now, JP, his arm has been trash for the last year and a half. Why didn't we move him to second in the offseason? I don't get it. Go, Mariner.
I mean, Russell had the qualifications as a Wilson.
That's about it.
For a while. He didn't keep them.
He was fine, though. What else you got?
He was.
People, you can't build your team like the Thunder. The Thunder built their team like the Dallas Cowboys of the 90s by trading away an overrated star player for a legendary haul of draft picks and players. OKC got the future MVP and 5 or so first-round picks. So if you want to know who built the Thunder, it was the Clippers.
Yeah, it was. Outside of Chet Holmgren. Is that it?
That's it for the talk back.
Beautiful. Okay, let's get some text. 49451. A lot of Dan Wilson's talk here. Jeff says he is service light, and that's not a compliment.
Oh.
206. You don't need underlying stats or underlying numbers. No, JP is terrible defensively. You just need eyeballs. Whoa. Dan Wilson is perfect for Dipoto, 54%. Wilson had a 54% winning percentage since becoming a manager. At least we were winning games. Sure, it's true. Yeah. I'm not sure, says John, how mad I should be at Dan Wilson because I'm not sure how many of the decisions are his. How much are predetermined? The game is different today. I think 5% of those decisions are his. Analytics rule today. That team has made the most of the decisions for every scenario at every point in the game, it seems. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know. We don't know how much is him, how much is predetermined. You know, you're looking down at your card. It's like this, this, and this. Lou and others, says a 206, obviously managed longer, but Dana has the highest winning percentage of any of them. He also has probably arguably the best team, at least deepest team that they've had, too. I'd send Jay and Edgar with him, too. Also tell Ichiro to find a hobby. It's time to get rid of the past new Mariners.
Oh, come on. I love Ichiro. He's down there every single day. I'm down there quite a bit. And
yeah, I don't think Ichiro's a problem. I think
issue.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. I think the Ichiro thing, now it's a little weird. But that's him. A little eccentric. Let's call him eccentric instead of weird.
Ichiro does Ichiro.
A little eccentric. But I think if you're a young player, you're playing in the clubhouse, like, hey, man, this guy's a Hall of Famer. Still out here shagging balls, hanging out. It's kind of cool, right?
That's what I like. What negative could be there?
Let's see. No sympathy for Blazer fans after they continually trash Jody Allen. Bet they wish they still had her as the owner now. Oh, they do. They went from, we hate Jody, we wish Jody was back. Let's see.
Is that like a grass is greener situation.
Yeah, same story, says the 425. Why didn't someone from Portland buy the team? They knew this could happen. That's the problem. It's first of all, finding billions of dollars is hard, right? Finding billions of dollars is hard. I put this on, again, the league. You're letting a bad owner into your club, and I have to ask why, and I think a couple of people have said this today. Like, this part of the country, they just don't seem to care about. Why buy a sports team if you're going to cut everything, says the 425. That's a great point.
Thank you.
Now,
that's what I was saying.
He says he's going to spend money he'll spend money to the luxury tax for salaries and this, that, and the other thing. First of all, I think that the biggest free agent, I do believe this is accurate, the biggest, most impactful free agent they've ever had is Brian Grant, like 30 years ago. Like, free agents don't go there. Let's see.
How'd they get Lillard?
You're talking about 253 says, no, he was a free agent. They drafted him.
They did draft him. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a little checked out.
That's right. You got to get your copper pipe to hit people on the way home.
I wasn't paying attention during that time.
253. You're talking about the Trailblazers. Exactly what a lot of Seahawks fans are up in arms about. Is Jody going to find the right buyer for the team? If she doesn't, then are they going to pack their bags and leave town? I think you just have to go back to understand like the sales process. It's a lot of people. Like a lot of people involved. It's the current owners selling to somebody approved by the NBA. There's a third-party law firm that kind of brings those potential buyers into the club, and it has to be approved by the NBA owners. This is not on Jody or Bert. This is on the
process.
NBA. Yeah.
Oh, I like this one. 206. Sorry, but Wilson's here. Seahawks Luke Wilson was a legend here.
He was.
Maybe
He was.
Maybe for more than his play on the field.
425. You expected the NBA to be ethical and do the right thing? That was naive. True. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, that's really a lot of people talking about Lund being on time. Not happy.
Oh yeah, I know. It's probably on like Kalshi or something.
Lund under 205 hit today. Damn it. I took Lund over 210, says the 206.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, you didn't know that I was on his ass since yesterday. So
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
A lot of people saying, oh, you shamelessly tried to get the Kings. What'd you guys do trying to get the Kings?
Oh, yeah.
I think the Kings thing, I've said this a number of times. We were excited. Let's bring them here. That's fine. They had a massive issue with Arco Arena, their old building.
There was a huge problem there.
There was a huge problem. And the Maloofs basically were broke.
Yes.
The Maloof brothers kind of went broke. I don't know what they're...
And they screwed over the city by building a new arena.
Well, no, they didn't build it.
Well,
They wanted it. But they had that Arco was done. They had to sell the team.
Yes.
The thing is, I don't think Hansen had the money unless Ballmer was going to be involved, all those things. But Lund's right. Look at the history of that franchise. My God. I mean, they have not been... They've been to the playoffs one time since he bought it 15, 16 years ago. They've only been to the playoffs one time since the 06-07 season. Actually, go back 20-plus years. They've been to the playoff one time. That might be the worst organization in sports. And, because we always look at the thing, what's the longest playoff drought? Well, that's one thing, right? But look over like a decade or 2 decades. How many times have you actually been there? One time. In 05-06, they lost in the Western Conference Final first round. And wait, was that Seattle? No, San Antonio. Sorry. Because then they lose to Seattle So in the 05 playoffs, the year before Clayton Bennett bought the Sonics, Sonics beat them in the first round. They've been to the playoffs. Think about this. Since the Sonics beat the Kings in the playoffs in 2005, they've been to the playoffs 2 times. Lost in the first round both times. The Sacramento Kings. That's bad ownership, folks. That's really bad ownership. All right. Softies next. I want to see how long it
Josh
takes you.
Naylor.
No.
Randy Arozarena.
No.
Luke Raley.
No.
Come on, man.
Keep
help me
going.
out.
Keep going.
Leo Rivas is no longer here.
Correct.
He's in AAA Tacoma.
Yeah.
Mitch Garver. Who have I not mentioned? I've mentioned every damn starter on the team, for God's sakes.
Your leadoff hitter DHing tonight.
Okay.
Rob Refsnyder.
Wow. Wow.
Someone put a lineup together and said,
all right,
let's get Refsnyder leading off.
Yeah.
And make sure we get Wisdom in second.
Patrick Wisdom, is he back up?
Yeah.
He's back up. He came back up yesterday.
Actually, here's the interesting thing. Now that I look at it carefully, no J.P. Crawford.
Right.
He's only been hit like twice in a row now. I was like, maybe he's finally got to take a day. But
so is Emerson at shortstop tonight?
Emerson's at shortstop, and Patrick Wisdom's your third baseman.
Wow. Well,
God, this feels March Tempe like this lineup.
I was very curious to see how long it would take to get Emerson over at shortstop, and what I don't want to see happen is him going back and forth from third to short to third.
Yeah.
Like, let's let this guy get comfortable.
I think
right.
I think he played
Give him a chance.
89% of the games he played this year.
I heard Joe Sheehan coming in here, and it's funny because I had the same thought when they signed Donovan. I remember tweeting, "Well, there's your new second baseman."
Right.
Because that's where he played.
Right.
In St. Louis.
Yeah.
Because they had Arenado at third.
And he's been a
and
disaster
now he's
at
at third, and he can't play third. You know why he can't play third? Because he's a second baseman. But you have Cole Young at second base.
I know.
So Sheehan's point, which actually I could make out this week versus last week.
Yeah, did you like the audio?
Well, last week was more like... This week was much clearer. So
Very
whatever
good.
you people did...
It was Jess.
All right, good work, Jess. Right?
I'm people.
Honestly. All right? You know, about time you
I'm you
contribute
people.
something to the radio station.
Yes.
So way to go.
Well
Thank
Put
you.
that on
I'm
your
trying
resume.
to earn the acorns.
All right, May of 2026. Fixed Joe Sheehan's phone on your resume. But you got a bunch of guys that you want to have in the lineup, was Joe's point, but they all play the same spot, or you have too many guys at the same spot.
Correct.
Too many second basemen, too many third basemen, too many shortstops, too many guys. It's just the way this thing was built defensively is weak. There's no doubt. You can argue they're better offensively, potentially down the road.
Yeah.
But the way they were built defensively is, let's face it, kind of a mess.
When everyone's if and when everybody gets healthy.
Right.
Cal's healthy and Donovan's healthy, although I don't know if that's ever going to happen, right? Because I mean, whatever this groin,
yeah, that
hernia
lingers,
thing,
baby.
Yeah, that's not
that
going well.
lingers.
But when they're healthy,
I've got one. It's been lingering for 20 years.
20 years.
I'm just sitting here.
But you got two.
Oh my God.
You got two guys in your lineup every day, in a Rosarena and Crawford, that should be DHs.
Yeah, they're both terrible defensively. I mean, let's face facts. So Rosarena might be the worst left fielder in baseball.
But you can't take his bat out.
No, J.P. Crawford is the worst shortstop in baseball. That's what I'm talking about.
But he gets on base.
That
Yeah,
you've got to play one of those guys in the field, obviously, because they both can't DH.
Imagine being a pitcher.
So-
You're sitting there pitching. I got to strike everybody out.
Right.
Because if the ball goes to the left side to shortstop or left field, it's an adventure.
Did we hear the guy that caught Emerson's home run last night? I
have not seen anything about that.
I saw post game they met up.
Okay.
And he got a ball, bat, whatever. Do we know? Did he ask for any money or anything like that, or did he?
Probably not. Usually it's just the experience.
Yeah, that's what I would go for.
Yeah, I want cash. Well, here's
dude, you just signed a $95 million deal.
See, that's the problem. Like,
How about a little something for the effort, young man.
First hit, first home run for most players. A guy's making $750 a year.
Right, not this guy.
This guy's got 95 in the bank.
This guy.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a douchey move, honestly, to ask for money?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
I think for a young kid it would be. I think if it was someone just hit their 400th home run and they're making $80 million a year.
Right.
I want my cash.
For a normal young guy who is on a minimal contract.
Yeah.
But this guy's got $95 million coming to him.
Yeah.
What a gesture it would have been, and it would have, maybe it happened and we don't know about it, but it would have elevated Colt Emerson even more if it leaks out that the guy didn't want any money, but Colt Emerson just gave him $50,000 anyway.
$50,000.
Honestly.
I think it cost him $50,000 to get his whole entourage out here from Ohio yesterday, though.
What a stud.
17 people.
17 people?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
The only problem I had with the video of his mom and dad last night is when he hit the home run, who was the big, giant, tall guy sitting in front of his mom?
Yeah, get the hell out of the way, fella.
Get out of the way,
Do
dude.
you not realize?
Trying to watch mom go nuts here, man.
Get the
Come
hell out of
on.
the way, fella.
Sit
I
down.
would like to have the opportunity to bring a young person with me to meet Colt at a later date.
That's what you would do.
If I had
you caught the ball.
a nephew,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
If my nephew was
You wouldn't ask for any money. You wouldn't want any memorabilia.
Experience.
I don't want a
Whatever.
bat. I'd sign bat or something, for sure.
Oh, sure.
Well, listen, you know what? You've got a guy down the ballpark tonight. Mike Benton, Network
Benton.
Central is down at the ballpark
That's
tonight.
Right. He is there
He's
harassing
on that story.
people. You think the players get annoyed by him, by the way?
No, not at all.
No? Okay.
He's a very nice guy.
I'm not saying he's not a nice guy. There's a lot of nice guys that annoy the piss out of me.
Colt.
Okay.
Mike Benton.
From usually cover
nice
hockey.
people annoy
Today
you?
I'm here on the baseball beat. As you consider the repercussions of last night, what sticks out to you?
He does call me his boss whenever I'm with him.
Who
in a
does?
profession- No,
Oh.
Benton.
Benton does?
Hey, this is my boss right here. I'm like, no, I'm not.
I've heard that you actually ask for that, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what Benton told me.
Only with certain people.
And
you better refer to me as your boss.
Miss McIntyre when we're down there. Yes,
it's
Miss
Mrs. I'm married now.
Oh,
Yeah, but
God.
Okay. All right, what are you doing today?
Let's see. Jason Minnick is our friend from San Antonio.
Okay.
ESPN Radio.
Tell him
He's going to
thank
join
you.
us
We
coming up
appreciate
at
it.
4 o'clock today. John Wilner is in L.A. at the Big Ten meetings.
Yes.
He's going to pop on at 5 o'clock tonight. And then Brian Schmetzer at 5:45. A little fun with audio. We'll talk about last night's game. And I think we just stumbled upon a topic. Is it appropriate to ask for money when you possess a baseball or some type of memorabilia that players covet?
What do you got? Get Benton on that. You're his boss. Get him on that.
Find out.
Find out. All right. See ya.
Yeah.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk. Your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on a Tuesday afternoon right here on Softy Dick with Jackson. Headlines brought to you by our friends at Frost Brews, Frost and Binghamton. 3, 2, 1. Headlines on Softy Dick Jackson brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. It's cold as the Rockies.
What's up, Bubs? You believe that?
Well, that was a sight last night. Colt Emerson with his first hit, a 3-run bomb off the White Sox. Brian Wu, 6 innings of shutout ball, 8 Ks, couple of walks. Andres Munoz in a non-save situation, by the way. 10 pitches, no problem.
How about that?
Got the job done. 23 and 26, a game out in the West. They'll do it again tonight with Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo on the mound. Colt Emerson, by the way, tonight is at shortstop and hitting 9th with Rob Refsnyder leading off for the M's tonight.
The youngest starting lineup in the history of the NBA Conference Finals. Went to OKC and won in double overtime last night.
You Thunder!
Wemby with 41 and 24 in a 122-115 win. Wemby becomes the youngest player ever with a 40-20 playoff game, passing a guy named Lou Alcindor.
You Thunder!
I don't think we can play that enough today, by the way, on the radio show.
Pump it into my veins.
If the Spurs win, we should just play this. How many times during a 4-hour show do you think we could fit in this drop?
You Thunder!
100.
100?
Yeah, we're at 3 right
25 an hour.
You Thunder!
There's 4.
You Thunder!
There's 5.
He'll slow down.
You Thunder!
Here comes 6.
You Thunder!
And there's 7. I mean, when I asked how many times we could fit it in, I thought you'd say in the thousands, by the way.
We're 1/12 of the way there,
God.
Jackson. Here we go.
NFL, let's make it again.
You Thunder!
Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice, parole violation for smoking dope. He's getting 30 days in jail. He's going to miss OTAs. He's going to miss minicamp. You see Jackson Smith and Jigba last night posting on Instagram. You see this?
Yes.
The league sent his Offensive Player of the Year award trophy to him, but it said Defensive Player of the Year. The league is saying they are going to rectify the problem.
Another big get for Jed Fish. He is on a roll. O'Day, 4-star defensive lineman. Davida Nonu has committed to the Dogs.
What else? NHL Montreal into the Eastern Conference Finals against Carolina with a Game 7 win against the Sabres last night. Canucks, by the way, firing their head coach Adam Foote after 1 year and the league's worst record.
And here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
You Thunder!
How many times will I have to play it on the air before it starts to get annoying for the audience, by the way?
11.
Would you rather hear us or this over and over again
You Thunder!
for the next 4 hours?
I think it's because it's those 3 words.
Right,
I think the fans would be entirely happy with.
Well, that is a 2-second drop, so we're talking roughly 30 times every minute we could play that drop if I hit it over and over and over again.
Let's do the
So
math.
for a 10-minute segment, we're talking 300 times.
Yeah.
Okay? 300 times. And that's just over a 10-minute segment. So 600 times in the top and the bottom of the hour segment. The middle segment is 20 minutes long. That's 1,200 times an hour.
Okay.
That's 4,800 times. If we hit it every 2 seconds, I could fit that in between now and 7 o'clock. I'm not talking about during commercial breaks. I'm talking about just while we're on the air. Almost 5,000 times I could play that.
I think you just fit it in whenever you feel like it all day long.
Right.
Just randomly.
Yeah, kind of like scratching your back or whatever.
Anytime. We can be
adjusting
talking,
yourself,
no big deal.
whatever.
Just put it.
Yeah, like right there. Let's talk about Colt Emerson's home run last night.
You Thunder!
How about the big win by the Canadians last night?
You Thunder!
Why not? Well, I tell you what, man, we'll talk about that game for sure. Jason Minnick is in San Antonio with ESPN Radio. He's going to join us at 4 o'clock. He's got some history right here in the PNW. His wife's from here. Is that right?
Minix, by the way.
Minnick, sorry. What did I say? Minnick?
Minnick.
Jason Minnick will join us from San Antonio and talk about the Spurs, because what I saw last night from a San Antonio perspective, man, I think the Thunder are in trouble with San Antonio because they cannot stop the big man. Not that anybody really can stop the big man, but that was a hell of a show by Victor Wembanyama. But the other show last night, I probably should, I don't know. I should have asked you about this off the air. Should I read the text thread that you and I had last night during the Mariners game?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
During the NBA game?
Because I was very confused with your responses until you explained them.
Well, let me just read this to you, Jackson. And before I get to the explanation here, you tell me if you're tracking with me.
Because I was not.
Dick was not tracking with me, and that's typically my fault, by the way. Let's see. Dick wrote me at 7:09 p.m. Spurs are plus 14 when Wemby's on the floor, minus 11 when he's not. How much he can play this series is going to be the difference. That's what you said. I wrote back, they might be better than them with all things being equal. Then, about a half an hour later, Dick writes back and says, this game is nuts. I said, I can't watch. I'm watching the Mariners. Dick writes back, it's a 2-point game with 30 seconds left versus the 5th inning 4 months prior to the playoffs. To which I said, STFU with multiple exclamation points.
That's when I was really confused.
He writes back, I haven't missed anything in the Mariners game in the last 30 minutes. Now, what do you think I'm doing here? Why am I telling him I can't watch the game? Can you figure that out, or is that a me problem?
I would say, A, you're scared to watch the Thunder potentially winning game one, and you don't want to do that.
Okay.
And also, B, you just purely hate watching anything Oklahoma City.
Well, your first answer was the correct one. Ding, ding, ding. To which I wrote, Dick, Jesus effing Christ, Dick. I'm not watching because I'm too nervous to watch for F's sake.
But I thought you were...
To which you wrote back, oh, got it.
Yeah. Because I thought you watched Thunder playoff games when they have a chance to lose.
No, well, listen, if they're getting pasted by 30, I'll flip it on.
Oh,
but
you don't watch the close
I'm watching the Mariners game, and I have my app on my phone, and I'm seeing a fairly close game. I'm like, I can't switch over. I'm too nervous.
Okay.
I'm too nervous to flip over and watch the game, but I was watching my phone and the update on the app on the NBA game more than I was paying attention to an 85-inch TV with the freaking Mariner game on. So, yes, the priority for me last night was San Antonio.
Yeah,
I just couldn't watch it because I was too freaking nervous.
Totally. As soon as you said that, like I said, oh, okay, cool. I just didn't know why you were mad at me watching a basketball game over a baseball game in May in the 5th inning when I was actually tracking it, and it was 2-0 for like a half hour in a row. I got the whole 4th quarter in without missing one gosh darn thing from the Mariners thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I think it'd be hilarious if they lost in the conference finals. They've already got their title, so not as hilarious as it would have been a year ago, obviously. But we're all rooting for the Spurs in this game. But we're also all rooting for Colt Emerson. And you know what? It's funny. I think a lot of our own perceptions and a lot of our own emotions, guys, I'm going to get deep here for a second. You can talk to your wife about this, by the way, Jackson, and see if she agrees with me. She's the psychologist in the family. I believe that sometimes we expect our own emotions to be reflected in the faces and the actions of the players that we watch. Meaning last night, I'm watching that game, and I'm watching J.P. Crawford's reaction when Colt Emerson had the bomb. Did you see it, by the way?
I saw the bomb. I did not notice the reaction.
His reaction
I saw the parents'
was
reaction.
Pure, unfiltered joy.
Cool.
He went and grabbed the trident, and he could not wait to give it to Colt Emerson.
Pass the torch.
Could not wait. And it's one of the coolest things about this team. And I said this last year when Eugenio Suarez had the grand slam. We've talked about this when Julio, like a kid on Christmas morning, could not wait to run down the stairs, right, Jackson? Into the dugout, grab that trident, and give it to Eugenio Suarez after that grand slam. And J.P. Crawford had the exact same reaction last night. And I'm watching that game. I'm thinking to myself, God, you know what? It really kind of feels like for the first time in a long time, these guys are having fun playing baseball, right? And now, they were probably having fun anyway, because they don't look at a 3-game sweep the way you and I do. They got to go out there 162 times, for God's sakes. To them, it's a massive, massive grind. They're probably way more grounded and way more focused than fans are, I think. They're not nearly as emotional as we are, but I'm watching that thing last night, watching JP's reaction, watching Julio, watching Naylor at home plate. Naylor was like a big brother when Colt Emerson crossed home plate last night, and it was awesome to see. And look, I'm not saying that they weren't having fun playing baseball, but last night, for the first time, maybe all year long, I felt like, you know what, these guys are really enjoying this. And I'm hoping that last night's good vibes, to steal a line from Gino, can spill over into a game like tonight and kind of maybe jumpstart this.
Well, we hope it will jumpstart things, but we have said before, I hope that comeback win over Houston will ignite something. I hope there was one like 2 weeks ago. I hope it will ignite something. We always hope it'll ignite something, but the reality is it probably won't. and you'll go through another 10 games where you win 5 or 6 out of 10. And I mean, I just
downer.
Can you imagine? Just hang on. Can you imagine the TV broadcast last night? Ryan Roland Smith. I really hope this ignites him. Angie, it probably won't.
Well, I'm just. I mean,
I get your point, though.
Am I wrong? Like, we've said this before.
No, but I have
one big win, 6-1 win where a kid hits a home run.
Right.
It's awesome. You feel great.
Right.
You know what? You can get it shoved up your you-know-what today by a good starter.
You absolutely can. My retort to that, if there is a retort, would be just because a team is losing games doesn't mean that they're not playing well because of the way baseball goes. Bad luck, right? Like Jose Ferrer, for example. Remember that big conversation we had about Jose Ferrer? Remember when Andrews went bananas?
Yeah, he's
on the
bad
Jose
luck.
Ferrer thing? It's just all bad luck. And I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. And look at him now. Now he's starting to get some bounces go his way. He's starting to get some luck go his way. And the guy's one of the best relievers in baseball right now. So I would just almost go back to that Astros comeback a year ago. I don't know. Did they get their ass kicked in every single game? Were they playing sloppy? Were they committing errors? Were they leaving a ton of guys on base? Maybe they were. Or maybe they just weren't getting the breaks. Maybe that's where the good baseball, right? The execution, the confidence, all that stuff kind of picked up from there, and it just took a while to show itself, is my point. But, Dick, you're right. I mean, the way baseball works, it's the blessing and the curse, right? Not like football, where if you have a great game, you get a week off to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And soak it up. The fan base can tell you how great you are. Those guys are going back to work. I understand that. But the opposite is you get your ass kicked and you got to sit around for a week thinking about it. So baseball giveth and taketh away like that more than any other sport out there. You're exactly right. That's why tonight's game, guys, this is pretty important tonight. Like Bryce Miller's on a tryout. Luis Castillo is continuing to try out for a spot to justify his existence on this roster, right? You got 2 guys going tonight that really want to show the M's what they're all about, I think. You got a young guy in Colt Emerson who's playing his first game ever at shortstop. He wants to continue the good vibes after last night. The team wants to continue the good vibes after last night. For May 19th, this feels like a pretty decent-sized game tonight, man.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how the piggyback goes.
Right, yes.
It's just so different. You mentioned the football comparison. Another football comparison is you lose 4 games in a football season, and guess what?
Right.
You're not going to have home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Right.
And the Seahawks need home field advantage. So every loss is magnified, not only because of just the number of games, but also you are penalized more, in my opinion, by not having home field advantage in the NFL than you are in baseball.
No doubt.
You can go on the road in baseball and win series. It's not that big a deal. Just get into the playoffs, win your 88, 89 games, win this crappy division, and if you're the 2 seed or the 3 seed, big deal, you can still make the playoffs.
Well, every and there are some teams that would benefit more from it, like Toronto, for example, who play inside, right? Like, let's say, for example, that 97 Mariner baseball team that made the playoffs. I don't think they had home field to Baltimore, and they lost in the division series, but that team getting to play in the Kingdome would have benefited them. So yeah, I think for the most part, you're right. There are exceptions, but just look at it this way. Every loss in the NFL, if we're just rounding up, is pretty much equal to 10 games in baseball.
Yeah.
9.5 to 1 is what you're talking about with a 17-game season. So you lose 1 game in the NFL. I mean, it doesn't feel like it, but it's almost akin to losing 10 games in a row, right? 1 10-game series is now done, and you're 0 for 10. You lose 3 in a row, you're riding a 30-game losing streak.
I mean, the Seahawks, the Seahawks, after 3 hours of the 2025 season, already had lost 33% of the games they'd lose the entire year.
Yeah, crazy. Right? Wild. But, I mean, dude, look, the Emerson kid, what I don't want to see happen, and it's funny how this 6-man rotation, I remember we were talking about it last week, and we were like, all right, this is fine for now, but there's no way this can be a long-term solution, and it's not going to be, right? They're not going to wait an extra day to get Brian Wu or Logan Gilbert or George Kirby or Emerson Hancock back on the mound. It took them a week and a half or a week of whatever that was, and now we got both guys pitching today, and I seriously doubt they're going to go back to a 6-man rotation. I mean, nothing would shock me anymore with these guys, but I think this is the first step in going back to a 5-man rotation and figuring out which one of these guys is going to start and which one's going to come out of the bullpen. So we'll see what happens tonight, but, I just think for Colt Emerson, there's 2 things I wanted out of him. Number one, when he was called up, I wanted him to play every single day. or at least, 5 of every 7, 6 of every 7, whatever. You play all the time. We're not bringing this guy up to sit his skinny ass on the bench. He's going to play every single day. And then number 2, I don't mind him going back and forth from shortstop to third base in AAA. I don't like that at this level. I think he needs to find a position because the more comfortable he is in the field, the more comfortable he's going to be at the plate, right? He needs to play shortstop. I'm sorry. No offense to J.P. Crawford, but J.P. compared to Colt at shortstop, you kind of stink. Okay.
What about playing him at third and having Donovan just play everywhere?
If you want to play him at third, fine. But I think he's a shortstop down the road.
Oh, next year he's no question to start shortstop.
Why? And I think if there's a need for him right now, I just don't want to see him going back and forth. And if he's a shortstop down the road, if he is a Gold Glove shortstop down the road, then you need to play him there right now. I would not wait. I agree with Chuck. You play the best guys.
Yep.
You play the best guys. You give your team the best chance to win. You field the best players, and you put the best players at their best position. And I think, and I may be wrong about this because the guy hasn't played one game at shortstop yet in the major leagues. His first one's going to be tonight. I think that once Colt Emerson starts to play shortstop, that's going to be his spot for a decade. And if he is your best defensive shortstop right now, he needs to play there. J.P. Crawford is costing you outs at shortstop. He's a liability at shortstop. Where you put Donovan, put him in the outfield. He can play the outfield. Let him spell Cole Young. Hell.
I think Anders, I heard Anders today with Chuck, and he said that he likes JP at DH. I don't have a problem with that.
Fine.
JP's hitting well enough to keep him in the lineup.
Of course.
And then they talked about the importance, and I don't know. I've not been in a baseball clubhouse as a player before, so I don't know the importance.
What?
I know.
Come on.
I know the importance is overblown in a basketball locker room, but in a baseball clubhouse, I don't know. Maybe having that leader that everybody says, JP is the greatest leader, we need him, and you have to have him in the lineup or he can't lead, which I think is kind of dumb. Really? Can JP not be a leader if he's coming off the bench?
Yes, it's harder. Absolutely harder. No question.
All right, well, put him at DH then. I'm fine with that.
He needs to play. He needs to play because he won't be able to relate. I mean, obviously he can relate because he's been there. He's a veteran, but he needs to go through the grind with these guys. You want to have a captain. You want to have a leader. No team has a captain that doesn't start. No team's got a captain that sits around all day and just, helps fill out lineup cards. So, he needs, if your concern is taking advantage of his leadership, then yes, I agree that he does need to play every day. And look, I mean, the DH thing makes perfect sense. It makes sense for if he's not going to play second base, which he's not because that's Cole Young's position now, it makes sense for Brendan Donovan to play DH. The difference between Donovan and J.P. Crawford is that Donovan can play in the outfield. J.P. Crawford can't.
That's right.
So he's limited.
Well, J.P.
in what
can't
he can
play
do
in the infield either.
Well, apparently not. So I just think, look, I mean, again, if you're waking up and you're Justin Holliday and Jerry DiPoto, and gun to head, whatever, hand to heart, what's your best defensive team? Well, our best defensive team is probably going to be Josh Naylor at first, Cole Young at second, Colt Emerson at shortstop, God knows what at third base, Donovan in right, maybe Luke Raley, in left, Canzone in right, Julio in center, whatever. I'm just saying if it includes Emerson at shortstop, he needs to play there. What happens tonight if Colt Emerson goes out to shortstop and looks like Ozzie friggin' Smith out there?
Yeah.
You going to yank him? No, dude. If he's eventually going to be your shortstop of the future because he is your best option, I believe you have to give yourself the best option starting tonight.
And as a Mariner fan, don't you want to see that deep in the hole diving stop, getting up, firing a hose to first base where it shows Jerry DiPoto, Dan Wilson? Okay, we can't go back to Jerry.
Well, let's just face facts. What's the biggest reason why the guy is here right now? Because of his defense. Yeah. And you're not even letting him take advantage of it. He's out of position at third base. I'm not saying he's a terrible third baseman, but he's a much better shortstop than he is a third baseman. Why do you think he's playing 85% of his games in Tacoma at shortstop? You want to play 85% of your games for a month and a half at shortstop and then say, oh, by the way, when you come up and got to deal with the major leagues, we're going to put you at third. No, put him at short and let him flourish. If he's up here, whatever's best for him, Whatever makes him the better player is what the Mariners should be doing. We're going to break. A lot more to get to, including, are the Thunder in trouble? Like, really in trouble?
You Thunder!
Come back and chat about it next.
than LeBron James. I think he will win 5+ championships. It may start this year. I didn't think it was going to start until next year.
Right.
I thought the Thunder still had one more year left.
Right.
But you combine Wemby with Dylan Harper, who was phenomenal last night with 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 7 steals in 47 minutes, and he wasn't even supposed to start. He started because De'Aaron Fox was injured, and they won a game, Dave, with their Stephon Castle, who should not be handling the ball as much as he was, but he had to because De'Aaron Fox was out. He had 11 turnovers.
Yeah.
You had a guard with an 11 turnovers, and you still won on the road by 7.
Well, and I'm looking at Wembanyama, in the 5 games he played against the Thunder up until I think last night, he was only averaging 18 and 9. Then he goes out and drops 41 and 24. Now, it was in almost 50 minutes of play. I understand that, but this guy in regulation was kicking their ass. It wasn't overtime that did it for Victor Wembanyama. So Oklahoma City, for the most part, I think against the Spurs this year, has done, on average, a pretty decent job against him. But last night they had no answers. And the cool thing for me about this series is that, okay, obviously we're all Sonic fans. We can root against whoever is playing Oklahoma City. It just happens to be a team with maybe the best player in the NBA. And then the whole Mitch Johnson angle, a guy that played high school basketball here, JJ's son, John Johnson's son. There's that picture of him wearing the Jimi Hendrix Sonic jersey T-shirt on the Spurs plane. He's been repping the 206 ever since he left here. His dad was our high school coach at Bellevue, for God's sakes, when he was there. May he rest in peace. But there's just so many angles now with this thing. And you really get the feeling, guys, don't you, Dick, that last year when the Thunder won, there were a lot of people, and rightfully so, who said, hey, this might be the start of something. Like, this is, you think you got a kick in the nuts now as a Sonic fan. Wait till they've won 3 in 5 years or whatever. The Spurs feel like the team that could stop that. Victor Wembanyama feels like the guy that could stop that and step in, and then they become the team that goes on that run.
There's no question in my mind because, Dave, in order to have a dynastic run in the NBA, you have to have, a top 10 player of all time.
Right.
There has never been a dynastic run without a top 10 player of all time.
Do the Pistons have one?
And I don't know. I don't know if they have.
Was Isaiah Thomas?
Was that a dynastic run?
I mean, they won 3 out of 4, won 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the best comp.
Yeah, but I get your point.
One. And the Thunder don't have one.
Right.
And we saw last night what a true top 10 player in the NBA in NBA history. And Wemby won't even be a top 10 player. He'll be a maybe top 1 player at the very least. Health is obviously the driving factor here.
Right.
But as great as SGA is, he's not a top 10 player in NBA history. And you saw last night, and you mentioned Mitch Johnson. Mitch Johnson, his coaching staff was phenomenal against SGA yesterday. How they bottled them up. They put almost one guy on his left shoulder, one guy on his right shoulder, and said, hey, if you're going to beat us, you got to shoot pull-up jump shots because we're not going to let you do your flailing crap in the lane and we're not even going to let you in the lane. And they turned him into a distributor. He had 11 assists last night, or 12 assists last night, because he was not able to get good shots off.
The Pistons, by the way, won 2 in a row, went to the finals 3 years in a row, but won 2 in a row. And then ran into a guy named Jordan in '91 that swept him in the conference finals.
When I think dynasties, I think
Lakers,
Warriors, Lakers, Spurs.
I get it. Yeah,
over the last 25
sure.
years.
Well, and look, man. I mean, I just think that's where for us, like the debt of gratitude is like we should be really rooting for these guys.
Yes,
because our long national nightmare is them going on that kind of a run. I mean, I said it last year, and I still could see it happening. This series isn't over. I could see them going on a run where they win 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 5 or maybe even 3 in a row. And so to be all of a sudden looking at this team that swoops in with this freak in the middle, and freak in a good way, by the way, Victor Wembanyama, that they could be the ones that could stop all that for us and squash that, and then that marries up, Jackson, in a couple years with the Sonics returning.
Yes, that's.
I mean, this could be like, hey, man, you got the one, but you know what? The nightmare scenario is never going to play out.
And that's how it's always been for me. You guys know me, that I've always looked at this right now as 1-1, and we are even with them on championships. That's what matters here most, is that we do not let them get a second before we get one.
Right.
And yes, of course, we know the situation at hand. But my God, if and I told you guys this, if Wembanyama wins this series, I'm buying a his size Victor Wembanyama jersey.
Wow.
You'll sleep in it?
It'll be like a floor length dress for me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you said it. It's the debt of gratitude. We have to be so eternally grateful to the Spurs every year, and anybody, but any year that they can stop the Thunder from winning. Anybody who stops the Thunder immediately becomes our best friends.
Right.
Honestly, for the rest of my life.
Well,
Is LeBron still your best friend? Because he did it.
Yeah.
With Miami.
Okay,
I mean, there's always going to be
absolutely.
always going to be a debt of gratitude for that, for sure, for what he did. It's too bad he's an annoying pain in the ass now, but there's always going to be a debt of gratitude for what he did when he was with Miami. But I don't know, man. Victor Wembanyama wears a size 52 according to Google AI. Could reach a size 54 or 56 to accommodate his 8-foot wingspan. I think you're right that if you wore a game day, game size Victor Wembanyama jersey, you would look like Dorf on basketball. We wouldn't even see your feet, by the way.
No.
You know what I'm talking about? So, hey, let's do it. Let's root for the Spurs. This is your official Seattle home for San Antonio Spur basketball. Jason Minnick or Minnix? Minnix will join us at 4 o'clock today from San Antonio and tell us, do they really believe they can pull this thing off and get this thing done? I mean, a Game 2 win tomorrow would be freaking gigantic.
It
My
would.
God.
If I still had to put the house on which team wins the series, I think I'm still 50% in a feather that it's OKC. But that obviously changes tomorrow. Of
course.
I mean, it's you win both in OKC,
right?
And then you're 6-1 against
Is this a
the
2-3-2 or is it 2-2-1-1-1?
2-2-1-1-1.
Okay, gotcha.
In this,
Gotcha.
but I mean, again, you mentioned LeBron, and I think that the comparisons to what he did in 2007 are just. I mean, 2007, LeBron James, exact same age, 22 years of age. Scored 48 points, went 18 of 33 in the Eastern Conference semis against the Pistons, and scored the last 25 points in a row to win the game. And that's what this was. This was what, 19 years later,
right?
With the very next top three player of all time doing it.
I'll tell you what I would do if I had the Thunder. I would try to do to him what the T-Wolves did and piss him off. That's what I'd do tomorrow. I tried to get him to throw an elbow. I mean, they stuck defenders Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels, right? Yeah. I would do exactly what Minnesota did and see if it works. Because what other option do you have? I mean, you put Chet Holmgren on him the entire game, he's going to foul out by halftime, right? I mean, I
had Caruso on him at 6'4".
I would harass him. I would annoy him. I would try to get under his skin and irritate him. I think we have a quote. Do we have the quote in Fun with Audio about the MVP thing, by the way, or no? When he was asked last night about whether or not the MVP thing pissed him off with SGA winning, and he said, yeah. So, I mean, he wears his emotions on his sleeve, man. We'll get a break. A little Fun with Audio next on 93.3 KJR FM. Coming up at 4 o'clock. Talk some Spurs, by the way. Spurs are in the news for a couple different reasons. One of which because the San Antonio Spurs are 1-0 in the Western Conference Final. The other Spurs are in Great Britain, by the way, and are suffering through some hard times. We may have to get a little bit of a primer on that from Jackson Feltz as the show goes on. I think so. I think this is where your soccer knowledge really shines here, pal. So we'll tell you what the hell we're talking about at some point during the show, maybe. All right, here we go. A little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Can we start with 3 and 4, by the way? Is that okay, Jackson? Let's go to the NBA, where there's an ongoing war of words between ESPN Stephen A. Smith and Boston Celtics forward Jaylen Brown. It started last week when Brown said this about Stephen A. during a Twitch live stream.
Tell this to retire, because he's the face of clickbait media at the point, and maybe with his retirement we could spark a movement to get the rest of these out of here, or to also have some type of forget journalistic integrity, actual integrity, in order to hold themselves accountable to the takes they put out with no basis, no bias, no information, just narrative, just for the sake of just pushing a weak narrative. Stephen A, Stephen B, Stephen C, my offer still stands. You want me to be quiet and stop streaming? Well, I want you to be quiet and get off these networks, because you're not using your platform to do real journalism.
Okay, so before we get a reaction to that, let me keep it right here and give you Stephen A. Smith's reaction, firing back at what Jaylen Brown said with these comments a couple days ago on First Take.
Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? You understand? Locker room? How the organization might think about you? How the city may feel about you? How Jason Tatum may or may not have feel about you? Sneaker deals, endorsement deals, the list goes on and on. The season is over, bro. You on Twitch trying to do what I do. When you're talking about clickbait and all of that stuff, somebody told you one of the best ways to get it is to bring up my name. And that's what you did. So who's really looking for clickbait?
That's a solid response. And I'm not usually supportive of Stephen A. Smith all that much, but that's a solid response. It sounds like he's got a little dirt on Jaylen Brown that he could throw out there if he wanted to.
I'm sure he's got dirt on everybody in the NBA. First of all, Stephen A. Does not typically break news anymore. I would not call him a journalist. I would call him an entertainer. I would call him a talent is what I would call him. Number one. Number two, it also does kind of have a you better fear me for what I can do to you type of approach. Bow down to me. Fall in line with me. I know what's going on behind closed doors. I run this show. I'm the captain now.
Yeah.
Right? You want to cross me, go down that road? I know this, that if they're smart, they're setting this up to do the right thing. You know what that is?
Jaylen Brown on First Take.
100%.
Yeah.
Get them together. Make a lot of money.
Yep.
That's what they do. They talk and they talk and they talk and we talk and we talk and we talk and then they talk together and we all watch because we're all suckers.
Yeah, that's right.
And every single one.
And we did the Skip Bayless this week.
It won't be heated at all.
No.
It'll be completely nice and there'll be no...
Which will piss you off, right?
Yeah.
Like put them behind bulletproof glass. Right?
Like the
Put them in cages so they can't get to each other.
Like they spend all week promoting Skip Bayless on First Take. And
Right.
It was like...
I didn't watch any of it, by the way. I didn't watch any of it. Did you watch it, by the way?
I watched highlights of it.
Yeah.
I watched a part of it, which is more than I've watched of that show in a long time,
Right.
but I was unimpressed.
But the Bayless-Stephen A. thing was like a reunion, right, between two buddies.
Right.
That's not what this is. This is two guys that hate each other's guts. This is a grudge match. This is like professional boxing, but on TV. And instead of having Don King promote it, they're promoting it on ESPN and on Twitch. And they're genuinely pissed off at each other. That feels different to me than the Bayless-Stephen A. thing did. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
All right, let's go back to baseball. Let's start with White Sox radio broadcasters Len Casper and Darren Jackson, who had this call for ESPN 1000 in Chicago of Colt Emerson's 3-run home run for the Mariners last night.
Hooked
deep right field, and it is a home run for the kid. His first major league hit. Colt Emerson at age 20 bags a 3-run homer in the second game of his career.
All right, well, there's the Colt Emerson home run, and you could almost hear it in their voice how disgusted they were. Really? There you go. Guy's going to have a home run. He's going to have his first hit. It's going to be a bomb, and it's going to happen against us. Does that not sound like a couple of guys that have seen a lot of losses?
Yes, it does.
Right?
And I don't think there's not one play-by-play guy from the Mariners, Riz, Gary Hill, Aaron Goldsmith, that would act like that if somebody for the White Sox did.
Yeah.
Not one of them.
I don't want to use.
How should they act? How should they act?
Wow, what a moment for Colt Emerson.
Yeah.
They had a 3-1 lead. And
see, I don't agree.
Man,
and I'm not saying, it's my opinion, and you guys have a right to yours.
The moment. I don't know. I've called a lot of Sounders and Rain games. When the other team does something amazing, you call the moment.
Absolutely.
You call the
Without
moment.
question.
I like when broadcasters sound disgusted with their own teams.
Yes,
I love
that's
it.
different.
In the right occasion.
No, that's fine.
But that's
Last
different
night, you let this guy, the 8th hitter, take you deep for a 3-run bomb at a game that is very winnable, down 3-1. I got no problem with it whatsoever. Now, if it's a 500th home run or the guy breaks a record or, 25th strikeout or, 8th stolen base, whatever. Something significant like Hall of Fame, like Cooperstown significant, then I could potentially see it. But I got no problem with broadcasters acting like that. And frankly, I don't think there's enough of them out there, to be totally honest with you. When I hear a baseball broadcaster, Dick, any broadcast, when I listen to you, I hear this. I don't want to have any doubt who that guy's rooting for.
Yeah.
None at all. And there was no doubt after hearing that call who they're rooting for.
Well, there's no doubt when you listen to me who I'm rooting for, but at the same time, if a rookie has an unbelievable moment,
call the moment.
I call the moment. I'm going to give him props for having the moment.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think you can do that in your own kind of way, and them being disgusted by it is their own kind of way. I got no problem with it at all. Let's do one more.
Yes.
Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
You want to do two?
Number 2.
Okay, let's stay with the White Sox radio call then from last night's game. Len Casper, Darren Jackson back again had these comments when Josh Naylor singled home Randy Arozarena for the Mariners' 3rd run of the game yesterday.
A 1-0 to Naylor. There's a line drive in the right base hit. Arozarena will trot home. Naylor with another big hit against the White Sox, and it's 3-0 Seattle.
Doesn't matter what Josh Naylor is doing against anybody else. He hates the White Sox.
And as you said, he's now the only lefty with a hit all year off Noah Schultz. He's got 2 tonight.
I mean, it's just phenomenal.
So they are 17-6 in their last 22 against the White Sox. Have you seen Naylor's numbers against Chicago, by the way, career?
No.
You know what they are? I had no idea. He's hitting 370 with a 1041 OPS. Lifetime. 57 games, 46 RBIs, 12 bombs, and 7 stolen bases.
He's Rafael Palmeiro against the Mariners.
He's Jose Altuve and Mike Trout. He kills them. Absolutely crushes the White Sox. Again, those are 2 guys that are just disgusted by Josh Naylor. I love it.
That was good.
I love
Yeah,
that.
that's different. That's absolutely different than a rookie getting his first home run.
Again, if it was a 10-1 game, I would agree with you. But the game is winnable. Like, who gives a damn if it's a rookie hitting a home run when you're down 2? The game is not over. Celebrate when you're down 10 in the 9th inning and a guy does that. We're going to break. Jason Minix, San Antonio, ESPN, Spurs, Thunder. Can they do it?
You Thunder!
We'll chat with him next on 93.3 KJR FM. 30 days. He's going to miss OTAs and minicamp for Kansas City.
Golden Knights and the Avalanche are going to play tomorrow, West Finals game number 1. And yesterday, boy, Canadiens in overtime in Buffalo beating the Sabres. What is it about Buffalo sports teams that they just get close but not that
Cursed, baby. Cursed. All right, let's get to it. 3, 2, 1.
You thunder! Well, he's going to pull a deep 3. Oh, my goodness. A logo shot. 28-footer. Ties it at 108. Must stop OKC. Castle. Lobbing. Wembanyama. He's unbelievable, folks. He's unbelievable. You thunder.
What is that, 24, 25 times now?
24.
All right, we'll keep it going. How about one more?
You thunder.
One of our next guests enjoys hearing that as much as we do from ESPN Radio in San Antonio. I actually texted our buddy Dave Smoke, and I said, Davey, give me a guy in San Antonio who covers the Spurs. And he wrote back within 2 seconds. He said, boom, this is your man. From ESPN Radio, Jason Minnick, San Antonio, with us on the radio program. Jason, how are you, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Appreciate that from Smokey and Softy. Great to be on with you. No, my wife is from Snohomish.
Ooh, okay.
My father-in-law, when I first started dating her in the mid-'90s, my father-in-law, he's passed now, but man, he's a big fan of KJR. So it's an honor to be on with you boys.
Well, it's an honor to talk to you, my friend. And your father-in-law, your wife are probably saying the same thing we are, which is...
You thunder.
I mean, that was fun to watch, man, for us last night. I mean, there's no confusion up here in Seattle, Jason. We are Sonic fans, and we are pulling for you guys big time in this series. So, for lack of a better question, how impressed were you last night? How big was that to snatch game 1, pal?
Well, I mean, not to undersell it, but more impressive when you think about your starting point guard gets ruled out right before the game. You shoot like crap from 3-point range. The Spurs typically, when they're under 35% from 3, they don't win. And they were turning the ball over left and right. Steph Castle had 11 of them, and you still got to win because you had an unworldly performance from Victor Wembanyama, who was incredible. And that 3, everybody in San Antonio was yes on a 3-point shot like that from the logo. It was an incredible game.
Jason, can Wemby continue to put up these kind of minutes? Because it seemed like he was, on the usual, rest scale in the first 3 quarters, and then Mitch Johnson just decided, nope, you're going. And he was able to withstand the fourth quarter and both overtimes. Can he put up 40-plus minutes a game in these games?
We haven't seen him do it. Can he? He's young and he's healthy, and it was needed because with Dylan Harper having to start last night for De'Aaron Fox, and anytime Luke Cornett was on the floor, the lane was open for Oklahoma City. So he's such a liability that Mitch Johnson doesn't really have a choice but to play him. And as Vic said last night, he'll rest in July. And I appreciated him saying July because I think he has plans for June already, which will include a parade and one hell of a party. But he's been limited all year with his minutes, and they've been so careful with managing his minutes. In the middle of the year, it was because of injury, but I think you're saving him for if you need 40 plus. Can he do it every game? I don't know, but you look at SGA and his minutes last night and Devin Vassell and his minutes last night. All of them needed it because it went to double overtime, and they've got no choice, man. Game 2 tomorrow night.
No doubt. Well, Jason Minnick, ESPN Radio in San Antonio, is with us. And, we don't know a lot about Wemby. I mean, you know him better than us because you cover him, every day down there. But seems like a pretty soft-spoken guy, pretty good dude. Teammates seem to like him. But what's he like behind the scenes? What's he like to cover, man?
He's an interesting guy that's interested in the world. I mean, you think about over the summer, he went and spent time with monks, and he reads every day. He goes to bed at 9 o'clock, turns his phone off, and goes to bed. He's a different cat, very curious. And most of his press conferences, you hear him give incredible, thoughtful answers and not a lot of cliches. And I think a lot of reporters last night were trying to bait him into one of those answers with the questions about watching SGA win MVP, and he didn't go there, which surprised me a little bit because he generally goes there, but he's very thoughtful. He's 7'5", 6", 8 feet, whatever he is. But when you're talking to him, you know, he does try to look you in the eye. Now, I'm a tall 5'7", so for him to make an effort like that to look me in the eye is incredible. But, you know, he's just a genuinely good dude, and his teammates love him. But this whole team is that way. It's a very special group of guys that are more than just colleagues or coworkers. I mean, you know, that brotherhood that this group has is real. They are special.
The job Mitch Johnson and his staff did last night, keeping SGA out of the paint, I thought was remarkable. I mean, what impressed you the most with that aspect, and do you think they can keep it up?
Yeah, you know, everybody talks about how great Oklahoma City is defensively, and San Antonio is not far behind. And you saw them do something similar to Anthony Edwards in the second round. And I think Mitch Johnson and really Sean Sweeney is kind of the defensive guy on that coaching staff who will soon be a head coach in the NBA. But that's what they do. And, you know, Steph Castle is a hell of a defender. Dylan Harper is a great defender, and the way they were switching. But, you know, the byproduct of that is a guy like Alex Caruso went nuts last night. And I think Mitch Johnson and that staff will live with Alex Caruso getting 31 and going 8 of 14 from three, because you just don't expect him to do that every night. I think it's, you know, let somebody else beat you, not named SGA. And, you know, while SGA, he finished with 24 points on 23 shots, you did a solid job defending him.
Well,
and more importantly, not sending him to the free throw line.
Right, yeah, no doubt. Jason Minnick, ESPN Radio San Antonio, with us on the air. We go back to Wemby for a second. I want to do a follow-up on Mitch as well, because he's a guy that you know is from here, obviously from O'Day, and you know we think of him, and I see John Johnson's son is what I see, for God's sakes. But Jason Minnick, San Antonio, with us, and going back to Wemby, you mentioned the MVP thing. I thought he was asked last night about that, and he kind of insinuated that, yeah, it may have irritated him a little bit. Do you think deep down that's motivating him? Is he peeved at that, you think?
You know, I mean, you think about guys like Kobe Bryant always looked for little things to get an edge. Yeah. Bulletin board material, do you really need that to motivate you? And it does. He is open about wanting to win those individual awards, but he doesn't put individual awards over winning championships. But as he has said on more than one occasion, along the lines of, if I'm winning those awards, that means our team is playing well.
Yeah.
But he does openly talk about wanting to win MVPs, and he said last night he'll get many of those trophies, and he will.
Right.
When he won Defensive Player of the Year, the question was, what unanimous? That was his first word, and that's where he felt that satisfaction. So he probably was motivated by it. If you haven't seen the video, go find it. During that ceremony last night on the court, while SGA is getting that trophy, Wemby did not look over one time at that presentation. He was focused, locked in. Steph Castle comes over at one point, sits by him, puts his arm around him. But you could just tell that Wemby was not going to acknowledge what was going on during that ceremony.
Yeah. Well, Jason, just on Mitch, look, this is a guy that 10 years ago was an assistant coach at Portland, and not the Blazers, by the way. I mean, the University of Portland. And then he goes and puts in his time in the G League as an assistant coach for 3 years. He was Pop's guy for 5 years. And now, obviously, he's the head coach. So how much of what's happening in San Antonio, honestly, is because of Mitch Johnson? Would they be worse off, you think, if they had somebody else as their head coach? How much of this do you honestly give him credit for, or is this really just about the roster?
A combination of both. I think you have to give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to do with this group. And while he was on Pop's staff, and Pop is still around quite a bit and talks to the players quite a bit and talks to Mitch quite a bit, this is definitely Mitch's team. We had PJ Carlissimo on our show today, and I asked him a similar question because, you know, PJ won 3 championships as an assistant coach with Greg Popovich, in 03, 05, and 07. And obviously knows them all well and still lives there in the Seattle area. He knows Mitch well. And he talked about that this is definitely Mitch's team. And one thing that really, I think, buy-in from Mitch Johnson where he should get credit is last year when he was serving as the interim head coach after Pop suffered that stroke. A lot of times it felt like he was just following the orders of what Greg Popovich would want. This year, you see things differently. And I think one of the biggest things that I give him credit for is he got Devin Vassell to buy in that Devin is no longer the best player on this team, that Devin might be the third or fourth best player on this team. Last year, I don't know that Devin Vassell did not know he was not the best player on the team anymore. And getting the different guys to buy into their different roles, like Keldon Johnson going to the bench and ultimately winning Sixth Man of the Year. Remember, Keldon Johnson was a first-round pick. Pop took him to the Olympics. He was an Olympic gold medal winner. He was a starter for a long time, but he played all 82 games this year, and he didn't start one of them, but he bought into that role. And that's a big part of Mitch Johnson convincing them this is what's best for you, but what's best for the San Antonio Spurs.
Jason, a lot of people are talking about LeBron's 2007 Eastern Conference Finals performance, 48 points, last 25 in a row at age 22. Put this in historical context. Is that a similar situation as what we saw 19 years ago?
You know, I mean, Wemby is just such a different player because of what he does on the defensive end. And offensively, I mean, how do you guard him? And a friend of mine that covers the Oklahoma City Thunder texted me that question last night. Like, how do you stop Vic? Because he could do so many different things. And if De'Aaron Fox is playing, I think last night you kind of saw the offense wasn't as smooth as it normally is, especially on those pick and rolls. De'Aaron Fox and Victor Wembanyama have that chemistry on those pick and rolls where, quite frankly, think about when you were in high school playing, you know, with your little brother or cousin with the Nerf basketball on the back of the door and you just stood over him and dunked. I mean, Wemby could do that all day long, and he does when De'Aaron Fox can get him the ball. You can't throw it too high for Vic. He doesn't even have to jump to dunk the ball. It's incredible. Last night that was missing, yet he still put up the 41 points and had the 24 rebounds. And Vic would probably tell you he's more proud of what they did defensively than what the offensive numbers are.
All right. Well, Jason, before you go, Jason Minnick's ESPN, how do they finish this off? I mean, you expect the Thunder to make some changes. We talked about them doing maybe what the T-Wolves did in that series and trying to get under, Big Vic's skin maybe a little bit more tomorrow in Game 2. But how do the Spurs close this out and get rid of the Thunder and get to the NBA Finals?
You know, my original prediction, and not to sound too homerish, was Spurs in 6, partly because I think if it goes 7, Oklahoma City wins on their home court in that final game. But when you look at the matchups and the regular season, which doesn't really think, but the Spurs own them in the regular season. And Vic owns Chet Holmgren. I don't know if you've seen the memes rolling around social media, which are wonderful, but there's that one where, clearly Chet wet himself last night. I know it's a meme, but he kind of plays that way. Although give Chet credit, he had that block on Wemby that could have won the game, but I don't know how they can stop Vic with what they have. If the Spurs defense continues to play SGA the way they have, then they're going to win this series. But it won't be easy. SGA is a two-time MVP for a reason. He will have a game where all those shots are going in and, could get ugly. I think, at least on our show today and our callers and stuff, Spurs can't be happy with getting up there and getting a split and be complacent in Game 2. I think, if anything, they probably learned that from Minnesota with the T-Wolves winning Game 1 in San Antonio and then didn't show up at all for Game 2. Although in that game, if you remember, De'Aaron Fox and Vic both were off offensively. They combined for 21 points, and the Spurs still took a shot at the end that would have won the game. So as poorly as they played, they still had a chance to win that game. And quite frankly, the game that Vic got tossed, Game 3, they were up, 8 points with 7 minutes to play and lost that one. They could have swept or should have swept the Timberwolves. I think we're all realizing this Spurs team is so far ahead of schedule that nobody expected them to be where they are right now, but they're just a damn good basketball team all the way around. Their starters are great, and nobody expected that. Quite honestly, what you saw from the Portland Trailblazers this year is kind of what I thought you'd see from San Antonio. Get in the playoffs, get a little of that playoff experience, and next year they would be competing for, Western Conference Finals, going to the finals. They're a year ahead of schedule.
Yeah. Go get him, man. We're all pulling for you, big boy, in this series. All right, thanks for doing this. Tell your wife we said hello, and we'll talk soon, man.
Thanks, man.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
You bet. Jason Minix, ESPN Radio in San Antonio. I was just looking this up as he was talking there that, the Spurs, it's crazy because you think about how good the Spurs have been kind of like in our lifetime. They've only missed the playoffs 10 times total in our lifetime in 52 years. They made it 22 years in a row from 98 to 2019. 6 of those 10 times, Dick, that the Spurs missed the playoffs happened in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
6 of the 10. So between 1973 and 2019, they missed it 4 times. But if you're like in high school in San Antonio, you don't have any memory of the Ginobili, Parker, Duncan. That was 20 years ago.
That's right.
When they won their last title. Kawhi won it 12 years ago. So if you're a 15-year-old, 16-year-old Dick Fain or Dave Softy-Mahler and you're a Spurs junkie, this is all new to you. All of it.
Well, they have been very fortunate. You get 3 number 1 overall picks that happen to be David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Victor Wembanyama.
Right. But they all hit, though.
But they all hit.
Right? That's the thing.
They all hit. But they were all kind of obvious, though. I mean, all 3 of those were kind of obvious. But, what's interesting to me is I'm trying to figure out why this team can buck the trend. And the trend is clear in the NBA. You have to make the playoffs before you win the championship. You have to usually make the playoffs 3-4 years in a row before you win the championship. They didn't make the playoffs last year.
6 years in a row they missed it.
So, why can this team do what LeBron James's Heat and LeBron James's Cavs and Jordan's Bulls couldn't do until they were 27 and 28?
You know why?
Okay.
You know why?
Then he's that good. Then he's that good.
Dick, because he's 7'4" and he shoots 3-pointers and runs the floor like he's 6'2". That's why, because this guy is the great equalizer.
That's right.
He is the absolute great equalizer. There's no way to prepare for him. There's nothing you can do in practice to prepare for facing Victor Wembanyama. He plays the entire floor. He can play the perimeter. He can play the block. He plays defense. He passes. There's no hole in his game.
Look at the last 30 seconds of the game last night with the finish in one end and then rejection in the other end just to end it. He did it on both ends of the floor in the last 30 seconds of double overtime.
They just threw a graphic up on Tip-Off, on ESPN Tip-Off, comparing him to Shaq. And the difference is Shaq couldn't shoot or run the way this guy can. I mean, it's completely unlike anything we've ever seen.
Can you imagine Shaq pulling up for a 28-foot 3-footer with some odd seconds left in an overtime?
The ball would have made it halfway to the hoop. The ball would have maybe made the free throw line, honestly. We'll get a break. Mariners tonight against the White Sox, game 2 of 3. We mentioned Portland there, by the way, the Blazers. And I don't know, man, this Blazers thing, it's not over yet for them down there. We'll discuss it next on 93.3 KJR FM.
You Thunder! You Thunder!
What are we up to now?
28.
28?
You Thunder! You Thunder!
All right, we're at 30 with just over 2 hours to go. What's the goal? Get to 100 times? 100 times? All right. I feel like we should have turned this into a contest, by the way. That would have been painful for people to have to tune in, listen, and count every time we play.
You Thunder!
That counts, by the way. That's 31 now, Jackson. And when you hear this played for the 100th time,
You Thunder!
be the ninth caller at 286-9595. And if you are, you get a pair of whatever, right? A gift card to the Ram or something. Why not? What the heck,
You can get
right?
some storm tickets.
Yeah, whatever. Something like that. Taco Time gift cards, whatever. Duke's gift cards. Maybe a free carpet cleaning from Alpine. Maybe you could make a free phone call on AT&T. Whatever, right? We'll just keep track of that. So this is the kind of stuff that we have to think about, guys, before the show. This genius idea. We're not going to get to do it now because we didn't tell people before it started. But what are we at now?
You Thunder!
It's now 33.
33, okay.
We might get there.
Oh, I think there's no question.
Easily going to
You Thunder!
34 already. You hear about what happened to the Blazers yesterday or this morning, by the way?
What
Sorry.
happened to the Blazers?
Tom Dundon, who's the new owner of the Blazers, laid off upwards of potentially 70 people.
Oh, he's everybody's best friend.
That's
isn't
right. He fired everybody, took a blowtorch to the entire staff, senior VPs, all kinds of different people got let go today. Including people that were there for 20 years. And I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the last time we had John Canzano on the air with us, and he's going to be on the air, I think, with Ian tomorrow. Remember, we asked him, what are the odds of the Blazers moving to Seattle? He said 30%. 30%. That's significant.
Yes.
They don't have an arena yet down there or a plan for, is it the Moda Center? Is that what they're calling it now?
Yeah.
Or is it the Rose Garden?
No, it's the
Moda Center. They got no plan for the Moda Center yet. This guy wants money. They don't want to give it to him. He's firing people right and left. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but let me ask you this. Are we thinking that there's a chance that the New York Knicks move to Seattle?
Zero.
Are we thinking there's a chance the Lakers move to Seattle? Are we thinking there's a chance the Miami Heat move to Seattle? Are we thinking there's a chance the Blazers move to Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, they're in that category.
Then we should talk about it.
Pelicans, Grizzlies, Blazers.
And maybe they're at the bottom of that list, maybe. But we should talk, like, it's not
I
zero.
think they're moving up of that list, though.
It's not 0% that they're not going to move, right?
3 months ago, Dave, I would have put them at the bottom of that list. I might put them at the top of that list.
It is certainly possible that it happens. It may be a long shot, but it's not impossible that it does happen. The one thing that I keep going back to, man, first of all, outside of Portland and Seattle, well, in Portland too, it'd be a terrible look for the NBA to move a team 300 miles north to their rival city. This is not like you're moving a team 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles away across the country, right? Whatever. So that's number one. Number two, there also is this phenomenon going on around the NBA. And it kind of felt like it started with the Pepsi Center in Denver, Dick, where these public-private partnerships are going on, where the public is paying, or excuse me, private equity groups are paying for a lot of these arena expenses. And to go back to strong-arming towns and saying, if you don't give us what we're looking for, we're going to rip your team away. I mean, how long have they been down there for? 50 years?
60 probably.
Right?
Yeah.
They were there before the Sonics,
They
right?
won a title 49 years ago.
In the 70s, right? Yeah, with Bill Walton, correct? So it's been a long time, man. I mean, it would be just as bad to them. 1971, sorry, they came after the Sonics, but 1971, that's 55 years they've been there. I mean, we were pissed about 41. They're 55 now. Now, they never lost their team like we did.
And would you agree with me in this statement that if Portland loses a team, they ain't getting one back?
Probably.
A city the size, a market the size of Portland is not going to get an NBA team back after they lost.
Unless the NBA still has this desire to be in small markets like David Stern did.
But that was a Stern thing,
David
not
Stern,
a Silver thing.
Who knows? I don't know if it is or not. I mean, how many teams have moved under Adam Silver's watch? I'm not sure if there's been any teams that have moved under Silver's watch. So does he still have that kind of attitude that David Stern had, that he wants to dominate the small markets? I mean, let's face it, that's kind of worked for the NBA, right? Whether a Sacramento or a Portland or Oklahoma City, they've gone to spots where they're the only game in town. It's absolutely worked for the NBA. So I don't know what Adam Silver's kind of take is on all that stuff because it's never really happened, at least not with any consistency. We know that.
Right.
But I think it is something that we should be talking about and keeping an eye on up here.
No, I think it is too. And it gives you kind of a fallback plan. Now, I don't think expansion is going to fall through. You know my take on expansion. I think it's 99.99% going to happen. But if you're one that thinks expansion is going to fall through, then this is another thing that you have to take a look at that could get you a basketball team. It's not the ideal way to get a basketball team. I think we'd all agree with that.
Right.
But it could get you a basketball team because Tom Dundon's doing all of this. It's very Clay Bennett-esque, right? Now, Bennett had Oklahoma City in mind, which I don't necessarily think Dundon has a city in mind.
Right.
But, I mean, why is Portland going to step up and help this guy in a public partnership?
Because it's the only team they've got.
True. But,
I mean, that's it.
But does Portland seem like the type of political climate that would invest hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion, into a new arena?
I would say no if it wasn't the only team they've got.
Okay. You might be right in that. I don't know.
And I think Canzano kind of pointed that out when he was on, that there is a desire, there is momentum to do something like that. By the way, the last team to move was the Nets, but they went from across the river to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, the same general area, right?
Yeah.
So the last team to move was us, almost damn near 20 years ago. But yeah, I think when you've got one team in one town, I mean, Portland would, no disrespect to the Timbers, but Blazer NBA basketball is much bigger for the economy, I would think. Right, than soccer is down there. I mean, I know they love their team, those inbred freaks.
Just double the games.
Right, correct. It's more money, right? It's more of an economic driver, and there's just more passion for it down there. So I think when you're up against your back like that and you've only got one team in town, it makes sense to invest. I think it makes sense to invest anyway because I like having a team.
Yes.
I think, what drives me nuts, and I was going not back and forth. I said something on social media a couple weeks ago to Andrew Brandt, you know that name, obviously, who made some crack about Buffalo and how it's ridiculous that, Buffalo is, privatizing profits, but they're socializing the investment.
That was ridiculous.
I'm like, well, okay, first of all, that may be true. But there's context there because the profit that Buffalo is getting, and we can argue all day long, and there's been studies about this, you can argue all day long about what financially teams really do for towns. That's fine. But what about the monetary value of actually just having a team, right? Like, not everything has to come back to you in dollars and cents. And that's why the Sonic thing hurts so bad. And if I'm a Blazer fan, I'm like, hey, even if this doesn't make a buttload of money for the city, what about just having a team, right? Like, you go to an experience, by the way. You go to a golf event. You go to the Masters, by the way. You're not bringing home the Masters with you, but you're going to have that memory forever that you just spent $5,000 on. That was worth it, right? Going to any event, any concert, any show, anything where you don't tangibly bring something home with you that can build equity. You're not buying a car here, right? We're talking about the experience. We're talking about civic pride, as you said. We're talking about the opportunity to have a team. And people always just throw that out like that means nothing.
Well, that's because when you look at the politicians, and not just in our area, the politicians everywhere, there is a wide scope of sports fans, right? On a scale of 1 to 10. You have a lot of politicians that are a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10. And those people only care about their issues.
Right.
And sports is the last thing on their issue. So they're a no matter what. What you have to do is you have to convince the 4s, 5s, and even the 3s on that scale to convince them of what you're talking about. That not only is there a economic benefit to having a team and an arena, there's also a intangible benefit of civic pride to having those things.
Which is what I'm way more concerned about. Again, I mean, look, the bigger the investment, obviously, you can get to a number. If somebody's asking for $10 billion for an arena, we got a potential problem. But if it makes sense and there's obviously something coming back to the town, like having a team and being able to call yourself a fan of your team, I just get back to what we did 20 years ago when originally Wally and Howard were all asking for, I think it was $75 million in upgrades to Key Arena, and the state, led by Frank Chop, who's no longer with us, told them to shove it up their ass. David Stern came out here and they crapped all over him. Wouldn't you like to have just pointed up the $75 million 20 years ago?
Yes.
And kept the damn basketball team, for God's sakes?
And if you don't think that it considerably helped David Stern turning into the anti-Seattle guy that he became, that's was the initiation of that. And you can be mad at Stern all you want.
Right.
But it started here.
What are we at now, by the way, with the...
You Thunder!
Should be 36.
You Thunder! You Thunder!
Okay.
You Thunder!
Just a couple more.
You Thunder!
There you go. There's your 40.
40?
We're at 40.
We need one for 41.
You Thunder!
That's why I said a couple more.
All right, we'll get a break. Testimonials, John Wilner, all to come. Brian Schmetzer on 93.3 KJR FM. guys on the air.
So you're giving them a reason to listen to the Cockamamie pregame show.
Yes, I am.
And
Hardball. Cockamamie Hardball.
To listen to this Cockamamie radio show for
That's right.
another
That's
hour
right.
and a half.
You thunder!
That's 44.
You thunder!
That's 45. We're almost
All right.
halfway home, boys.
Here
All
we
right.
go.
49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you got?
I think you could play the F.U. Thunder for an entire segment in a loop, and we would not mind.
I agree.
You thunder!
46.
You thunder!
47. 47. What's next?
No, stop. It's already annoying. And I hate the Thunder.
You thunder!
48. What's next, Jackson?
Standing ovation for the Spurs' first time they come to Seattle, if they get this done.
Absolutely.
Well, we're going to have some friends out there, right? And the Spurs would certainly be there. I mean, that Miami Heat team, obviously with LeBron that took care of them in the NBA Finals, would be another friend of the program, I guess, out here in Seattle, supporter of Supersonic basketball. Would it be douchey to do a wall, by the way, at CPA when the Sonics come back? Friends of the Sonics. And we have that Heat team. We have this Spurs team. Like, you know, when you make a big donation, you get your name on a plaque like at Husky Stadium.
Yep.
Can we do something like that?
Don't forget the OG. Damian Lillard, mean mugging the camera, baby.
Yeah, well, that was the first round, though, right? That wasn't the NBA Finals.
Correct.
But
still.
that wasn't really a great Thunder team, but I'll allow it. I will allow it.
You thunder!
What if we put Lillard on the wall of friends of the Sonics and the new Sonics are the old Blazers? Are we at 50 now, by the way? That's
Yes,
50.
that's 50.
All right, what's next?
How much credit and praise do we really give to a player with that sort of advantage from birth? Make me 7 or 8 feet tall. And guess what? I am also now good at basketball.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. Florida's got a guy that's like 7'8", and now he's playing for like UC Irvine because he's unathletic as hell. There's a lot of big guys out there, by the way, that can't play sports just because they're big. I mean, Shaq had some skill. A lot of people don't want to give him any credit, but the big man did have some skill. There's a lot of dudes out there that are 7 foot tall. None of them are doing what Victor Wembanyama's doing.
Why wasn't Sean Bradley averaging 28 and 12?
Right.
Because
Absolutely.
he wasn't a good basketball player. He was just tall.
How about all the guys out there that are 6'10", 6'11", 7 foot tall and aren't even playing in the NBA? I mean, this what's his name? Olivier Ryu, whatever.
Yeah, Ryu.
Oliver Ryu,
the 7'9" guy.
He's not going to the NBA.
No way.
He's awkward as hell. He's like a baby giraffe out there. All right, what's next?
JP was literally jumping up and down like a kid. Hopefully that is the spark that gets these guys out of the funk they are in.
Yeah, no, I thought it was pretty cool last night. If you watch that, man, this team is definitely together. There's no doubt. You know, do they have the talent? Do they have too many injuries to overcome all that stuff? That's remains to be seen. But the idea of some kind of clubhouse chemistry problem with these guys when they're dropping games and not playing well, I don't see that at all.
No, I mean, I just feel over the next couple of months, we're going to be kind of caught in this cycle of being somewhere between 2 games up in the division and 2 games down in the division.
Right.
And then,
boom.
August, September, when the Mariners absolutely blow up every single year, and they're all healthy,
like a rocket
and
ship.
Jerry DePola brings one more big bat in on the right side, that's when it's going to all come together, folks, and they win this division by 7 or 8 games.
You thunder!
51.
You thunder!
52. What's next?
Can we please just be patient about Colt Emerson?
No.
I loved last night too, but let's just wait one moment.
So the real question is about Colt Emerson, and I'm being serious now with this. Do you guys think he's a first or second ballot Hall of Famer? Dick just spit out whatever he was drinking.
Oh, my
over
God, he
there.
almost got me. I had a full mouth of water when you said that.
Well, I ran the numbers. Last night. After last night, is on pace to hit 985 home runs. After yesterday's bomb.
How many years? How many years are you going to play to hit 985?
Well, according to you, just 9, and then he's gone.
That's right.
We are not allowed to have him for a 10th year.
That's right.
Dick
9
has
years
already
for Colt
proclaimed
Emerson.
that when he gets to 29 years old, his career trajectory will be down. It'll be like Peyronie's disease, curving the wrong way, and you got to get rid of him. Ask Neil Scott. He knows.
He will know.
Okay?
That's right.
What is that doing, man? What are we doing
That
here?
commercial?
Honestly, what are we doing?
Text Neil.
Good God.
Why don't you text Neil?
Neil's a nationally award-winning broadcaster. He can say whatever he wants on his commercials.
Apparently. All right, what's next?
They can play JP at DTH, and I do not mean designated hitter. More like designated trident holder.
If I knew there was a joke coming, I would have my rim shot ready. Hey, I think he's a good hitter. I think on this team, certainly he's a good hitter, and certainly now when guys are out, he's a good hitter. Look, I'm not saying that you throw him out with the bathwater, but I just don't want him playing shortstop anymore, especially if Colt Emerson's available. If Colt Emerson's not available, let's say he was hitting $130 in AAA Tacoma, getting ejected every fifth night, showing up late for games. He's put on 50 pounds since he signed his contract. He's fat as a house. Then no, you're not bringing him up. But he's here. He's got to play shortstop from now on.
And I would ask that texter, who on this bench would you want playing over J.P. Crawford?
Yeah. Well, not as a hitter.
I'm talking about as a DH. Like who would you?
Right.
You want to put Rob Refsnyder in the DH spot instead of J.P. Crawford?
He's leading off tonight, by the way.
Yes, he is. JP's OPS is 787 for May.
Right.
I mean, he's hitting the ball.
Rob Refsnyder is indeed leading off and playing DH tonight for the Mariners, by the way. So there you go. All right, what's next?
Guys, the NBA owners will not approve a Blazers move to Seattle. They want the $5 billion expansion fee.
Yeah, no, totally. But I guess the question is, I think you're right that that's what the NBA prefers. But if Dundon, or is it Dundon? Tom Dundon. If he can't get an arena deal done, I mean, eventually he's going to want to walk.
Yes.
Eventually.
And they will let him.
And they'll let him. Question is, are they waiting to see what happens with that before they approve expansion to Seattle? And do they want that to play out first?
And I don't know the answer to what's better financially for them. Is it better for them to get the $5 billion or the $7 billion from the Sonics? Or move the Blazers to Seattle and not have to take 1/31st of the equity?
One less piece of pie.
That's right.
One less piece of pie to give out. All right, how about
You Thunder!
What are we up to now? Is that 55? 54? Well, let's just make it 55.
You Thunder!
Double nickels. What's next?
People who do not care about a particular sport should not have to subsidize them. There has to be a way to get the money back someday.
Okay. Why do I have to subsidize toilets in Pioneer Square and frickin' sculpture parks?
Bing, bing, bing.
I mean, guys, come on. There's a lot of crap I don't care about in this town. A lot of crap I don't care about in this state that we all pay for. Like, what are you talking about? It's unfair to subsidize things we don't care for. That's all we do. What are you talking about, man? My God. You know what? That deserves a...
You Thunder!
56. All right, we're going to break. John Wilner joins us next.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Yeah, here we go. Hey, boys and girls. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock tonight. Headlines, of course, are brought to you this Tuesday afternoon by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Naughty, naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
Mariners back at it tonight. Rob Refsnyder leading off DH tonight. J.P. Crawford, by the way, is not in the lineup. Rodriguez, Julio in center. Arozarena in left. Josh Naylor hitting cleanup at first base. Your boy, my guy, Patrick Wisdom back at third base tonight. Connor Joe in right. Mitch Garver behind the plate. Cole Young at second. And looky here, Colt Emerson, after a 3-run bomb yesterday, will play shortstop tonight for the first time in his major league life.
Well, Mitch Johnson last night rolled out the youngest starting lineup ever in conference finals history, and all he did was go to Oklahoma City and win in double overtime. Wemby with 41 and 24 on 15 of 24. He breaks Lou Alcindor's record as the youngest player ever with a 40-20 playoff.
The Mavericks have fired Jason Kidd as their head coach because his former idiot GM traded his best player to L.A., by the way. What else? We got NHL playoffs tonight. Montreal winning last night into the Eastern Conference Finals against Carolina. The Canucks today did fire their head coach, Adam Foote, after 1 year and the league's worst record.
Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice sentenced to serve 30 days in jail after testing positive for marijuana in violation of the terms of his probation for his role in a crash in Dallas 2 years ago.
Baseball scoreboard games that matter to us, I guess. Astros up on the Twins 2-0 in the top of the second. Rangers and Rockies will go at 5:40 tonight. A's and Angels at 6:38. Not 6:40, 6:38 from Anaheim. Let's get to John Wilner right now.
It's time for our weekly Pac-12 conversation with San Jose Mercury News reporter John Wilner. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Our friends at SimplySeattle.com have the most amazing collection of all things Seattle. Seahawks gear, UW hats, and the largest selection of Sonics gear anywhere in the world. Learn more at SimplySeattle.com.
All right, you know what? I'll go ahead and do this. I haven't talked to Jake or Jamie or anybody over there, but I'm sure they'll say yes. When we hear FU Thunder for the 100th time.
You Thunder!
What is that, 56 now? 56 times.
You
57.
Thunder!
When you hear for the 100th time today, be the ninth caller at 286-9595, and we'll give the ninth caller $100 to SimplySeattle.com to buy whatever you want Sonic-wise or anything else on the website. Always use code KJR15 for 15% off anything at SimplySeattle.com. So keep listening.
You Thunder!
We're at 58 now, by the way. 58. We get to 100, be the ninth caller, and you're going to win that gift card from SimplySeattle.com. Here he is, our friend John Wilner from the San Jose Mercury News. How are you? Is he in the pool at the hotel? Put him back on hold for
John's
a second.
drowning. Somebody save him.
Yeah, give him out the mouth. John, do you have us? Yeah. Telling you, Jackson, you got to pick him up. You got to pick him up.
He was fine a second ago.
You know, here's what I want to know. Please, for the love of God, will you tell me that our phone lines around here are not on the AT&T network? Please.
They aren't.
And if they're not, can you rectify
Because if they
that?
are,
Okay.
we wouldn't have these problems.
I mean, we're getting calls from loved ones. I mean, that may
That's
have been
right.
the quadrillionth call right there.
You know, we've had a quadrillion
Okay.
calls in the last 150 years.
I mean, what the hell's going on, man? It's 2026. I'm sorry. These things should not be happening, and they drive me nuts. John, do we have you?
I'm here. You guys there?
There we got you now. Hey, where are you? Tell people where you are and what you're doing now.
Well, right now I'm talking to you guys overlooking the Pacific Ocean at the resort called Terranea, which is in Rancho Palos Verdes.
Okay.
So, you know, southwest of downtown LA. This is where it's like $1,000 a night or something. I don't know. It's incredibly nice. It's where the Big Ten is having their spring business meetings. The conference staff is here, including Commissioner Tony Petitti, schools, athletic directors, faculty representatives, coaches for football, men's basketball, women's basketball. They're all here. Media partners, sponsorship partners. They're all here for 3 days of spring meetings.
Yeah. Well, what's the big topic? I know Tony Petitti's going to talk in the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. What's the number one topic on the agenda down there, you think?
College football playoff expansion is number one.
Yep.
And number two is the stuff that's going on Capitol Hill that is unfolded in the last 24, 36 hours that is kind of in the weeds for, I think, a lot of fans. It has to do with some legislation that college sports was hoping to get passed through Congress and is not going to happen. But the main thing is the 2014 playoff. The Big Ten is all on board with it. I'm sure Petitti will explain his rationale when he meets with the reporters in about 25 minutes.
And you were talking about the SCORE Act there, pulled from the House floor voting in the last 24 hours. Do you think it'll be back up for a vote soon, or is it done for a while?
John,
I think it is.
Tell people what that means.
Done.
Just let's educate people on what's going on there.
Well, the SCORE Act, I mean, college sports has sought help from Congress for years. The SCORE Act was a House of Representatives legislation that would have tried to address issues like athlete employment, like NIL rules that would have been, the same in every state instead of having 50 different NIL rules, stuff like that, some kind of antitrust protection, a whole bunch of things that would help college sports kind of end the chaos that takes place off the field. But I don't think any of that's going to happen because the Congressional Black Caucus came out against it, and that basically killed any move the bill was going to make to the floor of the House.
Right. Well, and here's why that's kind of important for a lot of reasons, but you saw the NAACP's response to that today. They had a press release where they said, quote, black athletes and recruits are asked to withhold commitments from targeted programs to ask coaches and ADs where their schools stand on voting rights and to visit and seriously consider HBCUs. They are calling out directly Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, and South Carolina as schools and states to boycott. What kind of impact do you think this will have on 18-year-old kids and in the transfer portal?
Well, we'll have to see, but certainly those are all SEC schools.
Yes.
If you're looking at it from the standpoint of the Big Ten versus the SEC, this is probably news that was greeted with quiet celebration in the Big Ten. I don't know if it will actually have a material impact on recruiting and on transfer portal decisions that are going to be made, 6, 9, 12 months from now in football and men's basketball. But it is certainly something to watch. There's no doubt about that.
Well, outside the Big Ten and outside the Power Four, give us the details on the Pac-12 Mountain West settlement, or what you think it will be.
Well, the details are still a little hidden from public view. I don't know if the actual the term sheet has been signed. There's no long form deal. They're working on that, but they did reach a settlement. If you look at it like this, there was $155 million or thereabout at stake here between two lawsuits that were filed against the Mountain West. If you figure that settlements often are around 50-50, right? So $75 million going to the Mountain West would be an even split. I would bet heavily that the Mountain West is getting less than 50%. I think the Pac-12 did very well on the poaching penalty lawsuit, and my guess is that the Mountain West is coming out with 40 or 50 million out of the 155. So that's just a guess. I haven't confirmed it, but it's not, if you're looking at who won, I would say there's a better chance the Pac-12 won than that the Mountain West won.
Well, John Wilner's with us at the Big Ten meetings in Palos Verdes, which is, by the way, right near Petros's place. You can stop by and say hello from some gyros maybe on the way home. Tell him, I'll text you his address. Pop over and say hello. He loves when people just drop in randomly.
Yes, I'm sure he does.
But John Wilner's with us.
I'll make sure. I'll tell Petitti. I'll tell Petitti to go say hi.
Well, you mentioned the 2014 playoff, and look, clearly the Big Ten wants this. I know Jed wants it. Of course he wants it. It's more opportunities to make the playoff, but then we hear that the SEC doesn't want it. ESPN doesn't want it. I mean, I don't know. We have an impasse here. One conference does, one conference doesn't. Networks may not want it. What do you think actually happens in reality?
Well, the only two conferences that matter, the only two conferences that have a vote on the issue are at odds. The Big Ten wants 24, the SEC wants 16, and nobody else really matters. I think what will end up happening is that they will agree to go to 16 for a certain number of years and then go to 24. I just don't think the SEC will ever agree to go straight from 12 to 24. They view that as a little bit too radical. And frankly, I agree with them. But, if they can't agree, here's the thing. If they can't agree, it's just going to stay at 12. And 12 is okay. 12 is not a bad option. So I think 24 is a bad option. Big Ten wants it. In fact, Pat Chun, the Washington athletic director, he just met with the reporters here about 2 hours ago. He said Washington is in favor of whatever the largest number of teams in the field is. So if the option is 12 or 16, Washington wants 16. If it's 16 or 24, Washington wants 24.
Of course. Right.
So 2030 is the year when everything could just completely blow up, right? That seems like when everything, the agreements come to an end, they got to renegotiate television contracts and such, and that's when we could see two separate national championships between, the super conferences versus the non-super conferences?
Well, 24, technically 2030 is when the Big Ten's TV deal expires, and that is the first in a series of 5 or 6 deals that expire over the course of about 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
It's basically in 28, 29, I think they'll make all the decisions, but the implementation of those won't take place till probably the early 2030s because of when the contracts expire. So I'll go through it real quick. Looks like planes on a runway. Big Ten TV deals expire in 2030. Big 12 is 2031. College football playoff and March Madness are 2032. SEC is 2034. So somewhere in that 2031, 32 window is when whatever is coming next in college sports will be implemented.
Yeah, well, John Woner with us. And John, I just kind of chuckle when you said that Pat said, whatever the bigger number is, we want that, right? Because, I mean, look, you got a team that's getting a half share who's on the outside looking in right now of the playoff. Of course they want as many teams as possible, as other teams in their position would want. I do wonder, just kind of hypothetically, though, for Shiggles and Gitz, let's say UW was Ohio State, or UW was, I don't know, Michigan, for example, and they were getting a full share, and they were competing for a playoff berth and championships right now every single season. Would they still have this attitude, you think?
Probably. I mean, Michigan, we met with Ward Manuel, the Michigan athletic director, and he's in favor of a 2014 playoff because more access. They all say more access is good, and also a 2014 playoff will prompt teams to play better non-conference games early in the season because you won't be worried about losing that game. Because in a 2014 playoff, teams are going to get in there 8-4, 9-3. You're basically a lock. 8-4, you might even get in. So there won't be as much hesitation to schedule those great early September games. Now, I'm not convinced that that's true. I think they still may schedule cupcakes and just give themselves more flexibility in league play. But that's what the Big Ten will tell you, and I'm sure Petit's going to say it in about 20 minutes, is, yes, if we go to 24, you'll see better non-conference games.
John, is one of those mega changes that you're talking about around 2031 and 2032 the dissolution of the ACC where it implodes and you've got the Florida States moving to the SEC, and then that would make a Notre Dame move to the Big Ten?
Yes, that's part of it. The ACC's contract with ESPN doesn't expire until 2036. However, in 2030, folks may remember Clemson, Florida State sued the ACC. The settlement, which was reached last spring, basically the terms of the settlement say that in 2030, the penalty to leave the ACC starting in 2030 is $75 million per school. right now it's like 150 or 200 million. So basically in 2030, it becomes a manageable amount for Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, Clemson, anybody else to leave the ACC. So you add that, and you can see how everything is lined up for a total restructuring.
Right. Well, Dick asked you a few minutes ago, John Wilner again with us, courtesy of SimplySeattle.com, about, the separate national championships. And we talked about the Big Ten, the SEC breaking away and forming its own league. And I'm sure you saw this quote from Jamie Pollard, who's the AD at Iowa State. He said, quote, "Let them break away. We should break away from them. Let them go. But they have to go all in on their sports and see how fun it is to play baseball, softball, and track when it's just the 20 of you." Well, first of all, it'd be 34 in the SEC and the Big Ten. But he's sounding like he's kind of almost resigning himself to the fact that this is going to happen, that we're going to see the Big Ten and the SEC do their own thing. Do you think that's a feeling among Big 12, ACC, ADs, and presidents that this is inevitable?
I think that there is a feeling that it's very, very possible, right? Mm-hmm. The whole everything that's happening with the College Sports Commission, which is its inability to enforce the rules of the House settlement, has led to a lot of frustration, especially in the Big Ten and the SEC. But what they're talking about, is a lot of it is governance. We're going to govern ourselves. We're going to create our own rules. It doesn't necessarily preclude them from playing other conferences. I have a hard time believing that they will get to that point anytime soon. And remember, the Big Ten and the SEC cannot go do it as a 34-school entity because they will get sued for collusion. Mm-hmm. They would have to be separate from each other. And I still think that they may govern themselves differently, but the competition on the field, I think, would still include the schools that are traditionally in the FBS.
John, what'd you think of Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby's argument on why he decided to gamble on his team, and does he have any legal legs at all to stand on to try to get his eligibility back?
Tell people what he said.
Well, he does. Yeah, he does, because it was.
John, tell him what he said, John.
Well, he said that he has a mental health problem. That gambling is a mental health issue.
No, that's not what he said. He said he bet on Indiana football to bring the team closer together.
So he can relate more to them.
Yes, he did say that, but the case that his attorneys are making is that gambling addiction is a mental health,
right.
And that's what they're using. They have filed the case in local court in West Texas,
right?
And that is the argument that it's a mental health disease. That is the argument they're going to use with the local judge to try to get the local judge to rule in his favor. And if the judge does, of course, that has huge implications for the NCAA's ability to enforce its gambling rules.
Wow. Oh, so if I bring a hooker into the office, I can say it's because I'm a sex addict and get away with it?
Maybe.
Or if I start doing crack in the hallways, I'm just hooked on drugs? I mean, is that what we're doing now?
As long as you get a King County judge.
Which you might.
Oh, God. Well, I heard that the judge, by the way, that's overseeing this is actually a Texas Tech grad. Did you guys hear that, by the way?
Oh, boy.
I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Oh, sure. But that's what they're doing.
Right.
So that's the thing. And we saw this with in the football cases in Tennessee and Mississippi on eligibility. The eligibility cases, the NCAA is winning at the federal level. So the schools are going and filing at the district level to get favorable judges.
Yeah. Hey, one more before you go. What's up with the Notre Dame USC rivalry? What's going on with that?
Well, they're talking again after a pause in negotiations. I think that the rivalry will come back. My guess is, 28-9, they'll start playing again. They need to play. It's just a matter of finding a window that works, because USC doesn't want to play in the middle of the Big Ten season. Notre Dame doesn't really want to play at the start of the season. They just gotta figure it out. And there's far more difficult issues that can be solved. This one, they just need to. It's a willpower thing.
One more on Notre Dame. How's the CFP going to handle Notre Dame's schedule when they're playing like nobody?
Well, I mean, they got left out this past year.
Right.
So, and that was because they didn't, the only two real elite games they had Texas A&M, and Miami, they lost. And so that weak schedule cost them. And it's not a good schedule upcoming in 2026. So they are, it'll be interesting to see how it gets handled. They're going to be a huge beneficiary if it goes to 16 or to 24, because the ACC schedule agreement they have leads them, vulnerable, because a lot of those ACC schools are just not very good teams.
Yeah. All right, man. Great stuff. Enjoy the rest of Big Ten meetings. We'll keep an eye out on your Twitter account at Wilner Hotline for updates from down there when Tony Petitti talks in a few minutes from now, the Big Ten commissioner, and we will discuss it all next Tuesday.
Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, bud. And I'll send you Petros' address. Feel free to stop by. Just open the door and walk in. He's a very friendly guy. All right, we're going to break. A lot more to get to, including, man, am I getting sick and tired of the way Jackson Smith and Jigba's getting treated? What am I talking about? We'll explain next on 93.3 KJR FM. Man, as fun as that was yesterday, you saw what Jackson Smith and Jigba posted on Instagram last night. The NFL sent him his NFL Offensive Player of the Year trophy, but instead they sent him an NFL Defensive Player of the Year trophy.
You stupid idiot!
On accident.
You thunder!
Keep track of that one. That counts, by the way. And I just feel terrible for the guy. I really do. I know it's like first world problems type stuff. Okay, I understand it, right? The guy's making $1 gajillion a year. He's a Super Bowl champion. But this NFL Offensive Player of the Year thing, if it ever could come with a couple of warts on it, this one does. First of all, with this reject comedian, what was his name again at the honors show? Whatever that clown's name was, I forget it already.
He's an idiot.
This idiot dipstick reject comedian mispronounces his name on purpose. And what pisses me off about
Drewski.
that, and what pissed me off the day it happens is that from now until the end of time, because let's face it, that might be the only time he ever wins that award, right? It's not very often that receivers win something like that twice, okay? You know, he's 80 years old, wants to show his grandkids, hey, you want to hear what it was like when Grandpa won? He's got to show them this moron. So that's number one. And then number two, now he's got to live with the idea that some more, idiot from the league office sent him the wrong freaking trophy. He's like, am I on candid camera? Like, what is going on here? Are you kidding me?
Well, there's two errors. There's two errors on the trophy.
Right.
The Player of the Year, there's no space between the words the and year.
Okay.
It just says the year.
I didn't even notice
That's
that.
the second one.
Wow.
And the first one, if you take a look at it, and I zoomed in on my Twitter, and it doesn't matter because it's a typo regardless of whether it says defensive or whether it says offensive spelled O-E-F.
Right.
But if you look at it zoomed in, I think the O in of is the exact same letter as the D in defensive. So I think they just said offensive and spelled it wrong.
Yeah.
Like put an E and an F instead of two Fs together.
I mean, again, it's not a huge deal. I'm still just kind of,
This is the NFL, though. This isn't sixth grade flag football.
Yeah. I don't know of any other player that has had that happen to him and then have to deal with a moron announcing his wrong name on purpose and maybe even making it a little racial, by the way, at the same time. And the comedian, the guy that did it's a freaking black dude. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like, what is wrong with you, man? So I kind of feel bad for him, right? I mean, we all know him a little bit. He's a great dude. Jackson Smith and Jigba, awesome guy, humble dude, really good young man. And for him to have to deal with that, and then these bozos send him the wrong trophy, I don't know, man. It's just like, it kind of like just spoils it a little bit, you know? Just a little bit.
It just reinforces, I think, the lack of national respect on the Seahawks in Seattle. And overall, I think it's kind of contributed to the fact that I think the NFL as a whole has moved on pretty quickly from the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl. I mean, I think we might have even played a phone with audio clip a month ago from Kay Adams talking about this, where it seems kind of odd that in this year compared to other years, pre-draft, nobody is talking about the Super Bowl champions. And I think it just goes along with, we're stuck up here in South Alaska. To the rest of the country, I mean,
is that it, or is it because they don't really have a lot of big name stars?
That too. But I always go back to the King 5 pre-Super Bowl interview in 2006, where I believe it was Paul Sylvia, I want to say, out there in Pittsburgh, and he's talking to people in Pittsburgh about the Seahawks, and there's simple questions of where is Seattle located? Point to them on a map, and there are actual people in Pittsburgh who say that we are in North Canada. And like people in the United States, as of 20 years ago, think that Seattle, Washington is not in the United. It's
well. So
crazy.
you think it's a lack of respect versus a lack of star power?
Well, it's both. It's both.
I do think that there's definitely an East Coast bias, but I will say, and you know how much national TV shows I watch. Nobody was giving the Eagles a shot in hell after they won the Super. They were like, dude, they burned Saquon Barkley. There's no way he can do that again. And Jalen Hurts isn't even that good a quarterback. And their head coach is an idiot. So, and that's the Eagles.
Yeah.
That's Phil. So I think, honestly,
but were people talking about them? Because it sounds like people were talking about them.
I think part of it's the parity in the NFL.
Yes.
I think it's a reflection of the parity in the NFL. That there's probably 10 teams that can win it next year.
Why would you ever bet a team to win back-to-back in the NFL? Why?
You would not. You would not. And the Rams are the favorite right now, and they probably should be. I mean, the Rams probably should be the favorite. I think you can definitely argue that the Seahawks roster got a little bit worse and the Rams got a little bit better, right? I mean, we don't know what Jadarian Price is going to be all about. He might be a dud for all we know. I don't think he will be, but we're asking.
In best case, he's just Ken Walker.
We're asking, but we're asking him to do what Kenny Walker did, which in the last 6 games was become a monster. So you can definitely argue that we've taken a bit of a step back roster-wise, and the Rams with Watson and McDuffie in their secondary have taken a bit of a step forward. So I don't mind them being the second favorite on the board to win the whole thing. And I think actually what you said, Jackson, about this is all fuel for their fire.
Yeah.
Good.
Let's go.
Good. Yeah. Why don't we keep telling them how much people think they suck?
Yep.
Why don't we keep telling Jackson Smith and Jigba how much people think he's just a nobody from nowhere? Keep that going. Keep that train going, man, over the offseason. I might even just make some stuff up when I'm out there at the VMAC, like Michael Jordan did. Remember that when he said George Karl pissed him off?
Yeah.
George Karl said it never happened. He lied to get himself fired up, which I love. All right.
You thunder.
How many is that?
69, I want to say.
You thunder.
No, we're at 70?
You thunder.
Yeah. Are you keeping track of these?
I think so, yeah.
How about we just say this? When we say it's 100, it's 100. When we say it's 99, be ready to call in.
You thunder.
I thought you skipped from 63 to 69.
That's what I thought.
I know we got we went really quick all the way to 66.
Okay.
And Softy hit 67.
Go back and listen to the beginning of the segment.
No, I know when we were at 68.
It really doesn't matter. When we say it's 100, it's 100. So just for the record, how many?
72.
You thunder.
That's 72 right there. When we get to a 99, be ready, because the next time we play it, ninth caller is going to win $100 to Simply Seattle at 286-9595. Brian Schmetzer joins next.
You thunder.
Thunder.
Yes, sir.
You Thunder.
77. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's 77. Why not?
You Thunder.
78. Well, we'll get your thoughts on that maybe in a minute if we have time. But 2-0 loss to the Galaxy last weekend. What happened?
Well, I've been listening to your program now, and I heard about, I heard your conversation with, the fans getting a little upset with Dan and, Munoz. And, I even heard Dick throw a little shot at Dan. I mean, I heard that as well. But, on this one, sometimes managers or coaches, make mistakes. And I'd have to say, Softy, this one I gotta own some of this.
Wow.
The lineup choices I made obviously didn't work. And look, when you pitchers, relievers, whatever Dan has to do, it's substitutions for me and try to change the team, get fresh legs on. But maybe I ruined a little bit of the mojo that we were going with. And, it was just kind of a weird game. Danny Musovski going out in the 8th minute with, a busted tooth. We were pretty good up until then, and wind just came out of our sails.
So you brought Albert in for him after Danny lost his tooth. Maybe going back, what would you have done differently?
I might have put Osaze in there, Dick. I mean, I could have just made a straight swap, but, Jordan's played up front before, and, what was I going to do later in the game if I needed a center forward and Jordan was tired and Osaze was tired, and who am I going to put up front? I mean, maybe I could have put Paul Rothrock up there, but, it was a sub to get a veteran guy on. I mean, Albert was going to come on after 45 minutes or, I was going to get him on the field. So it just didn't work. It didn't work.
Well, you mentioned, first of all, Dick getting on Wilson. You should hear the way he talks about you behind your back, by the way. It's awful.
Just berate him every day.
Killing you, raking you over the coals. No, I'm kidding. But then number two, I mean, look, first of all, I appreciate that. I know everybody else does as well when coaches just take responsibility, because coaches are going to make mistakes like players are going to make mistakes. And, I mean, how often, honestly, like, not to be a smart-ass man, but how often do you really kind of, self-examine yourself, break down your decisions to the nth degree? How much do you beat yourself up after these games when they don't go well?
Well, I beat myself up after the games that we lose. I'm a hate to lose type of guy. And certainly if you are, a big part of that loss. I mean, look, I'm not the only guy, but, I'm part of a group and a team, and my responsibility as the main guy. Certainly there's always that pressure. But, we reflect as a coaching staff. We'll go over the subs tomorrow when we come in, and we'll say, hey, this worked, this didn't work, why'd we do that? And we'll have a discussion about it. That's kind of standard practice for us.
So how's Danny doing? You go see the dentist?
Yeah, actually, he saw a Kraken dental specialist, the guy that works with them. So, it was weird because his whole tooth, it didn't break off. I mean, it came out roots and all. So they put it back up in there, and then, I haven't gotten the report from today, but look, if anybody can fix a front tooth, it's got to be a hockey doctor.
Yeah, I was going to say, that guy's probably got a lot of work on his plate with those guys over in the with the Kraken. But Brian Schmetzer's with us, and getting close to the World Cup break. You got to take this time after Sunday's LAFC match to make some big changes to the offense, you think, including maybe adding a new player to your group, you think?
Well, look, I mean, Craig and I have talked about it. I mean, if the right guy came up or the right deal, because I'm sure a lot of teams in the league are kind of thinking about, okay, where are we at? Where are we at in the season? What can we do? This is the push for the second half. So there might be some movement there. I like our squad, Softy. For me, I just got to get a team that, that's a starting 11, because I've got 12, 13, 14 guys that should be starting, and I got to have some hard conversations and let the team kind of flow. We're still going to need everybody, because we've got 27 games left. So, we'll work on tweaking what we have, and if something comes along, that'd be good.
So LAFC is that combo of a really good team that has struggled recently. So does that make them even more dangerous than usual?
Yeah, because, look, they got a little bit of chip on their shoulder. They lost in the CCC. a round after us. They made it to the semis. We got bumped in the quarters. But look, Dick, all the results, I mean, we didn't get a good result, and it was at home, so maybe it's a little different. But Vancouver lost, San Jose lost, LAFC lost.
Yep.
So we're in fourth. We got a game in hand on RSL, so it wasn't as doom and gloom. I mean, I would have loved to collect 3 points at home because LAFC is going to be a tough game. That's going to be the last game of the entire MLS schedule before we go on the World Cup break, so everybody's going to be watching.
Brian Schmetzer with us. Brian, we got to get a couple of these in.
Thunder!
If we're going to get to 100.
Thunder!
Otherwise, it's going to get really annoying next segment.
Thunder!
That's 81, by the way. Does this now feel like a legit rivalry with LAFC? How would you compare? I mean, I know Portland's number one, obviously, but how would you compare it to like the
Portland lost, so that's good.
Very good. And by the way,
Thunder!
And Timbers, too.
How would you? Okay, hang on.
Thunder!
That's 83. How would you compare it to the Whitecaps or the Galaxy, for example? This rivalry.
Well, LAFC is a good team, and since they came into the league, they've spent a lot of money, Son Heung-min and Bouanga, and they've always had, a different model than what we have. We're steady, but they like splashing cash, and look, they've won a bunch of games, so I can't, the model works for them. It's LA, it's Tinseltown. They gotta get some flash if they want people to show up. So good team. There is a rivalry there, back in 2019 when we beat them in the semis, and then we hosted MLS Cup. I mean, it was the classic. They had the T-shirts ready, the beer, the champagne. I mean, it was in their locker room. And then, guess what? We got to move that over to the Seattle locker room because they actually won the game.
Coach, quickly on the injury front, Alex Roldan, hamstring injury, was out for the Galaxy game. What's his status for Sunday?
Yeah, it's going to be questionable. Again, look, he was another one of those missing pieces that maybe upset some of the rhythm of our play. But we'll see. We'll take it easy. I don't want to do something stupid again and injure him so he's out for a longer period of time. So I'll give you some updates as the week gets closer to game time.
All right.
Thunder!
You rooting for the Spurs in this series?
For sure.
Okay.
I mean, for sure we are.
What kind of question is that?
I'm just checking, man. Just making sure we're on the same page here.
Yeah, it's only 1-0, and the Thunder are a good team, but let's go Spurs.
All right.
Thunder!
It's 85, by the way. Brian, you're the man. Great stuff. Good luck this weekend, and we'll talk in a week. All right.
Thanks.
All right, take care, you guys.
All right, Brian Schmetzer.
Thunder!
86.
Thunder!
87. When you hear that for the 100th time today, be the 9th caller, and you'll win a $100 gift card to simplyseattle.com.
Thunder!
Softy and Dick's Hardball Cockamamie pregame show. We're going to hear from the skipper. Set the lineups next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Thunder!